Every wall hides a secret, and tonight, Ravenswood's walls will finally speak. 19 doors promised obedience, but only one will open to the truth. You're watching Dark Pulse, a place where crime meets suspense and every story hides a darker truth. Tell us in the comments where you're watching from, and don't forget to subscribe, like, and share if you love dark mysteries. The Unseen Door. The night had a strange heaviness to it, as though the entire coast of Maine were holding its breath. The Atlantic storm rolled against the jagged rocks with a force that could drown out all thought. The rain came in hard slashes, mist turning into spray whenever the waves broke. Amid that chaos, Ravenswood Academy revealed itself on the cliffside, an enormous Gothic structure. Long abandoned, its windows dark sockets staring across the sea. 20 guests had been summoned here. None of them knew precisely why. Each had received an invitation. Some by letter, some by email, some through whispered recommendations that promised opportunity or redemption. What bound them together was not friendship, nor kinship, but something more sinister. The first to arrive was Dr. Evelyn Hartman, once a respected teacher at Ravenswood. Her car headlights carved a thin path through the storm, sweeping across iron gates that groaned open as if reluctantly allowing her entry. She had left the school years ago after rumors of scandal. Her hair was silver now, pulled tightly back, her face etched with the stern lines of someone who had learned to endure whispers behind her back. Behind her came Marcus Doyle, swaggering in a leather jacket, his shoes leaving wet imprints across the broken flagstones. Once the golden boy of Ravenswood, captain of the debate team and adored by teachers, Marcus now carried the reputation of a man whose charisma hid something darker. His jaw clenched as though he expected confrontation. The guests trickled in one by one. Clara Benson, a novelist whose first book about private schools had stirred controversy and lawsuits. Olivia Reed, a former student whose quiet demeanor hid restless eyes, as if she were always expecting someone to accuse her. Harold Whitmore, a trustee and businessman, his wealth wrapped around him like armor. Eleanor Finch, another trustee, her sharp features softened only by the pearls at her neck. Daniel Cross, the journalist, carrying notebooks and pens as though this were another assignment rather than a mysterious reunion. Dr. Maya Levin, a psychologist known for her work with trauma survivors, her calmness concealing a nervous curiosity. Ryan Torres, a young tech expert, skeptical of the old building but eager to dissect whatever technology awaited inside. A handful of others, each with their own burdens and secrets, a retired groundskeeper, a local historian, a visiting author, even a detective whose presence was cloaked under the guise of being an invited guest. By the time the 20th guest arrived, Ravenswood's main hall echoed with the sound of dripping coats, murmured introductions, and the heavy silence of strangers forced together. The building seemed alive with memory. Ivy wrapped around its walls, paint peeled in long curls. The chandeliers overhead swayed ever so slightly in the draft, scattering fractured light across portraits of headmasters long dead. They were met by the caretaker's daughter, a pale young woman named Anna. Her eyes darted nervously as though the walls themselves listened. She apologized for the dim lighting, explaining that only the generator worked, and it sputtered under the weight of the storm. "You'll all be comfortable in the grand hall tonight," Anna said softly. "The bedrooms upstairs are not safe. Too many broken windows." Her words carried more than practical warning. They carried dread. Dinner had been laid out, cold platters, bread, wine. As the guests gathered around the long oak table, the storm roared outside. Lightning lit the stained glass windows for fleeting moments, casting monstrous shadows across the walls. It was then that a voice smooth and mechanical crackled through hidden speakers. "Welcome to Ravenswood," it said. "Each of you has walked through life believing the past can be buried. Tonight, the past has come calling. Tonight, the doors you thought were unseen will open." Every head turned. No one recognized the voice. It wasn't Anna's. It wasn't anyone present. It was recorded, yet too precise to be random. A cold silence fell. Daniel Cross scribbled furiously into his notebook. Eleanor Finch pressed her pearls nervously. Marcus Doyle let out a laugh that didn't reach his eyes. The voice continued, "You will find that none of you were invited by chance. Each of you carries a secret, each of you carries guilt, and each of you will be asked to answer for it." The message ended abruptly. The storm filled the silence. Anna paled. I don't know what that was," she whispered, but the trembling in her voice betrayed that she knew more than she let on. Suspicion spread like wildfire. Every guest looked at the others. No one spoke for a long moment. It was Olivia Reed who finally broke the silence. "Whoever did this is in this building," she said quietly. "And if the storm doesn't let up, none of us are leaving anytime soon." The words were less an observation than a sentence. The atmosphere shifted. The reunion no longer felt like a social gathering. It felt like a trial. The guests shifted uncomfortably in their chairs, the long oak table suddenly too small for the 20 bodies pressed together by suspicion. Every flicker of candlelight seemed to carve their expressions into grotesque masks. Dr. Woom, Evelyn Hartman, straightened her back, her voice brittle but commanding. "This is some sort of elaborate prank, some alumnus with too much money and too much time." Her words held little conviction. Even she felt the weight in the air. Ryan Torres, adjusting his glasses, leaned over the side of the table. Speakers are embedded in the walls. Old, but rewired. Someone went through a lot of trouble to set this up. And if they've got control of the generator system too, they can black us out at any moment. Eleanor Finch clutched her pearls tighter. "This is absurd. We should leave immediately." Anna, the caretaker's daughter, looked at her with something between pity and fear. "The storm has flooded the causeway. The bridge is impassable until morning, maybe longer. You can't leave." The words landed with the finality of a prison sentence. A low rumble of discontent spread across the group. Marcus Doyle slammed his fist against the table. "Then we find the son of a bitch running this game and drag him out. Whoever he is, he's hiding somewhere in these halls." Olivia Reed finally spoke, her voice thin but sharp. "What if he's not hiding? What if he's been watching us since we walked through the gates?" Her statement drew every eye to the cracked portraits that loomed above the hall. Dozens of painted eyes stared down, a grotesque gallery of headmasters and benefactors, each one silent and watchful. Daniel Cross scribbled furiously, whispering under his breath. "Invitations, secrets locked in by a storm, anonymous accusations. It's classic. Whoever orchestrated this knew exactly what they were doing. They want us on edge." "Enough with your notes," snapped Harold Whitmore, his voice heavy with entitlement. "This is not a story, it's a nuisance. I'll double whatever bribe they're after just to end this nonsense." His words drew bitter stares. Some of the others, less wealthy, less powerful, shifted uncomfortably. The divisions between them were already forming. Dinner grew cold. Few touched the food, though glasses of wine were drained nervously. Conversation splintered into hushed whispers. Evelyn accused Marcus of smirking too much, as though he enjoyed the chaos. Marcus laughed it off. Ryan hovered near the wall, tracing the wiring with his fingertips. My 11, calm but observant, studied the group like patients in a clinic, each reaction catalogued. Then, just as the tension reached breaking point, the speakers crackled again. The same mechanical voice filled the grand hall. "You feasted together," it said. "Now the feast of truth begins. Ravenswood has buried its dead, buried its crimes. But bones rot slowly and secrets rot slower still. Each of you knows why you are here. Each of you has blood on your hands, though you may not see it. Tonight you will." The words fell heavy. A chill spread through the room. Even the storm seemed to hush for a moment, then silence again. Harold Whitmore scoffed, though his face had gone pale. Theatrics, utter theatrics. But his hand trembled as he lifted his glass. Anna excused herself quickly, her footsteps echoing down the corridor. Olivia's eyes followed her. "She knows more than she's telling us," Olivia murmured. "Or she's just frightened," said Maya softly. "This place has a way of twisting fear into prophecy." The group dispersed uneasily after dinner. Rooms had been prepared with cots and thin blankets in the grand hall itself. Anna had insisted no one venture upstairs. The corridor lights upstairs flickered violently, and she said the floorboards weren't safe. Few believed that was the real reason. So they settled into uneasy arrangements, 20 strangers and semi-strangers under one vast roof that groaned with the weight of the storm. Shadows crawled across the stone walls as the generator hummed. Every creak, every drip of water, every gust of wind through a broken window became a phantom sound. Daniel Cross lay back against his cot, eyes open to the rafters. In his notebook he scrawled, "They want us afraid before they strike. The voice knows our past, which means the enemy is among us or someone with access to every record Ravenswood ever kept." Across the hall, Evelyn sat rigid, refusing to lie down. Her mind reeled back to old scandals, whispers she had buried decades ago. No one could know those things, not unless... Ryan Torres stayed awake with his laptop, trying to piggyback off faint signals. But static consumed every attempt. He muttered curses into the darkness. Olivia lay stiff, her eyes darting at every shadow, every flicker. She remembered stories of students disappearing into the school's underbelly, rumors of tunnels, secret doors. She remembered the laughter of boys like Marcus Doyle, the silence of teachers like Evelyn. She remembered what it felt like to be overlooked, unseen. The storm pressed harder against the windows. Somewhere deep within Ravenswood, a door creaked open, though no one had touched it. The first night had begun. And the rain had grown heavier, drumming against the stained glass windows of the grand hall like the heartbeat of the storm itself. Each clap of thunder rattled the old chandeliers, showering the table below with quivering shards of light. The guests, all 20 of them now, seemed dwarfed by the immense shadows painted across the stone walls. Anna moved quietly among them, lighting additional candles to fight the oppressive darkness. The flames flickered, bending as though retreating from some unseen breath. She avoided eye contact, her fingers trembling slightly as she placed a candle near Evelyn Hartman's place. Evelyn, stiff-backed and scowling, muttered her thanks with the forced courtesy of someone unaccustomed to weakness. "Is this really necessary?" Harold Whitmore grumbled, brushing crumbs from his lapel. "It feels like a seance rather than a supper." Eleanor Finch shot him a warning glance. "Better candlelight than the dark, Harold. Or would you prefer we all stumble about and break our necks?" Their bickering echoed too loudly in the cavernous hall. It was Daniel Cross, the journalist, who leaned forward with a grin that didn't touch his weary eyes. "You two sound like an old married couple. Maybe that's why you were both invited." His pen scratched across paper, recording not just words but tones, hesitations, and silences. Across the table, Marcus Doyle smirked, raising his glass. To secrets and skeletons, then. May tonight be entertaining. Don't joke, Olivia Reed said suddenly. Her voice was soft, but it carried the weight of suppressed dread. Every head turned toward her. She stared down at her untouched plate. This isn't a game. You all felt it the moment you walked through the gates. Ravenswood doesn't forget. It never did. Her words clung to the air long after she stopped speaking. Even the storm seemed to pause before roaring again. One of the lesser-known guests, Professor Lionel Grant, cleared his throat nervously. He was a retired history teacher, invited, he claimed, by a letter that spoke of an opportunity to contribute to a book about the Academy's past. His spectacles slid down his nose as he spoke. I must say I taught here for decades, and I never heard of such melodrama. Ravenswood was strict, yes, but a school nonetheless. Clara Benson, the novelist, leaned toward him with a knowing smile. That's funny, because the letters I've collected over the years tell quite a different story. Broken students, hushed scandals, administrators more concerned with reputation than justice. If you were blind to that, Professor, it was by choice. Grant's face flushed crimson. How dare you? But his outrage was cut short by another rumble of thunder and the sudden flicker of the generator's failing hum. For a moment, the hall plunged into near darkness. The guests froze. Only the lightning outside illuminated the wide, terrified eyes around the table. When the generator sputtered back to life, Anna was standing at the far wall, her candle guttering. She looked as though she had been about to speak but had lost her courage. Her silence made her seem complicit in the house's secrets. Ryan Torres rose from his seat, restless. I'm not sitting here waiting for another cryptic message. If someone rigged this place, they left clues. He grabbed his laptop bag. Wires, routers, signal boosters. It doesn't matter how old this place is. Whoever set this up needed infrastructure. Sit down, boy, Harold Whitmore snapped. You'll do as you're told. Ryan's jaw tightened. By you? You don't own me. The clash of generations and egos thickened the already tense air. Maya Levin finally interjected, her voice calm but firm. Arguing won't help. If we're being manipulated, the manipulator is feeding on this chaos. That voice wanted us unsettled. Don't give it more than it already has. Silence followed, heavy but momentarily pacifying. Still, each person carried their own storm within. Clara eyed Evelyn with open suspicion, recalling rumors of students expelled under mysterious circumstances during Evelyn's tenure. Marcus kept glancing at Olivia, a smirk tugging at his lips as if he remembered some shared sin. Daniel's pen scratched ceaselessly, each line another layer of the night's unfolding story. By midnight, cots were dragged into the hall, arranged in awkward rows. No one wanted to sleep, though they pretended to. The building itself seemed to breathe around them. The groan of timbers, the distant drip of water, the whisper of wind through unseen cracks. Somewhere in the shadows, a clock chimed, though no one had wound it in decades. Eleanor Finch muttered a prayer under her breath. Harold grumbled about wasting his time. Evelyn sat rigid, refusing rest. Ryan's screen glowed faintly as he worked, chasing phantom signals. Olivia lay on her side, eyes open, every muscle taut. Anna disappeared for long stretches, reappearing with excuses about the generator, though no one fully believed her. When exhaustion finally began to settle in, a sound broke the fragile silence. A door creaked. It was not one of the hall's grand oak doors. They were bolted. It was a smaller sound, deeper in the walls, as if some hidden entrance had stirred awake. No one spoke. No one dared move. The first night at Ravenswood was far from over. And the sound of that creaking door echoed long after it had stopped, reverberating through the beams and stone like a whisper traveling through a tomb. Every guest lay frozen in their cot, listening, hearts pounding so loudly that the silence afterward felt unbearable. Finally, Daniel Cross sat up, his notebook clutched to his chest. "Did everyone hear that?" he asked in a low voice, though the answer was evident in the wide eyes glinting through the dim candlelight. Marcus Doyle, lying closest to the shadows, pushed off his blanket and stood. "Buildings this old always creak," he said, though his bravado sounded thinner now. He crossed the hall, stepping toward the far wall where the sound had seemed to originate. The others watched in a tense silence. He pressed his ear to the cold stone. "Hollow," he muttered. He rapped his knuckles against the wall, and the sound rang not solid but empty, as if chambers stretched within. Clara Benson rose next, curiosity burning brighter than fear. "There are stories," she said. "I collected them while researching my novels. Tales of secret rooms, tunnels beneath the academy, places where students disappeared. If there is a door, unseen or forgotten, this may not be the first time it's opened." Evelyn Hartman's voice cut across the hall like a blade. "Nonsense. Children exaggerate. Every old building breeds ghost stories." But her tone betrayed her unease. She kept her gaze fixed on the floor as though afraid of meeting the eyes of those who once might have been her students. Ryan Torres, emboldened, joined Marcus at the wall. His hands traced the crumbling mortar. "There's a cavity here, maybe a hidden passage." He turned back toward the group. "If there are passages, whoever's orchestrating this could move around unseen. That would explain the speakers, the timing. They've got access, we don't." "Then we board it up," Harold Whitmore snapped. "Seal whatever tunnels there are and wait this ridiculous storm out." Daniel shook his head. "You can't board up what you don't understand. If there are secret passages, they've been here since the beginning. This whole building is a trap designed to keep us guessing." The conversation grew heated, voices rising as the storm outside thundered in agreement. Eleanor Finch muttered prayers under her breath, the rosary beads she carried clinking against her trembling hands. Maya Levin, ever the observer, urged calm but could not keep her eyes from darting to the darkened corners. The hours dragged. One by one, exhaustion weighed them down, yet none found true rest. Shadows crawled along the walls, and every flicker of lightning seemed to reveal shapes that were not there before. At some point in the night, Anna returned with more candles. Her face looked pale, almost fevered. "The generator's failing," she whispered. "I've done what I can, but the wiring—" She stopped, glancing at the wall where Marcus and Ryan had been tapping earlier. Her eyes lingered too long. Then she turned away, carrying her secrets with her. Olivia Reed, lying closest to Anna, caught the look. "You know about the passages, don't you?" she whispered harshly. Anna froze, her lips parting as if to answer. But then she shook her head violently. "You don't understand. It's not just the passages. Ravenswood was never built only as a school. It was built to contain." Her words sent a shiver through the hall. Before anyone could press her, she fled again into the darkness. The group sat stunned. "Contain?" Clara repeated, her voice trembling with fascination and dread. "Contain what?" No one answered. The storm raged through the night, and time lost its meaning. Some tried to sleep, others paced, but every creak, every whistle of wind through the cracks felt like an omen. By dawn, when the pale gray light seeped reluctantly through the stained glass, the guests looked as though they had aged years. Breakfast was silent. Plates sat untouched. Even Marcus had lost his appetite for jokes. The sense of doom had settled over them like a second storm, heavier than the one outside. Evelyn Hartman finally broke the silence, her voice sharp. "Whoever brought us here has made their intentions clear. They think we are guilty. They think we have sins to answer for. Fine. But let's not play into their hands by trembling like children. We face this head on. Her defiance lit a spark in some, though it also painted a target on her back. Daniel jotted down her words, underlining them twice. Olivia stared at her with quiet fury, as if remembering some personal betrayal. The breakfast ended with more questions than answers. By the time the group gathered again in the hall, the voice returned through the speakers, calm and chilling. You have slept uneasily. You have listened to the doors that whisper. You wonder who I am. In time you will know. But first you will know yourselves. You will see the blood on your own hands. One by one the past will open its doors. And once opened, they can never be closed. The storm outside howled in response. Within Ravenswood, 20 strangers understood that the night they had endured was only the beginning. The morning came reluctantly. The storm had not abated. Its gray fingers clawed at the stained glass windows with relentless fury. The guests gathered once more in the grand hall, their faces haggard from a night without rest. Sleep had been fleeting, broken by strange noises and the heavy awareness of being watched. Anna shuffled nervously, setting out trays of bread and coffee that steamed weakly in the damp air. Few reached for them. The food felt irrelevant against the tightening knot of dread. Evelyn Hartman stood at the far end of the hall, arms crossed. This nonsense has gone far enough, she declared, though the tremor in her voice betrayed her. We are 20 grown adults. Whoever is behind this... Her words were cut short by the crackle of static. The hidden speakers whined, then settled into clarity. The voice returned, calm, deliberate, every syllable heavy with judgment. You wonder why you are here, it said. You whisper theories, you deny, you scoff. But Ravenswood has no patience for lies. Each of you has sinned. Each of you has blood on your hands, whether by choice or cowardice. Today we begin with truth. The guest shifted uncomfortably. Clara Benson gripped her pen tighter, scribbling furiously. Olivia Reed sat rigid, her gaze locked on the floor. Ryan Torres looked around the walls, desperate to pinpoint the source of the sound. The voice continued. Dr. Evelyn Hartman. Evelyn froze, her color draining. You buried complaints. Students came to you trembling, broken, and you told them silence was better. You chose reputation over justice. You allowed a predator to remain within these halls, free to harm again. Gasps rippled through the room. Evelyn's lips parted, but no words came. Daniel Cross's pen raced. That's a lie, Evelyn spat finally. I did what I had to. They were rumors, nothing proven. Silence does not erase guilt, the voice intoned. It deepens it. Evelyn's shoulders trembled. She looked smaller suddenly, dwarfed by the weight of accusation. The voice shifted. Marcus Doyle. Marcus straightened, his smirk faltering. You thought hazing was a game. You thought pouring liquor down a boy's throat and locking him outside in the winter night was funny. He did not wake in the morning. He never will. Marcus's fists clenched. That wasn't my fault. He could have... The voice sliced through his protest. He trusted you, and you killed him. Olivia flinched visibly, turning away. Clara's eyes narrowed at Marcus with fresh disgust. The voice moved on, merciless. Eleanor Finch, you smiled at charity galas, pearls around your neck, all while siphoning money from Ravenswood's endowment into shell accounts. When the school fell into ruin, you claimed ignorance. You robbed its future. Eleanor's pearls trembled in her grasp. Those were investments, misjudged perhaps, but not theft. You fed your greed while children starved of opportunity. Ravenswood died at your hands. A suffocating silence hung over the hall. One by one, the guests had their darkest sins laid bare. Daniel Cross, the voice continued. Daniel looked up sharply, his pen pausing mid-scratch. You were praised for your expose. You ruined lives with your words. But your evidence was false, your sources fabricated. An innocent man took his own life under the weight of your lie. Daniel's hand shook, ink blotting the page. He swallowed hard. That's not... But his voice cracked, betraying the truth. The group shifted away from him. Ryan Torres muttered, Jesus Christ. The voice pressed on, guest after guest. Secrets spilled like blood across the oak table. Fraud, negligence, betrayal, abuse of power. No one was spared. Even those who thought their pasts insignificant found themselves exposed. Finally, the voice grew quiet. The storm filled the pause. Now you know why you are here, it said. You are not victims. You are culprits. And Ravenswood remembers. The speakers went silent. For a long time, no one moved. The air was thick with shame, with rage, with denial. Then chaos erupted. Marcus slammed his fist against the table, shouting at Evelyn, You knew about me, didn't you? That's why they invited you too. You're part of this. Evelyn shot back, her voice trembling but sharp. You're a murderer, Marcus. Don't point your finger at me. Eleanor screamed over them, demanding the voice reveal itself. Daniel tried to speak but was drowned out. The group fractured into shouting, accusations, trembling denials. Through it all, Olivia Reed sat silent, her eyes glistening. She whispered to herself, barely audible, It's happening again. Ryan banged on the walls, desperate to find a seam, a door, anything. They know too much, he shouted. This isn't some prank. They've got files, records, stuff no one else could know. Clara snapped her notebook shut. It's deeper than that. This isn't just about us, it's about Ravenswood itself. The academy is the crime scene, and we're just the ghosts wandering through it. The storm howled louder, as if agreeing. And somewhere deep in the stone and shadow, another hidden door creaked. The hall dissolved into chaos. People rose from their chairs, shouting across the table, voices overlapping in a storm of denial and accusation. The storm outside seemed to echo their fury, thunder booming like a gavel. Harold Whitmore's booming voice cut through the clamor. This is nonsense. Lies meant to pit us against each other. I won't sit here while some lunatic airs fantasies about my colleagues. Fantasy? Clara Benson snapped, her eyes blazing. You stole money from the very place that gave you your fortune. Tell me, Harold, do you deny that Eleanor sat on your board when those accounts vanished? Do you deny that the academy fell into decay while you and she lined your pockets? Eleanor's face flushed crimson, but it was Whitmore who lunged across the table, finger pointed. Watch your tongue, girl. The tension broke like glass. Ryan Torres slammed his laptop shut and shoved his chair back. This is insane. We're falling into exactly what they want, turning on each other. Don't you get it? Whoever's behind this has studied us. They know every crack, every fault line, and they're watching us fracture. Then let them watch, Marcus Doyle snarled. His face was flushed with anger, his knuckles white around his glass. I don't care who they are. If they think they can judge me, they'll regret it. I'm not afraid. You should be, Olivia Reed whispered. Her voice carried across the table despite its softness. Heads turned toward her. She looked pale, her hands trembling in her lap. Ravenswood doesn't forgive, it never did. Her words landed like stones in still water, rippling through the group. Evelyn Hartman slammed her palm against the table. Enough! This is nothing more than a sadistic trick, a recording cobbled together from rumors. We don't need to indulge it. But her eyes betrayed her. The shame in them was unmistakable, a shadow that no denial could erase. Daniel Cross, his pen hovering above the page, spoke with quiet intensity. Rumors don't know names. Rumors don't cite details, only we remember. No, this isn't rumor. This is knowledge. Whoever is behind this has access to everything Ravenswood tried to bury. Files, Ryan said suddenly. His voice cracked with realization. Archives. Somebody got into the archives. Student reports, disciplinary records, maybe even the sealed complaints. Evelyn's head snapped toward him. That's impossible. The archives were locked, destroyed. Clearly not, Daniel murmured. He scribbled 2 words in bold ink, unseen door. The storm surged, lightning splintered across the stained glass, flooding the hall in lurid colors. In that brief illumination, the portraits of old headmasters looked alive, their painted eyes gleaming as if mocking the guilty. Silence followed the outburst. Guests settled uneasily, unwilling to admit their fear but powerless to ignore it. Then the speakers crackled once more. "You see it now," the voice said, calm, unhurried. "The truth corrodes faster than rot. You deny, you rage, but you cannot erase what you have done. The storm keeps you here. The walls keep you here. And the unseen doors open for me alone." The voice faded. Anna, standing near the corridor, looked as though she might faint. "I told you," she whispered. Her knuckles were white around the candelabra she held. "This place was built for secrets. Every wall has one." Her cryptic words drew fresh suspicion. Clara rose abruptly, pointing at Anna. "She knows too much. She's been here longer than any of us. She has the run of the building. Maybe she's working with them." Anna recoiled. "No, I swear, I don't know who's behind this, but Ravenswood remembers everything." Olivia's voice trembled. "She's right. When I was a student, there were rumors. Children who vanished, teachers who covered things up. Nobody ever admitted it, but we all knew. This place has always been cursed." "Cursed?" Marcus sneered. "You sound insane. There's no curse, just someone who thinks they can scare us." "Is it working?" Daniel asked sharply. His words cut deeper than any insult. Marcus fell silent, though his jaw tightened. The hall grew tense again. The candles burned low, their wax pooling on the table like melted time. No one trusted the food, no one trusted the water. They trusted nothing, not even each other. Slowly, people drifted into corners of the hall, forming smaller clusters, whispering in frantic tones. Friendships formed and fractured in minutes, alliances born out of desperation. Evelyn, Eleanor, and Whitmore huddled together, clinging to the authority of the old guard. Clara lingered near Daniel, drawn by his relentless need to document. Ryan hovered close to Olivia, his curiosity about the unseen doors outpacing his fear. Maya Levin moved quietly among them, her calm voice soothing, her eyes sharp. She was watching reactions, measuring panic, cataloging guilt. Hours passed. The storm held them captive. Every attempt at escape was futile. Phones dead, radios static, the causeway washed away. The isolation was total. By nightfall, paranoia had woven its web tight. Every sound was magnified, the groan of wood, the rattle of shutters, the faint drip from the ceiling. Each creak of the old academy felt deliberate, as though unseen footsteps trailed the corridors. Then it happened again. That sound, a door opening where no door should be. The guests froze, eyes darting across the dim hall. The sound had come from beyond the far wall, a hollow echo that set teeth on edge. Ryan whispered the words no one wanted to hear. The unseen door. Silence fell. For the first time, even Marcus looked afraid. And the silence following the second broadcast clung to them like a suffocating blanket. Each person could hear their own heartbeat in their ears, could feel sweat prickling at the nape of their neck. For a long moment, no one dared move. It was Evelyn Hartman who broke first. She pushed away from the table and paced the length of the hall, her heels striking the floor with a defiance she did not feel. "This is absurd," she muttered. "Fabrications, stories stitched together by someone who wants to humiliate us." Clara Benson stood clutching her notebook. "Fabrications? They knew the dates, Evelyn. The complaints, the names of the girls. I've interviewed survivors from other schools. Do you think I don't know the difference between rumor and record? Whoever this is, they've dredged up the truth." Evelyn spun on her, eyes flashing. "And what about you, Clara? You made your career tearing places like Ravenswood apart. How many lies did you print to make your novels sell? You were named too. Don't think you're any less guilty." Clara's lips tightened, but her hand did not loosen its grip on the pen. Marcus Doyle let out a sharp laugh, though it lacked mirth. "Look at you all tearing at each other like dogs. Maybe that's the point. Maybe they don't need to kill us. Maybe we'll do it ourselves." Olivia Reed finally lifted her gaze. "That's what happened before," she said softly. Her words drew attention like magnets. "Before?" My 11 asked gently. Olivia's voice wavered. "When I was here. Students disappeared. Not just dropped out, disappeared. We told ourselves they'd gone home, that their parents had transferred them, but deep down we knew. We felt it. Something was taking them." Marcus rolled his eyes. "Ghost stories." But Ryan Torres, his laptop bag hugged to his chest, shook his head. "Not ghosts. Systems. Infrastructure. If someone wanted to make people disappear, they could do it. Passages, hidden spaces. Anna said it herself." All eyes turned to Anna, who stood pale and trembling in the doorway. Her candle sputtered in the draft. She shook her head quickly. "I only meant the building is old. There are places even I haven't been. My father used to say Ravenswood was built like a labyrinth. He warned me never to wander alone." "Your father?" Daniel Cross asked sharply. "What did he do here?" Anna swallowed hard. "He was the caretaker. All his life he died here." Her eyes flicked upward as if the very rafters listened. "He told me Ravenswood keeps its dead close." Her words settled like ash. Eleanor Finch gripped Harold Whitmore's arm tightly, her composure cracking. "We should demand protection. We should be guarded. This is an attack." "By whom?" Daniel shot back. "No phones, no signal, no bridge. Do you think the police are going to swim through the storm to rescue you?" The wealthy trustee's face darkened, but no rebuttal came. The group fractured further. Small knots of whispered conversations sprouted in corners. Suspicion flared. Who among them had the motive to orchestrate this? Who knew the details? Who benefited from exposure? My 11 drifted between clusters, her voice calm but firm, urging them to focus. "Whoever the host is, they want us to unravel. Don't give them the satisfaction. Think. What unites us?" "Guilt," Olivia whispered. Her single word silenced them. The day dragged painfully. Each hour without escape pressed heavier on their nerves. The food spoiled quickly in the damp air, uneaten. The storm battered the academy, the sound of wind clawing through cracks like fingernails on the stone. By evening, exhaustion had curdled into paranoia. Marcus confronted Daniel in front of everyone. "That expose of yours, it named me once, didn't it? You thought you could bury me even then. Maybe this whole thing is your revenge." Daniel's eyes flared. "You think I'd trap myself here? You think I'd write my own guilt into the script? Don't be an idiot." "You're the idiot if you think I'll wait around to be slaughtered," Marcus growled. He stormed toward the wall where the sound of the unseen door had come from earlier, pounding his fists against the stone. "Show yourself," he bellowed. "Come out, coward." The wall, of course, gave no answer. Ryan Torres approached cautiously, his voice low. "If you keep doing that, Marcus, you might just find out what's behind it, and you won't like it." The group quieted uneasily. The candles burned lower. The grand hall felt more like a crypt than a sanctuary. Shadows lengthened until they seemed to crawl, stretching fingers across the floor. Every creak was suspect. Every whisper of the storm sounded like a footstep in the corridors beyond. Anna returned with more candles, setting them carefully. As she bent to place one near Olivia, Olivia caught her wrist. "You're hiding something," she whispered. "Tell me." Anna's eyes filled with tears. "I told you, my father warned me. He said Ravenswood was never meant to be just a school. It was an experiment. The walls, the passages, they were built for observation, for control. You think you're here by chance? You're here because you belong to Ravenswood." She pulled free and fled, leaving Olivia trembling, her words echoing in her ears. By nightfall, the second day had settled into unbearable dread. No one trusted the food. No one trusted each other. The accusations had poisoned whatever fragile civility remained. Clara Benson sat writing furiously by candlelight. Evelyn Hartman hovered over her shoulder. "What are you scribbling?" Evelyn demanded. "My notes," Clara said, her tone sharp. "This will be a book someday." Evelyn's hand shot out, seizing the notebook. "You'll not immortalize lies about me." Clara snatched it back with surprising ferocity. "Lies? It's all true, and you know it." Their shouting woke the others, sending fresh waves of tension through the room. It was Daniel Cross who ended it. He rose, his voice firm. "Listen, this isn't about lies or truth. It's about survival. Whoever is behind this wants us desperate. Don't give them more ammunition. Don't let them push us into each other's throats." "Too late," Marcus muttered darkly. As if on cue, the speakers crackled once more. "You understand now," the voice intoned. "You see what guilt does. Tomorrow you will see what justice looks like." The line went dead. For the first time, true fear filled the room. Not suspicion, not guilt, but the creeping certainty that death was coming. The hall never truly slept that night. Though the storm's rhythm might have lulled others into exhaustion, Ravenswood allowed no such mercy. The walls groaned with age, the rafters whispered with drafts, and the candles sputtered like dying breaths. No one dared close their eyes for long, not when the voice's promise still rang in their ears. "Tomorrow you will see what justice looks like." The guests sprawled on their makeshift cots, but conversation simmered in hushed tones. Clara Benson whispered fiercely to Daniel Cross, "It's you. You're recording everything. You'll twist it, sell it, make another exposé. Maybe you're the one feeding the voice information." Daniel turned, his face drawn and weary. "Do you think I'd write myself into the villain's role? Every word that voice spoke cut me too. My lie cost a man his life. Do you think I'd volunteer to relive that?" "Maybe guilt makes people self-destructive," Clara muttered, though her voice carried less venom now, more fear. A few cots away, Harold Whitmore and Eleanor Finch whispered heatedly. "They cannot prove anything," Harold said, his voice low but urgent. "Old accounts, long forgotten. What does it matter now?" "It matters if we don't leave this place," Eleanor hissed. "It matters if they kill us here and the world learns of it." Their conversation drifted to silence, their faces pale even in candlelight. Marcus Doyle prowled the perimeter like a caged animal, refusing to rest. His boots echoed on the stone as he circled, daring the voice to speak again. Every time he passed the wall where the hollow knock had sounded, he pressed his palm against it, waiting, listening. Ryan Torres sat cross-legged on the floor, his laptop dark, his eyes fixed on the wiring near the ceiling. "It's all connected," he whispered to himself. "This isn't just broadcast. Someone is here, moving through the walls, using the passages." He glanced toward Olivia, who sat curled tightly in her blanket. You heard it too, didn't you? The footsteps, the doors. Olivia's eyes were glassy. I dreamed about them when I was a student. Doors in the walls. Doors that opened when no one touched them. I thought they were nightmares, but nightmares don't follow you into adulthood. My 11, seated nearby, reached for her hand. Dreams are memories sometimes, repressed, disguised. Perhaps you saw something back then, Olivia, and your mind buried it. No, Olivia said sharply, pulling her hand away. This place doesn't bury, it consumes. Her words silenced them all. As the hours stretched, paranoia grew unbearable. The wealthy trustees huddled closer together. Evelyn Hartman sat rigid, as though daring anyone to confront her. Clara scribbled in her notebook until her fingers cramped. Daniel filled pages with hurried notes, circling words like guilt and justice. At one point, a sudden crash from the upper floor jolted everyone to their feet. The sound of a door slamming reverberated through the halls, though Anna swore no one had gone upstairs. It's the wind, she insisted, her eyes darting nervously. The old shutters. But no one believed her. Ryan muttered under his breath. Not the wind. The passages. He wasn't alone in his suspicion. Several eyes followed Anna as she scurried from cot to cot, adjusting candles, avoiding questions. Her trembling grew more obvious, her excuses less convincing. Clara finally snapped. Tell us what you know, girl, she demanded, her voice echoing across the chamber. You've lived here. You've seen what we haven't. What are the unseen doors? Anna froze. The room's silence pressed in on her. For a long moment, she looked like she might confess. But then her expression hardened, and she shook her head violently. You wouldn't understand, she whispered. My father said Ravenswood doesn't reveal its truths. It extracts them. Her words chilled the room more than any storm. When the night crept toward dawn, exhaustion finally claimed some of them. Snores mingled with restless mutters. But many remained awake, staring at the walls, waiting. Daniel's pen scratched one final note before he closed his notebook. We are prisoners of our own pasts. Clara murmured a prayer she hadn't spoken since childhood. Marcus muttered curses into the dark, daring the voice to come again. Olivia whispered names, students no one remembered, into the folds of her blanket. And Anna, alone in the doorway, stared into the shadows of the corridor, as though expecting someone or something to step through. When morning finally broke, gray light seeped into the hall, cold and unwelcoming. The storm had not passed. If anything, it raged stronger, the sea roaring against the cliffs below. No one spoke during the meager breakfast. Hands trembled as they lifted cups. Eyes avoided contact. Then the speakers crackled, startling them all. The voice returned, smooth, patient, final. You have faced your truths, it said, but truth alone is not enough. Justice requires blood. Before this day ends, Ravenswood will have its first reckoning. The line went dead. Every guest sat frozen, the words settling into their bones, and somewhere above them a door slammed shut. The first murder was about to begin. Morning arrived like a verdict. Gray light seeped through the stained glass and painted the grand hall in bruised colors. The storm still raged, but the thunder had grown distant, as though the sky were leaning back to listen. No one had slept. Coffee steamed untouched. Breath hung in the damp air. 20 people waited for the voice to return, and none of them wanted to admit it. It did not come. Instead, Anna hurried in from the eastern corridor, her hair wet, her face white. The library, she whispered, as if the room itself might overhear. Something's wrong with the library. They followed the echo of her footsteps past trophy cases clouded with dust and class portraits that had lost their names. The library doors stood at the end of a narrow hall, heavy oak, iron-banded, old enough to remember secrets. A brass key dangled from the outside lock where Anna had tried it and failed. The key turned, but the door did not yield. "It's bolted from the inside," Ryan said, kneeling to peer at the keyhole. The mechanism was primitive, a mortise lock with a steel slide. "Even if you had the key, the deadbolt is set." "Then who set it?" Daniel asked. He already had his notebook open. "And where are they now?" Marcus rattled the handle with both hands. "Stand back." He drove his shoulder into the wood. The door boomed but held. Again. Again. The noise rode the corridor like a gunshot. "Stop." Maya's voice was calm and absolute. "If someone is on the other side alive, we need to preserve what little evidence we have. If someone is dead, we need to understand how." She looked at Anna. "Is there another entrance?" Anna shook her head, tears pooling. The windows faced the sea. They were sealed years ago after the storms cracked the frames. "Chimney?" asked Clara. "Bricked up," said Professor Lionel Grant, arriving pale and winded. "They closed the flues after a fire in '89. Ryan ran his fingers along the doorframe and frowned. "Fresh scuffing around the strike plate, newer than the dust on the hinges. Someone locked this very recently from the inside." Marcus growled and drove his shoulder again. This time the old wood splintered. Harold Whitmore pushed past him, huffing, and joined the assault. With a final cracking protest, the door tore free of the bolt and swung inward on screaming hinges. Cold, stale air washed over them. The room smelled of paper, leather, and something sour beneath, like almonds ground into metal. Books rose in tiers to a vaulted ceiling, ladders leaning at odd angles, a cathedral of knowledge that had not prayed in years. At the far desk, facing the black windows, sat Harold Whitmore, eyes open, mouth parted, skin the color of candle wax. For a heartbeat, no one moved because Harold Whitmore was also standing at the threshold, panting from the exertion. "What kind of joke?" he began, then saw the man at the desk and made a sound like a ripped cloth. It was him. It was Harold, his signet ring, his tailored suit, the pale crescent scar near the temple. The man at the threshold staggered back as if struck by his own ghost. Maya reached the body first. "Don't touch anything," she said, though her voice trembled now. She leaned close, not quite breathing. "Cold. Rigor set. He's been dead for hours." She pointed with the tip of a pen. "Glass on the desk, a clear residue. Do you smell it?" "Almond," Daniel said, swallowing. "Cyanide." "I'm not declaring poison," Maya replied. "I'm saying the scent is suggestive." She eyed the lips, the fingertips, the faint blue under the nails. "Suggestive," she repeated. Eleanor Finch's pearls clicked like teeth as her hand shook. "But we were with Harold. We were all together last night." Her gaze flicked between the living Harold and the dead one. "This is impossible." "Not impossible," Ryan murmured. "Engineered." He pointed to the bolt, now sheared by their assault. "Whoever killed him locked the door from the inside and left no path out. That means we're missing a path." "A secret door," Clara said. The words seemed to lower the temperature a degree. "The unseen door," Anna made a strangled sound. "No." She pressed her palms together, eyes wide on the paneled walls. "No, not here." Daniel circled the desk, recording details. A leather blotter half pulled askew. 2 books open, an alumni ledger and a slim volume of poetry. Ink dried on the nib of a fountain pen. No spilled paper, no signs of a struggle, just the quiet of a man who had been reading and then had not been. On the ledge beside the black window lay a single black feather, small and gleaming as though left by a careful hand. Raven, Professor Grant whispered. It's from a raven. Project Raven, Daniel thought, and underlined the word twice. Marcus prowled the shelves, tugging at spines, testing panels with the impatience of a man who could not tolerate puzzles. If there's a way in, there's a way out. There is no way, Harold said hoarsely. He had not taken his eyes from his own dead face. This is madness, a trick, an actor. But his voice failed on the last word because no actor could wear that ring, that scar, that exact remembered tie pin his valet had polished yesterday. Maya straightened. We need to confirm identity formally, but for now treat the victim as Harold Whitmore. She looked at the living Harold. Sir, please step outside. You are in shock. I am not, he swayed. Eleanor caught his arm and steered him to the corridor. For once, Harold did not fight. Olivia hovered near the doorway, as if crossing the threshold would bind her to the scene. If the windows are sealed and the chimney is bricked, there has to be another route, she said softly. A route that doesn't exist for us. Ryan crouched behind the desk, inspecting the paneling. There's an uneven gap along this baseboard. Look, dust thickness changes. He traced a rectangle the size of a crawl hatch. If there's a latch, it's hidden. Anna shook her head so hard her hair came loose. This room is safe, she insisted, as if reciting from memory. The headmaster said the library was sacred, no tampering. Sacred, Clara repeated, like an altar. She glanced at the raven feather. Altars demand offerings. Enough, Maya said, and back to the hall. No one touches anything else. Daniel, make a sketch. Ryan, photograph what you can without moving objects. Anna, find blankets. We'll seal the doorway until we can bring help. Help isn't coming, Marcus said. You heard the storm, you heard the voice. He looked at the deadbolt twisted from its seat. Whoever did this is still inside with us. No one argued. The truth had arrived with the morning. A hidden way remained, unseen. They filed back into the hall like mourners leaving a graveside, each carrying the weight of what they had seen. The library door was barred with a chair and a length of chain Ryan had found in the storage closet. It felt ceremonial, as though they were sealing a tomb. No one spoke until they had reassembled around the long table. The storm rattled the stained glass, filling the silence with its relentless fury. Finally, Daniel Cross broke it. We all saw it. A man dead inside a locked room. A man we thought was Harold Whitmore. Not thought, Harold snapped. His face was still gray, his hands shaking though he tried to hide them. That was me. I don't care what anyone says. I know my own ring, my scar, my... His voice cracked, the bravado slipping. I know. Eleanor Finch touched his arm. Perhaps it was a twin. Some relative no one knew of? Don't insult me, Harold barked. I would know if I had a twin. The group shifted uneasily. The absurdity of the suggestion only deepened the terror. Maya Levin leaned forward, her voice calm but firm. Whatever explanation exists, we need to proceed rationally. Someone is orchestrating this, someone who has access to the building, to us, to our pasts. She paused. And now, to our lives. Someone, Marcus Doyle scoffed. It's not someone, it's one of us. Who else could have slipped poison into a glass, left a feather, and bolted the door behind them? Think about it. No outsider is running through these halls while we sit here like fools. Unless they are already in the walls, Ryan muttered. He tapped the table nervously, his eyes darting to the cracked plaster above. Unseen doors, hidden routes. The library proved it. Or it proved nothing, Evelyn Hartman interjected sharply. She sat stiffly, arms folded, as though posture alone could keep fear at bay. Old buildings rot. Locks jam. Perhaps Harold fainted, hit his head. Poison doesn't come from rotting wood, Clara Benson cut in. Her pen scratched furiously across her notebook. The scent of almonds was unmistakable. Someone planned this. Someone wanted the symbolism. A man dying in the library, surrounded by knowledge, silenced forever. It was a performance. Olivia Reed shifted in her chair, hugging her arms to herself. "The feather," she whispered. "Why a feather?" Professor Grant cleared his throat. "The raven is a symbol of memory, of omens, of death. And if you recall of Project Raven." The words struck like a hammer. Daniel underlined them in his notes until the paper tore. "What the hell is Project Raven?" Marcus demanded. Evelyn looked away. "Rumors, nothing more." "Rumors?" Clara snapped. "Is that what you called the students' complaints too?" "Rumors. Because something about you, Dr. Hartman, screams that you know more than you're telling." Evelyn's face flushed crimson. "Be careful, Miss Benson." "Or what?" Clara's voice rose. "Will you bury me the way you buried them?" The hall erupted. Shouts overlapped, accusations hurled like stones. Marcus stood, fists clenched, daring anyone to name him as the murderer. Eleanor sobbed quietly into her hands. Ryan pleaded for order. Daniel scribbled as though the ink could hold the chaos together. It was Maya who shouted loudest. "Stop!" Her voice cracked through the din, and for a moment the storm outside seemed to still. She rose, her figure commanding. "We will not unravel like this. That is what our tormentor wants. Panic, division, violence. If we fall into it, we hand them victory." Her calm words threaded through their fear. Slowly, reluctantly, they settled. Anna hovered near the door, pale and trembling. She had not spoken since they left the library. Now her voice came soft but clear. "My father once told me the library was the safest room in Ravenswood." The group turned to her. Anna swallowed hard. "Safe because no one could enter without permission. Safe because the headmasters built it as a sanctuary, but he also said—" She hesitated, tears brimming. "He said what was safe for the headmasters was not always safe for the students." Ryan leaned forward. "You're saying the passages connect to the library, that's how it happened?" Anna shook her head violently. "No, I don't know. I only know he feared the library most of all." "Which means he knew the truth," Clara pressed. "And you're protecting it." "I'm not protecting anyone," Anna cried, her voice breaking. "I'm just telling you what I was told." Marcus slammed his fist on the table. "Enough riddles. We need answers, not bedtime stories." But the storm swallowed his shout. A lightning flash lit the hall, and in its brief glare the portraits on the walls seemed to sneer. For a heartbeat, the painted eyes of headmasters past glowed with judgment. Olivia buried her face in her hands. "It's happening again," she whispered. "It's happening all over again." No one asked what she meant. And the day crawled. Hunger gnawed, but no one touched the food. Suspicion curdled into something heavier. Every eye lingered too long on the others. Every whisper sounded like plotting. Eleanor finally rose, clutching her pearls. "I can't stay here another night, I won't. We must find the passages, tear the walls apart if we must, but I will not be prey for some phantom." "And what if tearing them open only lets the phantom out?" Olivia asked softly. Her words, fragile as they were, settled like a shroud. That night no one slept. They lay awake, waiting, listening. And when the sound of another door creaked in the walls, no one dared move. The library door remained sealed with chains, but its memory haunted them all. Every glance toward the eastern corridor reminded them that one of their number lay dead inside, locked away by a hand no one had seen. By evening, the hall resembled a prison block more than a gathering. People clung to their small groups, whispering furiously, suspicious of every movement. The air was sour with sweat, candle wax, and fear. Daniel Cross moved like a shadow, scribbling notes whenever voices rose. "Locked room mystery," he muttered, the words almost reverent. "Classic mechanics. Closed system. Only suspects are those inside." "Shut up," Marcus growled from his cot. "Write your damn book later. We're living it now." Daniel's pen scratched anyway. "That's what makes it important. Whoever is orchestrating this wants us to understand the narrative. They left symbols, a feather, a ledger, a poem. They want us to know this isn't chaos, it's a design." Clara Benson leaned forward, eyes sharp. "And designs have architects. The question is, which of us is the architect?" Her accusation hung in the air like smoke. Evelyn Hartman rose stiffly, pointing a trembling finger at Clara. "You've been watching us all, writing, observing. You came prepared to make this your next bestseller. Convenient, isn't it, that everything here mirrors your novels? Perhaps you didn't just write fiction, you orchestrated it." Clara's cheeks flushed. "That's absurd. Why would I risk my life among victims I created?" "To make it believable," Evelyn snapped. "To make the tragedy authentic," the others murmured. Doubt was a contagion, and Evelyn had spread it with precision. Clara turned desperate eyes to Daniel. "You believe me, don't you?" Daniel hesitated. His silence condemned more loudly than any accusation. Ryan Torres broke it with a sudden shout. "Look!" He had been crawling near the western wall, tracing cracks with his fingertips. Now he pointed at a panel where the dust was thinner, disturbed. "Here, pressure points. Something slides here. This isn't just stone." Marcus rushed over, pounding the panel with his fist. It rattled faintly. "Hollow!" Anna gasped. "No, not here." But Marcus shoved his shoulder into the panel. It gave an inch, grinding on hidden hinges, then stuck. Ryan scrambled to help, sliding his multi-tool into the gap. Together they forced it wider until a narrow black opening yawned before them. A draft of air seeped out, cold and dry, carrying the smell of dust and stone. "Passage," Ryan whispered. His eyes gleamed with both terror and triumph. "The unseen door." The group crowded closer, craning necks, whispering. "Where does it go?" Eleanor asked, clutching her pearls. "No idea," Ryan said. "But it connects. If the killer moved unseen, this is how." Maya raised a hand. "Don't rush in, we don't know what's inside." But Marcus was already shoving his way through. "Then we'll find out." The passage swallowed him in darkness, his curses echoing off the stone. Ryan followed reluctantly, holding a flashlight app on his dead phone that barely cast a glow. Daniel moved next, notebook in hand. Because the story compelled him. Clara and Olivia clung to the threshold, peering into the black. Anna trembled. "My father said never to open the doors," she whispered. "What did he mean?" Maya pressed gently. Anna shook her head, tears slipping free. "He said Ravenswood was alive, that the passages were its veins, that once you opened them you couldn't close them again." Her words froze them at the threshold. A shout echoed from the tunnel, Marcus's voice. "Come see this!" Ryan's flashlight flickered in the distance, illuminating stone walls etched with carvings. Strange lines, symbols, names scratched into the mortar. Students' names, dates, dozens of them spanning decades. Some were etched in desperate, frantic hands. "Help me. Still here. No escape." Olivia recoiled. "I knew it," she whispered. "They never left. The students, they were here all along." Marcus ran his hand across the names, his bravado cracking. "What the hell is this place?" Daniel scribbled furiously, muttering. "A confession wall. A graveyard without bodies." Further in, the passage split, narrow corridors twisting like arteries. Ryan pointed out fresh scuff marks on the floor, footprints in the dust. Someone's been moving here. Recently. Eleanor's voice trembled from the threshold. Then we are not alone. Suddenly Marcus froze. He knelt by the wall, pulling something from the dust. A scrap of paper, yellowed, edges burnt. He read aloud, voice low. 20 came to pay the score. 19 fall, 1 shall rise. The rhyme. The same words from the nursery song they had found earlier. Marcus crumpled it, swore, and hurled it aside. Games. Always games. But Olivia stared into the dark, her eyes wide, her body trembling. It's not a game. It's a prophecy. Her whisper carried down the passage like a curse. The group drew back. Fear pressed them into silence. Then from somewhere deeper in the tunnels, a sound drifted, soft, deliberate footsteps. Not theirs. Panic erupted. Marcus swore and barreled forward, determined to find the intruder. Ryan hesitated, torn between curiosity and terror. Daniel scribbled, even as sweat dripped from his brow. Clara clutched Olivia, dragging her back toward the hall. Anna screamed, "Close it! Close it now!" But the footsteps grew louder, steady, approaching. And then just as suddenly, silence. And they stumbled back into the hall, gasping, faces pale. The group sealed the panel with chains and furniture. No one spoke. No one had to. They knew now the unseen doors were not rumor. They were real. They connected everything. And whoever moved through them was still inside, watching. The group collapsed into uneasy silence, the storm raging around them. The memory of the library corpse still heavy in their minds. And for the first time they realized, the first murder was not the end. It was only the beginning. And the passage had been sealed, the furniture braced against the panel as though it could hold back ghosts. Yet even with the barrier in place, the memory of those echoing footsteps clung to the group like smoke. No one asked who they belonged to. No one dared. The grand hall became a nest of whispered arguments and trembling alliances. Evelyn Hartman sat near the fire pit, her arms crossed, her lips pressed into a thin line. This has gone beyond games. We need to establish order, rules. Otherwise, we'll descend into chaos. Marcus Doyle barked a laugh. Order? From you? You're the one who buried complaints and let predators roam the halls. You want us to follow your rules? Evelyn glared. And you want us to follow yours? You who killed a boy in a drunken haze? No. I will not take moral lessons from a murderer. The words landed hard, and Marcus surged to his feet, fists clenched. It took Maya Levin stepping between them to prevent blows. Stop this! Maya's voice cracked like thunder. Don't you see? That's what the host wants. Division. Rage. If we fight each other, we'll never see the truth. But the truth, unspoken, sat with them like a corpse at the table. Someone had already killed. Whether it was the unseen host or one of their own, the fact remained. Harold Whitmore was dead in the library, and his killer had walked away unseen. Ryan Torres paced like a man possessed. I traced the wiring again. The speakers, yes, they're old, but someone's patched them into a new system. There are control panels hidden in the passages. That's why the voice can hear us, answer us. They're moving through the veins of this building like blood. Then we starve them out, Eleanor Finch said desperately. We seal every door, every panel. We barricade the passages and wait for the storm to break. Daniel Cross shook his head. And what then? What happens when the storm clears and the world finds us huddled here with a corpse? Do you think they'll believe we're innocent? That the locked room wasn't staged by us? His words hit their mark. Each guest shifted uneasily, realizing they were not just victims, they could easily be suspects in the eyes of the outside world. Clara Benson leaned across the table, her pen tapping. That's the point. The host doesn't want us to survive as victims. They want us to be remembered as perpetrators. A massacre, a scandal, a story that cements Ravenswood's legacy of corruption. We're not just in danger of dying, we're in danger of being rewritten. Olivia Reed trembled at the word. Rewritten, she whispered. That's what they did to us as students. They erased us, changed us, pretended the darkness never happened. And now, it's back to finish the story. The tension thickened with every passing hour. Hunger gnawed at them, but no one touched the food. Every sip of water was eyed with suspicion. Every candle flame seemed to waver with secrets. That night the storm pressed harder than ever, rattling shutters, screaming through cracks. The grand hall became a fortress of fear. Some guests huddled together for comfort, Eleanor and Harold whispering frantically, Clara and Daniel scribbling notes and theories, Maya trying to soothe whoever would listen. Others drifted toward isolation, Evelyn pacing the walls, Marcus sharpening a broken chair leg into a crude weapon, Olivia muttering to herself about the doors and the voices. Anna moved silently among them, replenishing candles, though her presence only deepened suspicion. More than once, someone muttered accusations under their breath. She knows the passages. She's leading us astray. Her father built this prison. She heard them all, but never answered. Near midnight, the voice returned. The speakers hissed, and the calm, deliberate tone filled the hall once more. You have seen the first lesson. A man dead in a room no one could enter. Do you understand now? Guilt cannot be locked away. Secrets cannot remain sealed. Every door opens eventually. Every lie collapses, and still, you cling to denial. The group froze, eyes wide, breath shallow. The voice continued, almost with amusement. You wonder how. You whisper of passages, of doors unseen. Yes, Ravenswood was built to contain secrets, but secrets are not walls. They are weapons, and each of you has armed me with your silence. The message ended with a click. For a long moment, no one moved. Then Marcus hurled his makeshift weapon at the wall, where it clattered uselessly to the floor. Coward, show yourself, he roared. But the walls remained silent, save for the groan of timbers in the storm. As the night dragged on, exhaustion pulled them into uneasy half-sleep. The hall was filled with restless murmurs, snores, the occasional sob. Yet beneath it all came another sound, faint but undeniable. The soft scrape of stone against stone. The passage. Olivia stirred, her eyes flying open. Do you hear it? She whispered. Daniel sat up, his heart pounding. The door. They all froze, listening. The sound stopped. Silence reclaimed the hall. But the knowledge remained. The unseen doors were open. By dawn, when gray light once again seeped into the hall, the guests looked like prisoners of war. Faces drawn, eyes bloodshot, nerves shredded. The memory of the library hung over them, festering unanswered. And as they prepared for another day, the truth settled cold in their bones. The first murder had been only a beginning. The walls still held secrets. The doors would open again. And next time, someone else would not survive. And the storm still howled above Ravenswood, but beneath its foundations another storm waited, a silence that was thicker, older, and far more dangerous. It was Ryan who first suggested they search the lower levels. His voice shook with exhaustion, but his mind was sharp with restless energy. If the passages run above, he said, tapping his multi-tool against the floorboards, then they'll run below. The walls aren't the only secrets here. The basement, cellars, tunnels, they'll tell us more than the hall ever could. Clara Benson agreed instantly, notebook pressed against her chest. History is always buried. That's where you find the truth, beneath the floorboards, behind the plaster. Places no one thinks to look. The others hesitated. Marcus scoffed. You want to crawl into the belly of this place after what we just saw? Ryan met his glare. Do you have a better plan? Silence answered. Finally, My 11 raised a hand. 2 of you go, the rest will stay here. We can't risk everyone vanishing into the dark at once. Ryan and Clara exchanged a look, fear and determination mingling. Daniel volunteered, but Clara shook her head. No, Daniel, you record. That's your role. We'll search. So it was Ryan, Clara, and reluctantly Anna, who knew the grounds better than anyone, who descended into the bowels of Ravenswood. The basement stairs groaned beneath their weight. Their candles sputtered, shadows jerking along the walls like restless spirits. The air grew colder with each step, thick with damp and mold. Smells like rot, Ryan muttered. His flashlight beam cut across stone walls stained with age. Pipes rattled overhead, water dripping into puddles that reflected the weak light. This place hasn't seen daylight in decades, Clara whispered, scribbling even here, her words shaky but determined. Basement is grave. Ravenswood consumes what it cannot expel. Anna trailed behind, her candle trembling in her grip. We shouldn't be here, she whispered. My father forbade it. He said the basement remembers everything. Ryan shot her a sharp look. Your father said a lot of things. What did he mean by that? Anna shook her head, tears brimming. He never told me. Only that if I ever came down here, I wouldn't walk out the same. Her words sank into the stone around them, a chill heavier than the damp. They moved through corridors lined with rusted shelves, broken crates, and old furniture covered in dust. At one turn, Ryan's light swept across a collapsed section of wall. Behind it, faint brickwork showed, a different color, newer than the surrounding stone. Wait, Clara said, her breath catching. Do you see that? This section has been sealed. Ryan ran his fingers along the bricks. They were uneven, sloppy compared to the precision of the old masonry. Someone had built this wall quickly to hide something. Clara's pen trembled as she wrote. A body is always behind the wall. Literature teaches us this, so does life. Ryan pried at the mortar with his multi-tool. Dust crumbled, filling the air with grit. He worked furiously, as though afraid he'd lose his nerve if he slowed. Stop, Anna pleaded. Please, don't open it. But Ryan ignored her. With a final heave, a brick gave way. The wall sagged, then collapsed inward with a roar of dust and stone. Behind it lay a cavity, and within the cavity lay bones. The skeleton was slumped against the wall, still clothed in the tattered remnants of a Ravenswood uniform. Buttons green with corrosion. Fabric moth-eaten, yet unmistakably the Academy's crest stitched faintly on the chest pocket. Clara clapped a hand to her mouth, her eyes wide with horrified fascination. It's a student, Ryan crouched, his light sweeping the remains. Judging by decay, decades old, 40 years, maybe more. He swallowed hard. Why wall a student inside? Who would... His beam caught something glinting at the neck. A locket, tarnished but intact, hung on the skeleton's brittle frame. Ryan lifted it carefully, hands trembling. He brushed away the grime until the initials engraved on its surface gleamed faintly in the light. O.R. Olivia Reed. The 3 of them froze, staring at the letters. That's impossible, Clara whispered. "She's alive, upstairs." Anna shook her head violently, stepping back. "No, no, it's not her. It can't be." Ryan's throat was dry. Then it was someone else, another student. But the initials... He stopped, shaking his head. "It's too exact, too deliberate." Clara scribbled in frantic strokes. "Skeleton in uniform. Locket with OR initials." Connection to Olivia? Coincidence or frame? Ryan tucked the locket into his pocket, his hands shaking. "We have to show them." Anna backed toward the stairs, her candle guttering. "No, don't take it. Don't disturb it. My father said the basement punishes those who..." Her words broke off in a scream. From deeper in the basement, a sound echoed, a hollow thud followed by a dragging scrape, as though something heavy moved across stone. The three of them froze, their candlelight flickering wildly. Ryan whispered, "We're not alone down here." And for the first time, even Clara's pen fell still. The dragging sound lingered, reverberating through the stone as if the basement itself were breathing. Anna clutched her candle to her chest, her face pale as parchment. "We have to leave," she whispered. "Now, before it finds us." Clara's pen trembled in her hand. "Before what finds us?" Anna shook her head violently, unable or unwilling to say. Ryan steadied his flashlight on the dark corridor beyond the collapsed wall. The beam illuminated only dust, jagged stones, and endless black. "Something's down here," he said, his voice low. "And it's moving." The three of them stood frozen, listening. The scrape came again, closer this time, deliberate. A shuffle, then another hollow thud. Ryan's throat tightened. "It's footsteps. Someone's down here with us." "No," Anna whispered. "Not someone. Something." Her words crawled into their bones. Ryan pulled Clara toward the stairwell. "Go! Both of you, get back upstairs." But Clara shook her head, eyes wide, torn between terror and compulsion. "We can't leave the skeleton. This is proof. Proof of what Ravenswood hid. Proof that Olivia..." "Proof that Olivia what?" Ryan snapped. "That she murdered someone 40 years ago? She was a child then." Clara's pen scratched as she spoke. "Or proof that someone wants us to believe she did." Anna whimpered. "Don't say her name. Don't tie her to this. Ravenswood listens." The dragging sound grew louder. This time it ended with a sharp clang as though metal struck stone. The three flinched. Ryan's light flickered across the corridor, and for an instant they thought they saw a figure retreating into the dark. A tall shadow, motionless yet aware. Watching. Ryan swore under his breath. "Back upstairs now!" They stumbled toward the staircase, Anna clutching Clara's arm, Clara clutching her notebook. Ryan brought up the rear, his flashlight beam jittering across the walls. At one point, the light caught another scratched message etched into the brick. "Still here." The words were written in the jagged scrawl of desperation. So when they burst back into the grand hall, the others leapt to their feet. Marcus demanded, "What the hell happened? You look like you saw a ghost." Clara's voice shook as she held up her notebook. "Not a ghost. A body. A skeleton buried in the basement." Gasps rippled through the group. Evelyn Hartman went white, her composure cracking. Eleanor clutched her pearls until they snapped, beads scattering across the floor. Olivia Reed rose slowly from her cot, eyes wide and unblinking. "A skeleton?" she asked, her voice barely audible. Ryan pulled the locket from his pocket and set it on the table. The tarnished silver glimmered in the candlelight, the initials OR unmistakable. Olivia staggered back as though struck. "No," she whispered, "that's not mine. I've never seen it before." Clara's pen moved furiously. "It was around the skeleton's neck, a student uniform, decades old, and this locket..." Coincidence, Olivia said sharply, her voice breaking. It doesn't mean anything, Marcus sneered. Coincidence? Out of 20 people here, but the initials just happened to match yours? He leaned across the table, his shadow long and menacing. Looks to me like the host isn't the only one with blood on their hands. Olivia shook her head, tears streaming. No, you don't understand. When I was a student, I had a friend. Her name was Orlane Ross. She wore a locket like that. Then one day she vanished. The hall fell silent. Vanished? Maya pressed gently. Olivia nodded, her shoulders trembling. They said her parents took her away, but I knew she was still here. I heard her voice in the nights, crying in the walls. Nobody believed me. Her words settled like dust, thick and suffocating. So what you're saying, Daniel asked slowly, is that the skeleton downstairs is Orlane Ross. Olivia's sob was her only answer. The group erupted again. Accusations flew, voices rising like the storm outside. Evelyn accused Olivia of hiding the truth for decades. Marcus demanded she explain why the locket had survived all these years. Clara scribbled every word, her pen the only steady thing in the room. Finally, Maya slammed her hands on the table. Enough! Her calm voice carried an authority that silenced them. Whether the skeleton was Orlane Ross or not, someone walled her in. Someone killed her decades ago. The question is, why was it hidden, and why reveal it now? Ryan added grimly, and who was in the basement with us tonight? The words chilled the hall. Daniel scribbled quickly, skeleton, locket, Olivia's past, proof of murder, proof of design. He underlined design twice. The voice did not return that night, but its absence was worse than its presence. Every creak of the walls sounded like footsteps. Every flicker of candlelight looked like movement in the corners. And though the group sealed the basement door, none of them slept. And the locket sat on the table like an executioner's blade. Its tarnished silver gleamed dully in the candlelight, but to everyone's eyes it might as well have dripped with fresh blood. Olivia Reed had shrunk against the wall, her arms crossed tightly over her chest as though she could shield herself from their stares. Her hair clung damply to her face, her breath shallow. "It's not mine," she said again, though her voice was too brittle to convince even herself. Evelyn Hartman's eyes narrowed. "Not yours, but your initials. Convenient, isn't it? All these years, you disappear from the record only to reappear here among us. How many secrets do you still hide, Olivia?" Olivia's head snapped up, her eyes blazing through her tears. "You don't get to accuse me, Evelyn. You silenced every complaint, every voice. Maybe Orlane went to you too before she vanished. Did you bury her like you buried the rest?" The accusation cracked like a whip. Evelyn's face flushed crimson, her lips tightening into a hard line, but she didn't answer. Marcus Doyle leaned back in his chair, smirking. "I don't care who killed who 40 years ago. What matters is someone's picking us off now. And if the skeleton's got Olivia's initials on it, maybe the host is telling us she's next." Eleanor Finch clutched her pearls tightly, her voice trembling. "Or she's already guilty. Maybe she killed this Orlane herself and thought she got away with it. And now, the truth has come home." Olivia's sob shook the room. "No, she was my friend. My only friend." Maya Levin's voice cut through the growing hysteria, calm but edged. "Listen to yourselves. We don't know who the skeleton belongs to, not yet. What we do know is that someone wanted it found. Someone wanted us to see those initials. It's a message." Daniel Cross's pen scratched feverishly across the page. "Yes, a message. The first murder was spectacle, a locked room. This is narrative escalation. The skeleton is backstory. The host isn't just killing, they're telling a story, and we're the characters. Characters who bleed, Marcus growled. The hall fractured into smaller camps again. Evelyn, Eleanor, and Harold huddled together, whispering furiously. Marcus drifted near Ryan, his restless energy spilling into sharp jabs and muttered curses. Clara clung to her notebook, scribbling details as if writing could anchor her to sanity. Maya moved among them, soothing, mediating, her calm presence a fragile dam against panic. But Olivia remained apart. She sank onto a cot near the corner, her back pressed against the wall. Her lips moved silently, reciting words only she could hear. Clara noticed and crouched beside her. "What are you saying?" she asked gently. Olivia's eyes flicked to hers, wide and glassy. "The rhyme," she whispered. "The one we found in the tunnels. I heard it as a child. I thought it was just a song we sang to scare each other, but it wasn't. It was prophecy." Clara's pen hovered. "Tell me." Olivia's voice shook as she recited, 20 came to pay the score. 19 fall, 1 shall rise. Bones behind the unseen door. Truth is where the shadow lies." The rhyme fell like stones into the silence. Daniel, overhearing, wrote it down word for word, underlining each line until the paper nearly tore. "Prophecy, my ass," Marcus muttered. "It's a plan. They're staging this whole thing according to some sick rhyme." "And if that's true," Clara said, her voice grim, "then one of us is next." Hours dragged. The storm raged. Shadows lengthened. Every creak of the walls made them jump. At one point, Ryan returned to the chained basement door, crouching low, studying the hinges. "The sound we heard down there," he muttered. "It wasn't rats or pipes, it was footsteps. Someone's moving below us, in and out of the passages, which means the killer can go anywhere," Daniel finished for him. Ryan nodded grimly. "Anywhere, anytime. Locked doors don't matter. Walls don't matter. If the passages connect everything, they can be in this room right now, listening." Eleanor whimpered, her pearls clinking. "Then we're already dead." When the voice returned, it came without warning. The speakers crackled, and that calm, deliberate tone filled the hall again. "You unearthed the bones," it said. "Good. Ravenswood keeps its promises, but remember, truth is a double-edged blade. It cuts the guilty, but it also cuts the innocent. Ask yourselves, who was Orlane Ross? Who buried her? And who among you wears her guilt like a shadow?" Olivia clutched her ears, shaking. "Stop it. Stop saying her name," the voice continued, ignoring her cries. "The basement remembers, the walls remember, soon you will remember too." The line went dead, leaving Olivia's sobs echoing in the silence. Maya knelt beside her, murmuring comfort, but her eyes, sharp and calculating, drifted toward Evelyn, toward Eleanor, toward Marcus. The fractures had become chasms, and Maya knew the group was one accusation away from tearing itself apart. Clara scribbled furiously, "The skeleton is not an ending, it's a beginning. Proof that Ravenswood has been killing for decades. Proof that the prophecy is unfolding line by line. The storm battered the academy, but within the hall, it was not the thunder that shook them. It was the growing certainty that the host's design was larger than they could comprehend. And somewhere below, the unseen doors waited, open. For a long time, no one touched the locket. It lay between candles and coffee cups like a small, sullen moon, throwing back the light without yielding anything of itself. When at last Maya lifted it with a folded handkerchief and set it inside an empty tin, the collective exhale sounded like relief. Ritual more than evidence handling, a gesture that promised the dead some dignity. Professor Lionel Grant cleared his throat. There was a girl, he said, eyes not quite meeting Olivia's. Years ago, early 80s, a transfer on paper, quiet child, dark hair, always in the library. If I recall the ledger entries correctly, her withdrawal line lacked a guardian signature. Daniel's head snapped up. The ledger on the library desk, open to alumni and withdrawals. I saw the columns, names halfway erased. Evelyn's voice cut in, sharp with warning. We are not resurrecting gossip to defame the living or the dead. Clara turned on her. You would know about erasures. Color rose in Evelyn's face, then drained away just as quickly. Mind your tongue. Olivia had been staring at the tin as if sight alone could pull time apart. Orlane's locket. It had a starburst engraving, she whispered. A tiny notch near the clasp where it caught on her scarf one winter. If this is hers, the notch will be there. Maya hesitated, then lifted the lid just enough to examine the edge under candlelight. The metal glittered. There is a notch, she said quietly. Small. Near the clasp. Olivia's breath hitched. Then she never left. Silence rippled outward, heavy and terrible. Somewhere deep beneath them a pipe ticked as it cooled, a tiny mechanical heartbeat in a building that felt too alive. Ryan began to pace. The basement wall was sealed in a hurry. Whoever bricked her up didn't worry about craftsmanship, just concealment. His hands moved as he spoke, sketching an invisible plan in the air. We need a map. Corridors, cutouts, dead ends. If the unseen doors are veins, we can at least learn the circulatory system. Anna, who had been standing as though bolted to the floor, flinched. There is no map, she said. Then, after a beat in a smaller voice, there was one. Old. My father kept a copy of the fire safety plan from when the East Wing was renovated. He said parts were excised. Ryan stopped pacing. Where is it? She left without answering and returned with a brittle folded sheet wrapped in canvas. Maya spread it on the table with careful fingers. The paper crackled. Ink showed corridors and stairwells, hatches and mechanical rooms, but great pale rectangles interrupted the design as though someone had scraped them clean with a blade. The library corner, the East Service tunnel, and a square that sat beneath the oldest classrooms. Redacted architecture, Daniel murmured. He wrote maps lie too in the margin of his notes. The black key opened the missing places, Anna said, staring at the blank squares. My father showed it to me once. He called it that because the metal was dark. He lost it before he died, or said he did. Or someone took it, Clara said. It doesn't matter, Marcus cut in. He looked like a man held together by fury. Keys or no keys, we crack every panel we can reach. We'll force the rat out of the walls. Or drive them deeper, Maya replied. Into places we can't follow. The storm jabbed at the windows, impatient. In the pauses between gusts, the building's long old lungs wheezed, boards settling, air sucking through hairline seams. Fear learned new ways to move around the room. Practical questions finally asserted themselves. Where would people sleep? Who would stand watch? How would they keep water safe? Maya set her jaw and took command because someone had to. 2-person watches, she said. 3 rotations until dawn. No one walks alone. If you must leave the hall, you tell 2 people and you come straight back. She divided them with brisk fairness. Watch 1, Ryan and Daniel. Watch 2, Clara and Maya. Watch 3, Marcus and Harold. Evelyn demanded to be paired with Eleanor and was refused. They would rest during the first rotation. Olivia would sleep near the center, within sight of everyone. Anna would remain by the corridor doors with a bell and a lantern. Harold bristled at being assigned anything. I don't stand watch in my own school, he snapped. The words faltered as he remembered the figure at the desk, the suit, the ring, the waxen face wearing his features. He swallowed. "Fine," he said in a smaller voice. "Fine." Ryan used twine from a supply closet to stretch a crude trip line across the basement stairs. "It won't stop anyone," he told Daniel, "but it'll tell us if the door opens." He knotted the line to a spoon propped on a metal cup, an alarm as primitive as it was desperate. Daniel etched a rough diagram of the ground floor from Anna's map, then added notations from memory. Hollow panel west wall, library bolt internal, ledger open to withdrawals. He capped his pen and stared at the paper as if the lines might rearrange into an answer if he waited long enough. Evelyn approached the tin and stood with oddly squared shoulders. "If that is Orlane Ross, we will not speak her name again until we can do so with certainty and respect." She didn't look at Olivia when she said it, which made the sentence feel like a verdict rather than mercy. "What does respect look like to you?" Clara asked flatly. "Walls?" Evelyn didn't answer. The first watch began. Ryan prowled the perimeter with a restless intensity, pausing to listen at sections of wall the way a physician might listen for a hidden murmur. Daniel sat with his notebook open, writing in short, clipped lines to keep himself awake. Observations, times, the rise and fall of voices, the way the candles guttered in certain drafts as if air itself came and went on a schedule. Somewhere after midnight, the spoon rang its thin metallic chime. Everyone jolted upright. Ryan reached the stairs in 3 strides. The twine still vibrated. He peered down. Cold air rose like a secret. No movement showed in the dark, but a chalky smear now stained the top step, as if a powdery hand had brushed the edge climbing up, or down. "We're not alone," he said, voice barely above breath. "And they're learning our habits." Watch 2 relieved them. Maya took a slow circuit, testing locks and latches, murmuring quiet words that were not quite prayers. Clara set her notebook aside for the first time and simply sat, hands around a mug gone cold. She was listening to the silence as if it were an interview subject reluctant to talk. "You believe her," Maya said softly, glancing toward Olivia's sleeping shape. "I believe the building," Clara said. "It tells the same story no matter who asks. Every surface is an affidavit. And what does it swear? That we're late to our own crime scene." Maya nodded, eyes on the corridor mouths. "Then we will have to learn fast." Near the end of their shift, the speakers gave a single click. No voice, just the mechanical cough of a throat thinking about speech. Every head in the room lifted. No message followed. The click became a new kind of torture, the suggestion of a sentence withheld. Watch 3 brought Marcus to the perimeter, the chair leg he'd sharpened riding his palm like a promise. Harold followed, muttering that guards were paid men's work, not trustees' punishment, but he kept pace. Marcus paused at the chained panel where they had found the hollow wall earlier that day. He pressed his ear to the wood. Nothing, and then, very faint, something like breath, or like the sea sucking at a cave mouth far below. "You hear that?" he asked. Harold claimed he did not. Marcus didn't believe him. The hour grew bruised and sticky. People dozed sitting up, heads tipping forward and jerking back. Olivia whispered names in her sleep, a river of syllables without banks. Daniel marked the time with a series of dots. The storm rolled, turned, and gnawed the cliffs without resolve. Just before dawn, when human beings are least defended against dread, Marcus drifted from his post. He said nothing. He simply followed the wall with his fingertips the way a moth follows a seam of light. Harold called after him once, then chose not to raise an alarm that would show he'd lost track. Marcus reached the small study off the hall, the one with the locked cabinet and the warped window frame, and stepped inside. He turned the knob once to test it, then with a gambler's grin no one saw, he closed the door from within. The click sounded too loud in the thin hour. He wanted a room that held only him and his fear, so he could learn its shape and beat it. He wanted, too, a door he could control. He slid the deadbolt down. The metal settled like a verdict. Outside, the watch changed again. Ryan took his post, eyes gravel raw, and began his circuit anew. He paused at the study and tried the handle out of habit. Locked. He moved on. The spoon at the stairs never rang, but somewhere under the floorboards a soft scrape passed like a thought. When the gray light finally bled back through the stained glass and the room began to stir, Maya called names to count the living. It was almost routine now. A ritual no one admitted was a rescue. Evelyn, here. Eleanor, here. Daniel, here. Olivia, here. Ryan, here. Marcus, silence. Marcus? Maya tried again, louder. Harold frowned. He relieved me at the panel and then he stopped. The frown became a slow, dawning fear. They found the study door locked from the inside. They called. No answer. The bolt trembled when they struck the wood, but it did not draw back. Not again, Clara whispered. Not another room. Ryan pressed his cheek to the panels, listening. For a long time he heard only his own pulse. Then something else. The faintest sound of breathing, not in the room but beyond it, like lungs on the other side of a wall. He straightened. Wake everyone, he said. We're about to learn how a man vanishes from a locked room. The storm clawed at Ravenswood as if trying to pry it open. Inside, the unseen doors waited, patient as knives. The study door rattled under their fists, but the bolt refused to yield. Ryan pressed his ear against the wood, straining for sound. Marcus, Maya called sharply, open this door. Silence answered. Harold Whitmore shook his head, pale and sweating. He followed me in here. I heard the lock slide. He hasn't come out. Clara Benson's pen scratched furiously across the page. Locked from the inside, occupant unresponsive, second impossible chamber. Ryan gritted his teeth. We're not doing this again. Stand back. He and Daniel braced themselves, then slammed their shoulders into the wood. Once, twice. On the third strike, the bolt splintered loose, and the door crashed open with a groan of defeat. They flooded into the study. The room was small, lined with dusty shelves and a warped window that looked out onto nothing but storm-lashed sea. A desk sagged in the corner, papers curling with damp. The chair was empty. Empty. Marcus Doyle was gone. Impossible, Ryan whispered, sweeping his light across the room. He tugged at the window frame, sealed shut with rust, its panes rattling but unbroken. No one went out this way. Evelyn tested the bolt they'd just shattered. It was set from the inside. No one came in. Daniel scribbled, second victim, disappeared from a locked room. Library mirrored. His pen nearly tore the page. Maya crouched, scanning the floorboards. Dust disturbed near the wall. She ran her hand along a narrow seam in the paneling. Here, a hidden latch. Before anyone could stop him, Ryan pressed his shoulder against it. The panel shifted, groaning inward to reveal another crawl space, black and narrow as a coffin. Passages, Ryan muttered. Always the passages. Eleanor Finch let out a sharp cry, clutching her pearls. Then he's been dragged away, through that, alive or dead, who knows? No, Olivia whispered, her face ashen. Not dragged, taken. The walls take what they want. Her words shivered through the group. As they backed out of the study, leaving the panel ajar like a wound. In the hall, the arguments ignited instantly. It's her! Marcus's absence had given Evelyn new fire. She stabbed a finger toward Olivia. First the skeleton, now this. The initials, the rhyme, everything points to her. Olivia's eyes filled with tears. No, I didn't. Stop, Maya said firmly. Accusations without proof will tear us apart faster than the killer. Proof? Evelyn barked. The proof is piling up around us. Ryan slammed his hand against the table, the sound cracking like thunder. The proof is in the passages. Whoever is moving through them staged this, just like the library. Locked from inside, victim vanished. We're not fighting a ghost. We're fighting someone who knows Ravenswood better than any of us. All eyes turned slowly to Anna. The caretaker's daughter flinched under their stares. No. Please, I don't know anything. I told you what my father said. Never open the doors. Which means he knew how they worked, Clara shot back. And so do you. Anna shook her head violently, tears spilling. I don't. I swear. But suspicion had rooted itself, and no plea could uproot it. That night, the hall was a crucible of paranoia. Every sound made them flinch. Every shadow seemed to promise another disappearance. They took turns checking the study, the broken bolt hanging useless. The panel inside remained open, yawning black, its edges cold as if exhaling the chill of the sea. Daniel filled pages with notes. 2 impossible vanishings, library corpse, study disappearance, pattern sealed rooms, unseen doors. He circled the phrase, unseen doors, weaponized architecture. Clara leaned over his shoulder. You realize what this means, don't you? The host doesn't just want to punish us. They want to prove mastery over the impossible. Every death, every disappearance, it's theater. Daniel nodded grimly. And the curtain hasn't dropped yet. Near midnight, the voice returned. You begin to understand, it said, calm and patient. Ravenswood was not built as a school, it was built as a labyrinth. The headmasters hid their sins in its walls, and now those sins walk again. Marcus Doyle has paid his price. Others will follow. The rhyme will be fulfilled. The storm howled, thunder cracking overhead as though applauding the words. The group sat frozen, the silence after the voice heavier than the message itself. Then Olivia whispered the line that chilled them all. 19 fall, 1 shall rise. The study remained sealed behind chains, its open panel a black mouth waiting to swallow more. No one wanted to go near it, yet no one could stop glancing in its direction as though Marcus might crawl back out grinning, explaining it all as some cruel prank. But he did not return. The storm above screamed like a beast gnawing at the roof. The wind moaned through cracks in the old stone, and every sound was another reminder that Ravenswood was alive, restless, shifting around them. In the hall, the group fractured further. Evelyn Hartman's voice carried sharp and merciless as she stood by the fire. Do you all not see? She demanded. 2 locked rooms, 2 impossibilities, both tied to the very walls of this place, and who knows the walls better than any of us? Her gaze slid to Anna. The caretaker's daughter shook her head violently, candle trembling in her grip. No, I never... My father warned me never to open them. I don't know how they work. Evelyn's lip curled. Warnings are knowledge. You're withholding what he told you, and now Marcus is gone. Anna backed away, her candle guttering. I didn't do this. You have to believe me. But her voice cracked, and belief was in short supply. Olivia Reed sat apart, her face pale, eyes swollen from crying. She whispered Orlane's name over and over, as though the sound might summon her friend back from the walls. Daniel Cross wrote every repetition down, his pen scratching like a needle carving scars into paper. Clara Benson crouched by him, whispering fiercely. It's deliberate. The skeleton, the initials, the rhyme, they were planted to point at Olivia, but it's too neat, too theatrical. The host wants us to doubt her. Daniel glanced at her. Or they want us to see what we've ignored. Clara scowled. Don't you dare romanticize this, it's murder. Ryan Torres refused to sit. He stalked the perimeter, checking walls, tapping panels, running his fingers over seams. It's a system, he muttered again and again. Not ghosts, not curses, a system, doors, hinges, counterweights. Someone moving unseen, using the design like a weapon. Eleanor Finch snapped at him, her pearls trembling in her grasp. Stop pacing. You're making it worse. Ryan rounded on her. Worse than a man vanishing from a locked room? Worse than a skeleton buried in the basement? Open your eyes. This building is eating us alive. Eleanor recoiled as though struck. Maya Levin rose, her calm voice trying once again to bridge the widening chasm. Listen, panic serves the killer. Whoever they are, whatever they are, they're feeding on this chaos. We must stay disciplined. Watches, routines, trust. Trust? Evelyn barked a laugh. You speak of trust while one of us is playing executioner? Maya met her gaze without blinking. Yes, because without trust, we will hand them our throats willingly. The two women locked eyes across the firelight, authority against authority, both unwilling to yield. Hours passed in a haze of exhaustion and suspicion. Each creak of the walls sent heads snapping toward shadows. The candles burned lower, dripping wax like blood across the table. At one point, Daniel ventured back into the study with Ryan at his side. They examined the panel, the narrow crawl space yawning black. Fresh scuffs here, Ryan said, shining his weak flashlight on the floor. Boot marks, drag lines, Marcus fought maybe. Daniel scribbled. Victim struggle? Or staged markings? He glanced into the passage. Do you think he's still alive? Ryan's jaw tightened. If he is, then he's in the walls. And if he's in the walls, we may never see him again. The words sent a chill down both their spines. So when they returned to the hall, Clara confronted them. Well, Ryan shook his head. He's gone. No sign of where. The passage splits almost immediately. Too many routes, too much risk. Olivia buried her face in her hands. It's happening again, she whispered. Just like when we were students. People vanished and the teacher said they went home. But we knew. We always knew. Evelyn turned on her sharply. And why didn't you say anything? Why keep silent all these years? Olivia's head snapped up, tears shining in her eyes. Because no one believed us. Because people like you buried it. The accusation landed like a hammer. Evelyn's cheeks flushed, her lips pressed thin. But she didn't deny it. And that night, few slept. The storm rattled the academy as though it wanted to shake them loose into the sea. Watches rotated in tense silence. During Clara and Maya's shift, the speakers hissed, but no words came, just static, rolling like a breath held too long. Clara's hand trembled on her pen. Why aren't they speaking? Maya's eyes scanned the hall, sharp as blades. Because they don't need to. They know the silence is worse. The static continued for a full minute, then clicked off. The hall remained silent after, but no one forgot the sound. It was proof, more than words, that the host was listening. The dawn that crept into Ravenswood brought no comfort. The storm still raged, the sea hammering the cliffs with tireless violence. Gray light slanted through stained glass, tinting the survivors' faces with bruised color. No one ate breakfast. No one spoke above a whisper. Marcus Doyle's absence hung heavier than his presence ever had. He had been brash, loud, unrelenting, but he had been alive. Now he was only a shadow in the walls, a warning of what the unseen doors could take. Olivia Reed sat near the center of the hall, her knees drawn to her chest, rocking slightly. She whispered names again, barely audible. Orlane, Hannah, Liza, Thomas. When Daniel leaned closer, he realized with a jolt that they were the names of students long forgotten, erased from Ravenswood's ledgers. Clara, ever the observer, scribbled them down furiously. "Where did you hear those names?" she pressed. Olivia's gaze lifted, unfocused, like she was still somewhere in the basement. "They whispered through the walls when I was young. I thought I imagined them, but they're real, they're here, just like Orlane." The words set the group on edge. Evelyn muttered sharply, "Delusions, that's all they are." But no one felt secure enough to agree. Anna carried fresh candles to the table, her hands shaking so badly she nearly dropped them. Evelyn's eyes locked onto her. "You know these passages," she said, her tone low but venomous. "Your father was caretaker. You were raised in this building. How much of this have you engineered?" Anna froze. "Nothing, I swear." "Convenient answer," Evelyn snapped. "You warned us about the passages before we even found them. How would you know unless you've walked them yourself?" Anna's lip trembled. "Because I heard them. At night, footsteps, voices. My father told me never to look, never to open the doors. He said Ravenswood remembers everything and punishes those who pry." Marcus's disappearance was still raw and suspicion clung like mold. Eleanor clutched her pearls, her voice trembling. "Then maybe you opened them anyway. Maybe this is your punishment." Anna shook her head violently. "No, I never did. I never wanted—" Her words collapsed into sobs. Ryan slammed his hand against the table. "This is pointless. The killer wants us to turn on each other. That's why they set up impossible crimes, to make us paranoid." "Paranoid?" Evelyn shot back. "Or realistic? 2 people are gone. Both deaths or disappearances were orchestrated through the very walls Anna's family kept. We would be blind not to consider her complicit." Maya's voice cut sharply, calm yet commanding. "Enough. We will not condemn her without proof." Her authority steadied the room for the moment, but the suspicion remained, festering. Later that afternoon, Daniel, Clara, and Ryan returned to the study, determined to map the crawl space Marcus had vanished into. The others refused to follow, too shaken by the thought of another disappearance. The 3 crouched by the open panel, their candles casting faint light into the black. Dust lay thick, but fresh tracks marred its surface. Boot prints, a smear where something heavy had dragged. "Marcus," Ryan muttered. His voice was tight. "He fought. He didn't just go quietly." Clara scribbled notes furiously, her hands smudged with graphite. "Dragged where?" "Which passage?" Ryan shone his flashlight down the split. The left corridor sloped downward into darkness. The right twisted sharply, its edges scuffed with new marks. Daniel swallowed hard. He could be alive, somewhere in there. Clara looked at him sharply. "Or staged. Another performance for us to witness." Ryan shook his head. "Doesn't matter. If he's alive, he's in the walls, and the walls don't give back what they take." The words chilled them into silence. And when they returned to the hall, they found chaos. Marcus's absence had driven Eleanor Finch into hysterics. She was screaming at Olivia, shaking her pearl-strung hands like claws. "You knew her. You knew Orlane. This is all you're doing." Olivia cowered against the wall, her hands shielding her face. "No, I loved her." "I didn't." Evelyn joined Eleanor's attack. Every clue points to you, Olivia. The initials, the rhyme, the skeleton, and now Marcus. Admit what you've done. The hall erupted in shouts. Clara tried to intervene, shouting that Olivia was being framed. Ryan shouted back that it didn't matter. The host was still in the walls. Daniel scribbled notes with trembling hands, muttering to himself, "This is exactly the design. Turn them against each other." It was Maya who finally seized Eleanor's wrist and yanked her back. "Enough! If we spill blood ourselves, we save the killer the trouble." Her voice broke the hysteria, but barely. Olivia sat sobbing, Anna trembling beside her. Evelyn and Eleanor glared with eyes sharp as knives. The fracture lines were no longer cracks. They were canyons. For that night, the watches rotated again. The candles burned low. During Ryan and Daniel's shift, the voice returned. "You begin to see," it said, smooth as silk. "The walls are faithful. They take what they are owed. Marcus Doyle is gone, as others before him. You wonder if he lives. But Ravenswood does not return its offerings." Static crackled, then the voice grew sharper. 2 doors opened, 2 prices paid, 18 remain. The line clicked off. Daniel's pen slipped from his fingers. Clara whispered the line of the rhyme. 19 fall, 1 shall rise. And in that silence, every survivor realized the same truth. The second murder was not the climax. It was only step 2. The storm never let up, but inside Ravenswood the silence was worse. Everyone avoided the study now, its open panel covered with chains and boards. But it still breathed cold drafts into the hall like a wound that refused to close. No one slept. They drifted in uneasy half-dozes, jerking awake at every creak. Candles guttered into wax pools, and the shadows seemed to multiply, stretching into shapes that didn't belong. At dawn, Maya performed the ritual head count again. Each name answered in a thin voice until the roll stopped at Marcus Doyle. Silence. The group shuddered, the absence like a hole in the air. Eleanor clutched her pearls, whispering prayers. Evelyn stared daggers at Olivia. Anna sat motionless, her face gray with exhaustion. Finally, Clara slammed her notebook shut. "We can't keep waiting for the next disappearance. We need answers. The map Anna brought, those blank squares? That's where the truth is. The killer is moving through the spaces we can't see." Ryan nodded grimly. "The unseen doors aren't random. They're part of a system. Whoever's running this knows every hidden route. We have to learn them too, or we'll keep losing people." Maya agreed, though her tone was cautious. "Exploration is dangerous, but ignorance is worse. We'll form a small group to search the tunnels again. This time, with torches, ropes, markers, we cannot afford to vanish one by one." Evelyn's voice cut sharp. "And who do you trust enough to form that group? The woman tied to the skeleton? The girl who knows the passages?" Her words sent the room into another spiral of whispers and accusations. Olivia finally snapped. She rose unsteadily to her feet, her face pale but her eyes blazing. "I didn't kill Orlane. I didn't kill Marcus, but I won't keep being your scapegoat." She pointed at Evelyn. "You silenced students when they begged for help. You let predators walk free. If anyone belongs in Ravenswood's walls, it's you." Gasps rippled. Evelyn's face twisted with fury. "How dare you?" But Olivia wasn't finished. She turned to Eleanor. "And you, hiding behind pearls and charity while you bled this school dry. Do you think the walls don't remember your theft?" Eleanor stumbled back, her pearls snapping in her fist. The group stared in shock. Olivia trembled, but her voice had become steel. "If Ravenswood is punishing us, then it's punishing the guilty. Look at yourselves. Look at what you've done. Why is it so hard to believe the walls want justice?" For a long moment, silence pressed down like stone. Even the storm seemed to pause. Daniel finally whispered, almost reverent, "She's right. This isn't random, it's judgment." The word hung in the air, heavy and final. From that night, the fear reached breaking point. No one trusted anyone. They locked themselves in tighter circles, whispering behind their hands, casting glances like knives. Ryan and Clara pored over Anna's map again, marking possible passage routes. Daniel filled pages with a theory. The host is not outside. The host is one of us. Using the passages, using knowledge of Ravenswood. Maya tried to enforce order, but even she looked frayed, her calm voice stretched thin by fatigue. Anna sat near the chained panel, clutching the old caretaker's lantern. She whispered to herself, "Never open the doors. Never open the doors." But the doors, unseen or not, were already open. Around midnight, the speakers crackled again. The voice returned, calm, unhurried, merciless. 2 are gone. 18 remain. You wonder how many more the walls will claim. You argue, you accuse. But the rhyme does not lie. The tally will fall. And with each fall, Ravenswood remembers more. Static hissed, then almost gently, "Tomorrow you will find what lies beneath the chapel." The line clicked off. The group sat frozen. "The chapel," Clara whispered, scribbling the word in heavy strokes. "The map doesn't show it." Another blank square. Ryan's jaw clenched. "Another unseen door." Maya's voice was low, firm. "Then tomorrow we go there, together." But Olivia's whisper curled through the silence like smoke. "Tomorrow, someone else will die." The group explores the old chapel, another blank space on Anna's map. They find a hidden archive beneath it, old ledgers, sealed records, and journals of headmasters. Within the records, mentions of Stuck, Project Raven, experiments on students, surveillance, disappearances covered up. A horrific clue is uncovered. Some of the vanished students may have been bricked up alive, just like Orlane Ross. Rising suspicion on Evelyn for covering up complaints, and Anna for her father's role as caretaker of these secrets. Foreshadowing. The chapel holds more than records. It's a stage for another murder to come. We'll expand this in 1,000-word parts, just like before. Section 6, The Chapel and Hidden Records, Part 1. The storm had not weakened by morning, but the group's resolve had. They gathered in the hall, pale and exhausted, staring at the tin box that held Orlane Ross's locket, at the chains across the study door, at the candles burning low. The voice's last command still echoed, "Tomorrow you will find what lies beneath the chapel." Clara broke the silence first, her pen tapping against her notebook. The map showed blanks, redacted spaces. The chapel is one of them. That's where we'll find answers. Ryan nodded. If the host wanted us there, it means the chapel connects to the passages. We'll find out how Marcus disappeared, how Harold's double ended up dead, all of it. Evelyn Hartman's lips pressed into a thin line. Or it's another trap, Maya Levin answered calmly. It is both, but ignorance will kill us faster than the storm. They set out after breakfast, or what passed for it. Stale bread, bitter coffee. No one ate more than a few bites. The storm forced them into thick coats, lanterns in hand, their footsteps echoing through the endless corridors of Ravenswood. The chapel waited at the far wing, sealed in shadow. Its great oak doors were swollen with damp, the iron hinges rusted. Anna hesitated at the threshold, her hand trembling on the latch. "My father never let me come here," she whispered. "He said the chapel wasn't for prayer. It was for memory. The words sent a chill through them all. Ryan forced the latch, shoving the doors open with a groan of protest. Dust rolled out, thick and suffocating. The chapel was vast and dim, its stained glass cracked. The altar draped in moldy cloth. Candles, long since melted to stumps, clung to the pews like frozen tears. Above the altar, a crucifix leaned crooked, Christ's eyes black hollows. But it was not the decay that froze them. It was the floor. Carved into the stone in massive, crude letters was a single word: remember. Clara's pen scrawled furiously, her breathing ragged. It's not worship, it's warning. They fanned out, searching. Ryan tested the floor, running his hands over seams between stones. Daniel flipped through hymnals, pages falling apart in his hands. Maya traced her fingers along the altar, her sharp eyes scanning every groove. It was Anna who found it. Behind the altar, half hidden by mold and cloth, was a trapdoor of iron, its surface etched with scratches. Her lantern light caught on the grooves, desperate words clawed into metal. Help me. Still here. No escape. Anna recoiled, her hand clamping over her mouth. I told you, she whispered. The chapel remembers. Ryan dropped to his knees, testing the rusted lock. Old, but not unbreakable. He pried with his multi-tool until the corroded metal groaned and snapped. Together, he and Daniel hauled the trap door open. A black void yawned beneath them. Stairs led down into the earth, slick with damp. Cold air rose like a breath, smelling of mold, paper, and old stone. One by one, they descended. The passage opened into a vault, larger than the basement, lined with shelves of rotting books, boxes of ledgers, files bound in cracked leather. Candles sputtered in iron sconces, fresh candles. Someone had been here recently. Daniel's eyes widened as he ran his fingers over the records. Archives. The sealed files Evelyn swore didn't exist. Evelyn paled, her hands trembling. I thought they were destroyed. Clara's laugh was sharp, bitter. Destroyed? No. Hidden. Because people like you made sure no one ever saw the truth. Ryan pulled a ledger from the shelf, coughing as dust exploded into the air. He opened it carefully, revealing names, dates, disciplinary reports. Many were crossed out. Others bore the word removed. Daniel flipped through another, his face pale. These are student files, dozens of them, complaints, infractions, disappearances, all marked as transfers or deaths. But look here. He turned the page to show them. Half these names match the ones Olivia whispers in her sleep. Olivia froze, her eyes wide. They're real, she breathed. They were always real. Clara scribbled furiously. Chapel archives contain erased history. Orlane Ross among vanished. Ravenswood covered crimes systematically. Then Ryan found the black journal. Its leather was brittle, the pages yellow, but the writing was meticulous. He read aloud, his voice shaking. Project Raven, initiated 1972, objective, observation, control, discipline. The Academy's structure to serve as living experiment. Passages created for surveillance. Selected students removed to maintain order. Maya's hand flew to her mouth. Removed, she echoed. A word to cover murder. The group stared at one another, horrified. Daniel read over Ryan's shoulder, scribbling notes. This isn't just cover-up, it's design. The school wasn't corrupted, it was built to consume. From the shadows of the vault, a sound drifted. A whisper, soft, drawn out. Still here. The candles guttered. Olivia screamed. The vault swallowed their lantern light, every corner thick with shadows that pressed in closer than they should. Dust fell from the ceiling like ash, stirred by their movements, coating their hair and clothes in the grayness of forgotten time. But none of them cared about the dust. Their eyes were fixed on the shelves of ledgers and journals, an ocean of records stretching back decades. Daniel Cross ran his fingers over the cracked spines with reverence and horror. This is it. The archive Evelyn swore didn't exist. Proof of everything Ravenswood buried. Evelyn stood rigid, her arms crossed, but the blood had drained from her face. I was told the files were destroyed. I never saw this. Clara Benson's laugh was sharp, bitter, slicing through the vault like glass. Of course you didn't. That's the luxury of deniability. You didn't see them, so you didn't have to act. Evelyn's glare burned, but it was a weak flame. Ryan Torres crouched at a stack of boxes, prying one open with his multi-tool. Inside were thin folders, brittle with age. He pulled one free, brushing off the dust, and read aloud. Student Orlane Ross. Status removed. The words dropped into the silence like a stone into a well. Olivia staggered back, her hand to her mouth. Removed, she whispered. That's what they called it. Clara snatched the file, her eyes scanning hungrily. No details, just the word removed and the date. No transfer papers, no explanation, just erased. Ryan flipped open more folders, his hands shaking. Hannah Cole removed, Liza Harper removed, Thomas Vale removed. He looked up at Olivia, his voice rough. All the names you whispered, they're all here. Olivia's knees buckled and Maya caught her before she fell. I told you, Olivia sobbed. I told you they never left. Daniel pulled another journal from the shelf, black leather like the first. He read aloud, his voice trembling. Project Raven progress report. Observation successful. Disciplinary failures identified. Selected removals reinforce control. Survivors exhibit compliance, fear, and obedience. The system holds. He closed the book with a snap, his hands trembling. This wasn't punishment. It was experimentation. Ravenswood trained obedience by disappearing those who resisted. Eleanor Finch pressed her pearls so hard the string cut her fingers. This is monstrous. An institution cannot... Clara rounded on her. You sat on the board. You siphoned money. Don't you dare act shocked now. Eleanor's lips trembled, but she said nothing. From the far end of the vault came another sound, a whisper, low, stretched, unnatural. Re-mem-ber. The group froze. Daniel dropped his pen. Olivia clung to Maya, shaking violently. Ryan raised his lantern, its glow throwing long shadows between shelves. The whisper came again, closer this time, echoing as though from the stone itself. Still, here, Anna whimpered, her candlelight trembling wildly. It's them, the ones my father said never left, the ones buried in the walls. Clara tried to steady her voice. It's echoes, just echoes, but no one believed it. They pressed deeper into the vault, drawn by equal parts terror and compulsion. Shelves gave way to alcoves, crude niches in the stone, some empty, others bricked up. Scratches marred the bricks, deep gouges carved by fingernails long ago. Ryan swallowed hard. They didn't just remove students, they buried them here. Olivia's scream broke the silence. She had found one alcove partially collapsed, a skeletal hand protruding from the rubble, fingers frozen in claw-like desperation. She stumbled back, sobbing, her voice raw. Orlane. Oh God, Orlane. Maya forced herself forward, examining the niche with grim precision. Decades old, she said. The remains were sealed alive. They scratched to get out. Daniel's pen scratched again, frantic, his words jagged, buried alive. Project Raven, systemic entombment. Evelyn covered her mouth, gagging. For once she had no defense, no authority. And then the speakers hissed. The voice flowed into the vault, calm and merciless. You found them. Ravenswood's offerings. Students walled in to preserve order. You whisper of monsters, but you were the monsters. The walls are only faithful. They keep what you gave them. The group trembled, their lanterns flickering. The voice continued, softer now, almost intimate. You ask where Marcus Doyle is. Perhaps he joins them even now, Olivia shrieked, collapsing into Maya's arms. Clara dropped her notebook. Ryan swore violently, slamming his fist against the stone. The voice chuckled, low, patient, inevitable. 3 doors opened, 17 remain. The line clicked off. And no one moved. The vault seemed to breathe, the shelves leaning closer, the walls listening. Finally, Maya pulled them toward the stairs. We're leaving, now. They fled back into the chapel, slamming the trapdoor shut, the iron groaning. They sealed it with chains, though each of them knew it would not hold. When they reached the hall again, Eleanor whispered the thought no one wanted to say. This isn't just about us. Ravenswood has been killing for 50 years. And Olivia's voice, trembling but certain, answered, and it isn't finished. Back in the hall, the group sat like statues, each haunted by what they had seen beneath the chapel. The chains across the trapdoor had not silenced the whispers. If anything, they seemed louder now, echoing faintly through the floorboards. Daniel Cross sat hunched over his notebook, his writing jagged and frantic. Project Raven, Chawanzao control through fear, removal, Sao burial alive, chapel vault, Sao archive of guilt. He underlined the words burial alive 3 times until the ink tore the page. Clara Benson paced the length of the table, her notebook clutched to her chest like scripture. Do you understand what this means? This isn't just about one murderer. Ravenswood itself is the murderer. An institution that consumed children and called it discipline. Every board member, every headmaster, every caretaker was complicit. Her gaze darted to Evelyn Hartman. Evelyn stiffened. I didn't know the extent. Clara's laugh was harsh. You knew enough. You silenced complaints. You buried reports. How many Orlanes screamed in the walls while you called them troublemakers? Evelyn's face flushed red. I followed procedure. You followed cruelty, Clara spat. Ryan Torres slammed a ledger onto the table, dust exploding from its spine. Look at this. 36 students listed as removed between 1972 and 1990. 36 children, and all of them vanished into the walls. How could no one notice? Eleanor Finch flinched. The board was told they transferred, that their parents wanted them elsewhere. And you believed it? Ryan's voice cracked, raw with fury. You were too busy lining your pockets to ask questions. Convenient, wasn't it? Eleanor clutched her pearls tighter. Silent tears streaking her cheeks. Olivia Reed sat apart, trembling. Her voice was small but sharp, cutting through the argument. I told you, we heard them in the dormitories, scratching, crying. They told us not to listen. But we did. We heard them begging. We knew. Maya Levin crouched beside her, steady but shaken herself. And Orlane Ross? Olivia's tears spilled. She wasn't rebellious. She was kind. She helped me with homework, walked with me when others bullied me. She was perfect. And that's why they hated her. She asked questions. She noticed too much. One night she was gone. They said her parents took her away. But I knew. I knew. Her sobs broke the room. Daniel scribbled furiously. Orlane Ross, symbol of resistance, removed for knowledge, not defiance. silence maintained through erasure. The storm rattled the windows, thunder booming like a gavel. The candles guttered low, their wax pooling across the table like melted time. Then Anna spoke. Her voice was barely audible, but in the silence it carried. "My father knew." Everyone turned. Anna's face was pale, her eyes brimming with tears. "He was caretaker. He oiled the hinges, locked the doors, bricked the walls. He didn't want to. But they made him. He said the academy itself demanded obedience. If he refused, they'd put me in the walls too." Evelyn's voice dripped venom. "And now you continue his work." Anna recoiled as though struck. "No, I never opened the doors, I never hurt anyone. But I know they're there. And I know they'll keep taking until we stop them." "Stop them?" Clara's laugh was bitter. "How do you stop walls?" Suddenly a crash echoed from above, the shattering of glass. Everyone froze, hearts pounding. Ryan grabbed his flashlight, racing toward the staircase. The others followed, fear dragging them upward into the east wing. At the end of the corridor, a window had burst inward, shards of glass glittering across the floor. Wind howled through the gap, driving rain into the hall. But it wasn't the window that made Olivia scream. It was the message written on the wall in dripping black paint. "Remember Orlane." Her scream tore through Ravenswood like lightning. They fled back to the hall, soaked, shaken, broken. The message loomed in their minds as if burned into their skulls. Daniel wrote it down, his hand trembling. "The host is escalating. Orlane Ross is martyr, each step closer to revelation." Ryan slammed his notebook shut. "No, not revelation, execution. They're dragging us piece by piece into the same fate. Marcus, Harold, Orlane. Who's next?" The answer came not from any of them, but from the speakers. The voice slid into the hall, patient, mocking. 4 doors opened, 16 remain. The line clicked off, and everyone understood with cold certainty. The next death was already waiting. The storm clawed at Ravenswood with renewed fury that night, but inside the hall, the survivors barely noticed. Fear had become its own weather, thick, suffocating, impossible to escape. The words on the east wing wall, "Remember Orlane," hung in every mind like a curse. Olivia Reed had not stopped shaking since. She sat curled near the hearth, staring into the fire as though Orlane's face might appear in the flames. Evelyn Hartman paced like a caged animal, muttering under her breath. "This is theater. Someone is staging this, painting walls, planting lockets. There's no ghost of Orlane Ross, no prophecy, just manipulation." Clara Benson snapped, her voice raw. "Theater doesn't leave skeletons sealed in brick. Theater doesn't whisper from the vault." "Echoes," Evelyn shot back. "Old pipes, tricks of acoustics. Then explain the hand," Olivia cried, her voice breaking. "Explain the fingers clawing at the stone." The room fell silent. Ryan Torres spread the chapel map across the table again, his lantern illuminating the blank spaces. The archives proved this was systemic, not accidents, not ghosts. Project Raven was designed to erase people. If the host is using those passages, they know every route, every door. They can appear and vanish at will. If we keep reacting, we're done. We need a plan. My 11 rubbed her temples, exhaustion etched in every line of her face. What kind of plan stops someone who moves through walls? "Expose them," Ryan said. "Force them into the open, flood the passages, collapse them if we have to." Anna's eyes went wide with terror. "No, you can't. My father said the passages are veins. If you cut them, Ravenswood bleeds." Her words sent a fresh shiver through the group. Eleanor Finch whispered, "Maybe that's the only way to kill it." Daniel Cross filled another page with frantic notes, his words scribbled over each other in layers. Institution as murderer, host as executioner, victims as testimony. He muttered under his breath, "This isn't just a killing spree, it's a trial. Ravenswood is the courtroom and we are the condemned." Clara leaned over him, reading. "And the verdict?" Daniel met her gaze, his eyes hollow. "Guilty. Always guilty." Later, when the candles guttered low, the survivors tried to enforce another watch rotation. But discipline was fraying. Evelyn refused to be paired with Olivia. Eleanor wept that she couldn't bear the dark. Anna begged not to be left alone by the panels. The order broke down into arguments. Ryan cursed. "This is exactly what the host wants, to divide us until we hand them victory." Maya tried to restore control, but her calm was cracked now, her voice strained. "We will hold together. We must." But already suspicion ran too deep. Near midnight, the speakers crackled. The voice came low and measured, its calm more terrible than rage. "You opened the chapel. You saw what was hidden. The walls keep their promises. They remember what you gave them. 36 students taken, 36 erased. Now the balance tips again. Justice demands its weight." Static flared, then words as soft as a lullaby. "Tonight, Ravenswood takes another." The line clicked off. Panic exploded. Eleanor sobbed, clinging to Evelyn. Olivia screamed, insisting she would not go back to the basement. Clara demanded they stay together. Ryan shouted that they should patrol the corridors. Daniel scribbled furiously, muttering about patterns, prophecy, rhyme. Anna dropped her candle, her hands covering her ears. "Don't open the doors! Don't open the doors!" The group fractured further, voices overlapping, fear feeding fear. And then, a sound. From the western corridor, a door slamming shut. Hard. Ryan grabbed his lantern, racing for the sound. Maya, Clara, and Daniel followed, the others trailing in terror. The corridor was long, narrow, lined with locked classrooms. At the far end, one door trembled on its hinges. "Marcus," Olivia whispered, though her voice was barely breath. Ryan pressed his hand against the knob. Locked. He slammed his shoulder against it, but the wood held. From inside came a sound, a voice, muffled, choking, then silence. The group froze. The door was locked from within. Another impossible room. Daniel's pen slipped from his fingers. His whisper filled the hall. "The third murder." The western corridor stretched before them, narrow and suffocating, its cracked plaster glowing faintly under the lantern light. At the far end, the door trembled on its hinges, rattling as though someone fought against it from within. Ryan Torres sprinted ahead, his boots echoing off the stone. He pressed his hand to the knob. It was locked, firm as a tomb. "Marcus!" Olivia cried, her voice breaking. "Is it Marcus?" A muffled sound answered from behind the wood. Not Marcus's deep bark, but something thinner, higher, choking. "Eleanor!" Maya realized, her voice sharp with horror. "It's Eleanor!" The survivors surged forward, pounding on the door. "Hold on!" Ryan shouted. "We'll break it!" He and Daniel braced themselves, slamming their shoulders against the wood. Once, twice. The door groaned, but the bolt held. Inside, the choking grew fainter. "Again!" Maya cried. They hurled themselves forward with all their strength. On the third impact, the lock splintered and the door swung inward with a shriek. They stumbled inside and froze. The classroom was a mausoleum of dust and broken desks. Moonlight filtered through a cracked window, mingling with the lantern glow. At the center of the room, Eleanor Finch slumped across a desk, her body jerking in its final spasms. Her pearls, always clutched like a shield, were wrapped tight around her throat, embedded so deep in her skin that blood welled between them. Her face was swollen, her eyes bulging, her hands clawing weakly at the necklace that had become her noose. With one final twitch, her body went still. The pearls snapped, scattering across the floor like teeth. Olivia screamed. Maya rushed forward, pressing fingers to Eleanor's throat. Nothing. She lowered her head, her voice calm but hollow. She's gone. Clara staggered back, her notebook slipping from her hand. Strangled. With her own pearls. Ryan scanned the room desperately. The door was locked from the inside. No one else could have been here. Daniel's pen shook as he wrote, his voice trembling. Third impossible crime. This one violent. Locked room strangulation. Clara grabbed his arm, her nails digging into his sleeve. Then how do you explain it? Daniel shook his head. I can't. That's the point. Ryan's lantern beam swept across the room. The window was cracked but barred with rusted iron, too narrow to admit even a child. The desks were coated in dust, undisturbed. No footprints but Eleanor's. Then his light caught something on the far wall, the blackboard. Words smeared across it in blood, letters crude and dripping. The walls remember. The survivors froze, staring at the message. Clara whispered, her voice breaking. It's Orlane again. It's always Orlane. Olivia shook her head violently, sobbing. No. No. It's not her. It's them. It's the walls. Maya turned sharply to Anna. Did your father know about this room? Anna's face crumpled. I don't know. He never brought me here. You're lying, Evelyn hissed, her face twisted with rage and terror. Every hidden door, every secret. Your family kept them. You knew this could happen. Anna stumbled back, tears streaming. I swear I didn't. Please. But the fury had found its target. The others closed in, suspicion heavy in their eyes. Ryan stepped between them, his voice sharp. Enough! Blaming her won't bring Eleanor back. Look at the walls. They turned. Behind the blackboard, faint seams marred the plaster. A rectangle, a hidden panel. Ryan pressed his hand to it. Cold air seeped through the cracks. The killer didn't vanish, he said grimly. They walked through here. Daniel scribbled the words. Unseen doors, accomplice, every murder staged through architecture. Ravenswood itself is complicit. Clara's voice trembled. If the walls are alive, then we'll never escape. Ryan shook his head. Not alive, designed. Someone's using the passages the way they were meant to be used, to disappear. Maya rose from Eleanor's body, her eyes hard as steel. Then we tear them open. Every panel, every seam. No more hiding places. But Olivia's whisper cut through the room, softer than the storm, but sharper than any blade. You can't tear them open, she said. Because the doors don't lead out. They only lead deeper. The survivors dragged Eleanor's body back to the hall, covering her with a sheet. Her pearls lay scattered across the corridor like breadcrumbs of death, glinting faintly in the lantern light. No one spoke. No one could. Until the speakers crackled. The voice returned, soft, patient, merciless. 3 gone. 15 remain. The walls are faithful. The walls are just. Static hissed. Then, almost tenderly, the dormitories wait. The line went dead, and everyone knew the next descent would be worse. And they laid Eleanor Finch on the table in the grand hall, a sheet pulled across her swollen face. The pearls, once her shield, her talisman, lay scattered in a bowl Ryan had gathered them into, though several were missing, lost in cracks of the corridor. They glimmered faintly in the candlelight, a reminder that even beauty could kill. No one spoke for a long time. The storm's howl filled the silence, rattling the stained glass until it seemed the building itself was laughing at them. Maya Levin finally broke the quiet, her voice calm but sharp as a blade. This changes everything. The first murder was poison, quiet, staged. The second was a disappearance. But this, she gestured to the sheet. This was violent, personal. Whoever did this escalated. Clara Benson clutched her notebook to her chest, trembling. They strangled her with her own pearls. It wasn't just murder, it was symbolism, punishment. Eleanor's greed, her vanity turned against her. Olivia Reed sobbed into her hands. That's what Ravenswood does. It twists what you love, what you cling to, into the weapon that destroys you. Evelyn Hartman rounded on her. And how would you know? Because you've been speaking to it, feeding it. Every clue points to you, Olivia. The locket, the rhyme, Orlane's name smeared across the walls. Now Eleanor strangled. How many more before you admit what you are? Olivia flinched as though struck, tears spilling down her cheeks. I'm not the killer. I swear it. I loved Orlane. Why would I? Because you're weak, Evelyn hissed. Because you've always been weak. The walls whisper to the weak. Ryan slammed his fist on the table, the sound making everyone jump. Enough. You're doing exactly what the host wants, turning on each other. While we fight, they move through the passages, killing at will. Maya backed him up, her voice steady. We must stay disciplined. Whoever the host is, they're exploiting Ravenswood's design. If we lose control, we're finished. But suspicion was too strong to silence. Daniel Cross scribbled furiously, his voice low but audible. 3 impossible murders, each escalating, each tied to victim's sin. Poison for Harold's arrogance, vanishing for Marcus's violence, strangulation for Eleanor's greed. The rhyme is not random, it's judgment. Clara leaned over, whispering urgently. And who writes judgment, Daniel? Not walls, not ghosts, people, one of us. The truth of it silenced him. They argued late into the night, voices rising, splintering. Evelyn and Clara nearly came to blows before Maya separated them. Ryan scouted corridors obsessively, checking every seam, every panel, muttering about counterweights and levers. Daniel filled page after page until his hand cramped. Olivia rocked silently by the fire, whispering Orlane's name. And Anna. Anna sat rigid by the chained panel near the study, the old caretaker's lantern clutched to her chest. Her lips moved in a mantra. Don't open the doors. Don't open the doors. Near midnight, the speakers hissed again. The voice flowed into the hall, colder now, sharpened by satisfaction. You saw how she died. You understand now. The walls remember your greed, your arrogance, your cruelty. You wonder how many more must fall. But the rhyme does not lie. 19 fall, 1 shall rise. The tally will not stop. The static flared, then the words like a knife. 5 doors opened, 15 remain. The line clicked off. Daniel whispered, his face pale. 5, but only 3 are dead. Ryan's voice was grim. 2 more counted. The skeleton in the basement. The students in the chapel. Every secret we uncover is another door opened. Every truth adds to the tally. Maya exhaled slowly, her face hard. Then the host is counting not just bodies, but revelations. Each discovery brings us closer to the end. The weight of her words pressed the air flat. As the storm thundered above, Clara finally broke the silence, her voice ragged. Then we stop discovering. We stop opening doors. Ryan shook his head. And wait to die? No. The only way forward is through. The group stared at each other across the flickering candlelight. Eyes bloodshot, hands trembling, paranoia festering like rot. And in the silence that followed, the house seemed to breathe, waiting. And the hall was a nest of whispers and shifting eyes. No one trusted anyone anymore, not after Eleanor's strangulation. The sheet covering her body glowed faintly in the candlelight, a ghost in fabric. Her missing pearls rattled somewhere in the cracks of the corridor, a hollow reminder that the walls had taken more than her breath. Evelyn Hartman stood stiff near the fire, her eyes burning with fury. This has gone far enough. We keep treating this like a puzzle, as though logic will save us. But this is murder, systematic, deliberate. We have to choose someone, identify the killer, and confine them. Olivia recoiled as if struck. Confine? Where? In the walls. That's what they want. Evelyn's finger jabbed toward her. Every clue points to you. The locket. Orlane's name. Your constant muttering. The walls speak to you, Olivia. I don't want them to, Olivia sobbed. I hear them because they never stopped. Because Orlane never left, Ryan cut in, his voice raw. Accusations won't save us. The killer is using the passages, not ghosts. Every hidden panel is a weapon, every wall a trap. Unless we map it all, we'll keep dying. Anna flinched at his words, hugging the lantern tighter. Don't map it, she whispered. Don't force the doors open. My father said once you open them, you can't close them again. Her trembling voice sent a ripple through the group. Suspicion turned toward her. Clara's eyes narrowed. You knew about the chapel vault. You knew about the passages. How many times have you walked them yourself, Anna? Anna shook her head violently. Never. I never went inside. I only listened. Evelyn's lips curled. Lies. She's her father's daughter, the caretaker of Ravenswood. Who better to play executioner for the Academy's sins? Anna stumbled back, tears streaming. I'm not. Please, I'm not. Maya Levin stepped between them, her voice steel. Stop this. We are not lynching a girl because she frightens you. She may know more than she admits, but she is not the enemy. The enemy is in the walls. But her calm could no longer bind them. Daniel Cross scribbled furiously, his muttering audible. 3 murders, 1 skeleton, 1 archive, 5 doors opened. If the pattern holds, the next death will come when the next secret is unearthed. Ravenswood is a machine of judgment. We are feeding it. Clara spun on him. Then stop writing. Stop chronicling. Every word you scribble is fuel for the machine. Daniel's eyes gleamed feverishly. No. My words are the only weapon I have. If we die, someone must know how. Or maybe you're writing because you already know how, Clara snapped. Maybe you're the host. The accusation cracked the hall like thunder. Daniel froze, his pen hovering midair. You think I'd invent this? That I'd strangle Eleanor? Poison Harold? Make Marcus vanish? Clara's voice was sharp. You're obsessed with the narrative. You've said it yourself. It's a story, a design. What better way to ensure a story lives than to create it yourself? Daniel's hand trembled, ink blotting the page. You don't understand. I don't write because I cause it. I write because I can't stop it. Ryan shoved between them, his voice booming. Enough! Blame won't break us out of this prison. But the damage was done. They scattered into uneasy groups. Evelyn, Eleanor's absence still raw, huddled near Harold. Clara and Daniel circled each other like predators. Ryan patrolled the walls, tapping, listening. Maya sat rigid, watching them all, her calm stretched to its breaking point. And Olivia rocked silently, whispering to the sheet-covered body. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Anna whispered too, clutching her lantern. Don't open the doors. Don't open the doors. Two whispers in harmony, each one unraveling sanity further. When the voice returned, it was softer than ever. You fracture. You accuse. You bleed yourselves before I touch you. Good. That is the lesson. Ravenswood has no need for strength. Only confession. The static hissed. Then, tomorrow the dormitories open. Another will join the walls. The line went dead. Daniel scribbled. Next stage, dormitories. Victim predetermined, prophecy unfolding. Maya closed her eyes, her voice low and grim. Then tomorrow we either face it or die in the attempt. No one answered. The storm howled. The candles died, and in the dark the sound of something moving inside the walls began again. No one slept. They tried, the cots creaked, blankets pulled to chins, but the hall had become a terrarium for fear. Condensation beaded on the stained glass. Breath fogged in the cold. The sheet over Eleanor did not move, and yet the entire room felt as if it were breathing through her. Maya stood at the table with Anna's brittle map flattened beneath a lantern. We go to the dormitories at first light, she said, voice steady from pure will. We go as one group. Rope, chalk, notes. We mark every turn. No one wanders. Ryan nodded, already knotting a coil of laundry line he'd scavenged. 5-meter intervals. If anyone slips into a panel, the rest feel it. Clara flipped to a clean page, her handwriting tight and economical now. No more flourishes. Call-outs every 30 seconds, names in sequence. If a voice fails to answer, we stop. We don't press on into silence. Daniel stared at his blotched pages. And if the silence is the point? Then we fight it, Maya said, with noise. Evelyn crossed her arms. Noise will only tell the killer where we are. It will also tell us where we are, Ryan shot back. The walls thrive on confusion. From the floor by the chained panel, Anna whispered, "Don't open the doors." She rocked once, twice. The old caretaker's lantern hugged to her chest as if it were warm. My father said the dormitory wing has a prefect stair, a little staircase behind the wardrobes. It doesn't go where you think. It doubles back. Ryan's head snapped up. Behind which wardrobes? Anna's eyes shone. The East Dorm's senior hall. He made me promise I would never play there. Show us, Maya said. Anna shook her head, tears starting. I can't. If I lead you and someone dies... Clara lowered to one knee until they were eye to eye. If you don't lead us, someone dies. Choose how you'll live with it. A long, shuddering breath left the girl. The fourth door on the left, the wardrobe with the crooked handle. There's a latch behind the coats. Ryan tore a strip from the map and circled the dormitory wing, adding 4L, stage, crooked handle. Good. We'll tape the rope to the latch. If it moves, we'll see. Evelyn's mouth twisted. You sound like you've rehearsed this. Every hour since we arrived, Ryan said, while you were busy pointing fingers. The storm shoved at the windows as if impatient to join them. Somewhere beyond the hall, something casual and soft slid through a panel, an animal sound, almost domestic. Olivia flinched. It's them again, she whispered. The ones who never left. Voices, Evelyn snapped, but even she did not sound certain. Ryan drew hash marks up his forearm with charcoal, A, B, C, D, all the way to T. Roll call on my arm. If I black out, anyone can continue it. Stop making this a ritual, Clara muttered. It is a ritual, he said. We've been dying in a ritual since we walked in. They waited for dawn like prisoners wait for a verdict. When the sky at last bruised from black to lead, they began. Maya assigned positions. Ryan first with rope and lantern, I'm behind him, then Daniel, Clara, Olivia, Evelyn, Harold, and Anna. We keep Eleanor, she swallowed, Here. Covered. We lock the hall from the inside when we leave. If the host wants to stage another locked room for us, they'll have to do it with us watching. Harold cleared his throat, voice fraying. I dislike the idea of being trapped. You've disliked every idea that didn't have your name engraved on it, Clara said. Take a place. They looped the rope around waists and wrists 5 meters between each body, knots tested twice. Daniel tucked 3 sticks of chalk into his pocket. Ryan tied a cow hitch to the table leg and gave it 2 savage tugs. If we don't come back, pull until something gives, he told the empty room. They stepped into the corridor. Cold bit immediately, the kind of cold that lived in old stone, indifferent to bodies. The dormitory wing smelled of chalk dust and lavender long ago turned bitter. Their boots whispered. The rope hissed against floorboards. Every 30 seconds, Maya called a name, and each voice answered in sequence, the sound round and human in the warehouse hush. Ryan. Here. Maya. Here. Daniel. Here. Clara. Here. Olivia. Here. Evelyn. Here. Harold. Here. Anna. Here. At the third door, a thin music began, so faint they might have imagined it if they had not all stiffened at once. A lullaby. Old tinny, warped with age. Daniel wrote a single line as they walked, music as shepherd. He underlined it twice. They reached the 4th door on the left. The wardrobe leaned like a tired sentinel. Its brass handle listed a few degrees off true. Ryan set his lantern on the floor, looped rope to a radiator pipe, and pulled the wardrobe out from the wall inch by grating inch. Dust coughed. Mothballs cracked underfoot. He pushed aside a curtain of stiff coats and felt along the backboard. His fingers brushed metal, a small lever no bigger than a thumb bone. Latch, he breathed. Wait, Maya said. She pressed the back of her hand to the paneling, eyes half closed. Air. There's a draft through the seam. Ryan threaded a short length of rope through the coats, lashed it to the latch, and tied the other end to the main line. If the door moves, the whole line feels it. Clara raised her chalk and drew a fat X above the wardrobe, then an arrow toward the hall. Breadcrumbs. Evelyn hovered at the threshold, refusing to cross into the dormitory proper. Look at the beds, she whispered. The beds were made, every one. Blankets smoothed hospital tight, pillows fluffed, hands of dust laid perfectly across the quilts. In the far row, on the last pillow, lay a single pearl. Olivia made a sound like she had swallowed glass. Stop it, she begged the room. Stop. Maya took the pearl gently, wrapped it in tissue, and slid it into her pocket. Not now, she told terror itself. Later. Roll, Ryan said, because talking was oxygen. They answered one by one, the rope drawing them in a slow procession past trunks and frames and the shadowed mouths of bathrooms. At the end of the dormitory, a door of painted iron barred their way, its window a small square crisscrossed by wire. Behind the mesh, only black. Ryan set the lantern down, pressed his face to the glass, and cupped his hands to block the hallway glare. He saw nothing. He heard something, a voice far away and very small, as if piped through a gramophone horn buried in the wall. Help! The rope tightened along the line as every body leaned forward. Who is it? Maya called. Speak again. A beat, then thin, hoarse. Marcus. Olivia's knees buckled. Daniel caught her, the chalk in his fist snapping with a soft, indecent pop. Ryan tried the handle, locked. He looked to Maya. On 3, she nodded. 3. They hit the door together. It shuddered but did not yield. Again. They struck. Metal screamed. Anna whimpered, turning her face away. On the 3rd blow, the lock tore free. The door swung inward, lantern light spilling over. Nothing. A narrow landing. A flight of stairs angling down into an annex of dark. Marcus, Maya called. Silence. Then from below the lullaby again. Closer now. Sweet as poison. Clara scratched a frantic on the door frame. We keep our anchor, she said more to herself than anyone. Ryan wedged the lantern in the jamb and paid out more rope. We descend, he said. Slow. Count. If the latch behind us moves, if that wardrobe door opens, we run the line back and we don't stop. Evelyn's face had gone waxy. And if something comes up instead? Then we learn how fast we can climb with a noose around our waist, Ryan said. They went down. The stair treads were narrow, chewed by time. The air cooled another notch, damp with old breath. Halfway to the next landing, the rope at Ryan's waist twitched. Only a tremor. The kind a tired hand makes in sleep. Did you feel? He began. From far above, at the edge of hearing, the line gave a tiny, unmistakable ping, the sound of fiber sliding over metal. Anna's voice rose, strangled. The latch! The wardrobe door had moved. The rope went weightless for a heartbeat, then tugged hard, as if something on the other side had taken hold. Back! Maya snapped. Back now! They twisted on the narrow steps, bodies colliding, palms flailing for purchase. The lullaby grew louder below. The rope pulled firmer behind, a child's hand becoming a grip. At the top of the stair, something slammed, not the iron door, the wardrobe. It had closed. The rope arced against the risers, sawing like a bow on a cello string. Move! Ryan barked, shoving upward, dragging Daniel, hauling Olivia. The line burned his palms through the knot. In the dormitory above, a soft scrape crossed freshly made beds, crossing toward the stair mouth. The sound had a rhythm, counting almost. When they burst back into the dormitory hall, the lantern in the jamb flickered madly. The wardrobe stood perfectly flush against the wall again, coats inside settling as if disturbed wind was smoothing them. The rope that had been tied to the latch now dangled slack, the end whipped clean. Something had cut them free. No one spoke. Maya reached for the lantern with hands that did not tremble only because she would not let them. We pull back, she said, voice low. We regroup. The dormitories aren't a hall. They're a throat. We go again when we're ready to be swallowed. Behind the wardrobe, a tiny sound answered, the single satisfied click of a latch returning home. From the speakers, soft as a lullaby's last bar. 6 doors opened, 14 remain. The number hung in the air like frost. They backed away in one slow knot. Rope coiled dead in their hands, and Ravenswood let them go for now. The rope still hung loose in Ryan's hands, its frayed end proof of what the unseen doors could do. No one spoke as they retreated from the dormitory wing, their lanterns trembling in unsteady hands. Back in the grand hall, they chained the doors shut, though every chain now felt like paper. Eleanor's body lay stiff beneath its sheet, the missing pearls gleaming faintly in Maya's pocket. The tally echoed in their ears. 6 doors opened, 14 remain. Clara finally broke the silence, her voice rough. We didn't just lose Eleanor. We lost the rope. The dormitory passage is active. Someone is down there waiting. Daniel scribbled into his notebook with feverish intensity. The voice, Marcus, real or staged? The rope severed control inside the walls, dormitories, throat of Ravenswood. Ryan slammed his fist against the table. Then we don't run. We don't hide. We descend again, prepared this time, with more rope, with weapons. Evelyn sneered, though fear sharpened her face. Prepared? How? Every measure we take, the host turns against us. Chalk, rope, locks, all useless. The walls are theirs. Maya's voice cut through. Not theirs, not ghosts, a system. Designed by men, used by men. If it was built, it can be unbuilt. If it's controlled, it can be wrested from them. Anna's eyes glistened. My father said the dormitory stairs don't end. They fold back on themselves. You think you're going down, but you're really being led sideways. He called it the throat. Her words chilled the hall. The throat, Olivia whispered. Anna nodded, hugging her lantern. Because it swallows. They returned to the dormitory wing at dawn, exhaustion written into every step. The wardrobe loomed where they had left it, crooked handle gleaming faintly. Ryan tested the latch again, cold still, unmoving. He tied a fresh coil of rope to the radiator pipe, his hands steady despite the tremor in his jaw. This time, we double it. If one rope is cut, the second holds. Maya passed out makeshift weapons, chair legs sharpened to points, iron candlesticks, broken glass wrapped in cloth. Primitive, desperate, but something to hold. Daniel tucked chalk into every pocket. Clara clutched her notebook like a shield. Olivia whispered prayers to names no one else remembered. Evelyn carried herself like a judge, though her eyes darted to every shadow. Anna lingered at the rear, pale, murmuring, "Don't open the doors." The descent began, step by careful step, lantern light pushing back the black. The air grew colder, the scent of mildew rising like breath from the stone. The rope lines creaked softly, taut between their waists. Halfway down, the lullabies started again. Tinny, warped, dripping from unseen speakers. Ryan cursed under his breath. A recording. They're luring us. But then a voice wove into the lullaby, ragged and weak. Help! Please, help! Olivia froze. Marcus! Maya tightened her grip on the rope. Don't trust it, Duan. It could be anyone. Or it could be him, Olivia insisted, tears spilling. They pressed on. At the bottom of the stair, the annex yawned before them, a narrow corridor lined with broken doors. The air was thick, suffocating. Lantern light caught on dozens of objects piled in alcoves along the walls. Shoes, books, uniforms, lockets, belongings. Olivia staggered, her hand over her mouth. These were theirs, Orlane, Hannah, Thomas, all the ones they erased. Clara scribbled desperately. Dormitory chamber, Nozarin trophy room. Proof of systemic removal. Daniel knelt, lifting a diary with brittle pages. The ink bled, but the words were legible. We are not gone. We are waiting. The walls remember us. He shut the book with shaking hands. It wasn't just removal, it was ritual. They built Ravenswood as a shrine to its own cruelty. Behind them, the wardrobe latch clicked shut. The slam of the wardrobe above echoed down the throat of the stair like the lid of a coffin closing. The survivors froze, rope taut between them, lantern flames jittering. We're sealed, Ryan said flatly. No way back but forward. Clara's pen scratched furiously even as her hand shook. The doors choose. Once inside, there is no retreat. Olivia whimpered. That's what Orlane said. That's what she meant when she whispered to us in the dorms. Once the throat swallows, you don't climb back out. Evelyn's voice was sharp, but it cracked with fear. Then why did you drag us down here? It wasn't me, Olivia cried. It's the academy. It always was. Anna's whisper wove through the panic. Don't open the doors. They pushed deeper. The corridor narrowed, the walls sweating damp. Their lantern beams swept across alcoves filled with the detritus of vanished students. A scuffed satchel, spectacles bent at the hinge, a cracked violin case. Dust clung to everything, yet each object seemed freshly placed like an offering to the walls. Maya lifted a faded blazer. The Ravenswood crest still gleamed faintly on the breast pocket. Inside was a slip of paper. She read aloud, If you find this, remember us. They will tell you we were gone. But we are still here. She crushed the note in her fist. This is evidence. Proof of murder. Daniel's pen tore across the page. Ravenswood as mausoleum. Every vanished student, writer, and prisoner entombed in belongings. Ryan kept moving, testing the walls with his palm. There are more seams here. Hidden doors every 10 feet, a rat's nest. And then they found the chamber. A wide circular space opened at the corridor's end. The floor was littered with uniforms folded neatly into stacks, each topped with a name tag. A crude altar stood in the center, built from broken desks and plastered with scraps of paper, disciplinary slips, withdrawal forms, demerit notes, and above it, painted in dripping black letters, "Obedience is salvation." Clara's knees buckled. They weren't just hiding removals, they were worshipping them. This was ritual. Daniel read a slip aloud, his voice cracking. "Failure to comply, insolence, removed, that's all it says. Insolence." Ryan spat on the floor. They buried kids alive for talking back. A sound froze them. From one of the side doors, a rattle, then a scrape, a whisper. "Help!" Olivia clutched Maya's arm. "Marcus!" Ryan strode to the door, shoving against it. Locked. He pressed his lantern to the seams. "Another panel, another trap!" "Leave it!" Evelyn snapped. "You'll kill us all." But Olivia was already pounding on the door, tears streaming. "Marcus, it's Olivia, we're here." The whisper came again, closer now. "Help me!" Ryan set his jaw. "We can't leave him. Step back." He slammed his shoulder into the panel, once, twice. On the third blow, the wood gave way, splintering inward. The lantern beam cut across the small room beyond and caught Harold Whitmore hanging from the ceiling. A noose of rope bit deep into his neck, his body swaying slowly, toes just brushing the floor. His eyes bulged, his face blue, his hands tied cruelly behind his back. A message was smeared in blood across the wall behind him. The walls, obey. Olivia's scream shattered the silence. Clara staggered back, dropping her notebook. Evelyn shrieked, clutching at her pearls. Maya forced herself forward, pressing fingers to Harold's wrist. Cold, hours cold. He's been dead since before the chapel. Ryan swore violently. Then the voice wasn't Marcus, it was bait. They lured us here to find this. Daniel scrawled with a shaking hand. 4th victim. Hung, bound. Murder staged in sealed chamber. Message. Obedience. Evelyn's fury broke. She spun on Anna, her finger stabbing the air. "Your father did this. He built these chambers. You knew Harold would die here." Anna's sobs shook her small frame. "No, I didn't. Please, I didn't." But her denials were drowned by the voice. The speakers hissed. "You opened the dormitories. You saw the truth. Harold Whitmore has paid for his silence, his obedience to the system. The walls do not forgive. The tally continues." Static flared. Then, 7 doors opened. 13 remain. The line clicked off. Maya gripped the rope line, her knuckles white. "We move. Now! Before the throat closes for good." They fled the chamber, lanterns flickering, the words on the walls seared into their minds. The walls obey. But even as they pulled back toward the stair, Olivia whispered, "Broken and certain, and so will we." As they climbed back toward the surface with the rope biting into their waists, dragging lantern light through the narrow throat, Harold's body swayed behind them in memory, every creak of the rope a ghostly echo of his strangled breaths. No one spoke, not until the wardrobe came back into view. The coats inside hung still, yet the latch shone faintly, as if freshly polished by unseen hands. The line that had once been tied to it was gone, cut clean. Ryan spat on the floorboards. Proof. Someone's using these passages, someone alive inside these walls, not ghosts, not demons, flesh and blood. Clara's pen scratched furiously. Harold's body staged earlier, voice recording used as bait, proof of premeditation. Evelyn's face twisted. Flesh and blood? Then whose? Which one of us disappears long enough to stage these deaths? Her eyes cut to Olivia. Olivia screamed, shoving back against the wall. Stop blaming me, I don't know how. I don't... Daniel's voice shook. Maybe it isn't one of us, maybe it's many. A system doesn't need one operator. Ravenswood itself is the killer. We're just its instruments. No, Ryan snapped. No more myths. Whoever's moving in the passages has keys, access, a plan. They've been 2 steps ahead since we arrived. That's no ghost. It's someone who knows Project Raven inside out. Back in the hall, they uncoiled the ropes with trembling fingers. Eleanor and Harold now lay side by side beneath their sheets. The tally echoed. 7 doors opened. 13 remain. Maya set her lantern on the table, her voice steady but taut. We've uncovered trophies, archives, hidden chambers. Every revelation pushes the tally forward, which means... She hesitated, eyes scanning them one by one. Which means we're helping the host. Clara slammed her notebook shut. Then stop uncovering. Ryan shook his head. And wait until the walls take us in our sleep? No. We force the truth all the way out. If this is judgment, we'll drag the judge into the open. Evelyn's glare hardened. And when it turns out the judge is Olivia or Anna, or maybe even you? Ryan met her eyes without flinching. Then I'll put them in the walls myself. That night, the storm's fury eased for the first time, but the silence was worse. Every drip in the gutters, every sigh of the stone sounded like breathing. They kept watch in pairs, but paranoia poisoned even that. Evelyn refused to sit beside Olivia. Clara no longer trusted Daniel's constant writing. Anna's muttering, "Don't open the doors," grated like nails on glass. Maya alone moved between them, forcing food, water, and ritual check-ins. Her calm was brittle, but it kept them alive. Near midnight, the speakers clicked. The voice came low, deliberate, patient. You opened the throat, you saw the trophies, you watched Harold hang. You understand now. Ravenswood is obedience. Ravenswood is judgment. You may still hope for survival, but the rhyme will not be broken. The dormitories have spoken. A pause. Then the words that chilled them more than any thunder. Tomorrow the East Wing waits, and in the East Wing truth will eat you alive. The line died. Weba clutched her knees to her chest, whispering Orlane's name. Daniel scribbled East Wing next stage. Truth weapon. Clara stared at the sheets covering Eleanor and Harold until her hand cramped around her pen. Evelyn sharpened her glare into a blade. Ryan simply tied new knots into the rope, one after another, as though the act alone could keep them tethered to life. And Maya whispered to herself a prayer or a curse. Tomorrow one more door opens. The hall settled into silence, but beneath it, faint and steady, came the sound of something scratching in the walls. The storm had slackened by morning, but the silence that replaced it was worse. Ravenswood no longer groaned or rattled. It simply listened. The survivors gathered around the table, rope coiled neatly, lanterns trimmed, weapons crude but ready. The voice's command from the night before still echoed. Tomorrow the East Wing waits, and in the East Wing, truth will eat you alive. Maya Levin stood over Anna's map, her finger tracing the east side. Here, another blank square. The boardroom should connect, but the map shows nothing. It was redacted. Ryan Torres nodded grimly. Which means the passages there are more than shortcuts. They're engineered, the heart of Project Raven. Clara Benson tightened her grip on her notebook. Then that's where the real records are. Everything else, the trophies, the chapel vault, the basement, They were breadcrumbs. The East Wing is where the truth rots. Evelyn Hartman's mouth curled, voice acidic. Truth? Or another excuse for theatrics? Every step into this maze, we lose another body. How many more doors do you want to open before nothing remains of us? Ryan snapped. The doors are opening whether we walk through them or not. Every tally, every revelation, every murder, they're counting down to something. You think hiding in this hall will stop it? Evelyn didn't answer, but her glare said enough. They set out after sunrise, dragging their exhaustion behind them like chains. The East Wing doors loomed tall and warped, their paint peeling, the hinges rusted. Ivy had snaked through cracks in the stained glass, curling like veins across the wall. Anna's steps faltered. My father never let me near here. He said the East Wing was hungry. Olivia Reed shivered, whispering, It's where they took Orlane. I remember the night she disappeared and I heard footsteps going this way. And then, silence. Maya pushed the latch. The door gave with a groan, swinging into darkness. The East Wing exhaled. The corridor was colder than the rest of the academy. Its air stagnant, heavy with mildew and something sourer. Old rot, soaked into stone. Lantern light caught graffiti scrawled on the plaster. Desperate words carved by fingernails. Let us out. We are still here. The walls lie. Daniel Cross traced one line with trembling fingers, then scribbled it into his journal. The students knew. They resisted. They wrote their testimony on the walls when paper was denied them. Clara whispered, and the school silenced even their scratches. Their footsteps echoed too loudly, as if the hall was amplifying sound instead of swallowing it. The first room they forced open was a classroom. Dust lay thick, desks overturned. On the blackboard, faint chalk marks still clung, arithmetic problems, a lesson interrupted decades ago. But beneath the equations was a message scrawled in red paint. Ravenswood remembers. Olivia's sob broke the silence. She wrote that. Orlane. That's her handwriting. Evelyn's eyes narrowed. Convenient, isn't it? The perfect mark to stoke your delusions. Ryan slammed the chalk tray. Enough. This isn't her fantasy, it's evidence. Someone preserved it. Clara stepped closer, voice soft but urgent. No, not preserved, refreshed. The paint is too bright, too wet. Someone wrote this recently. The room chilled with the realization. Further in, the East Wing revealed its true nature. Behind a cracked door, they found a stairwell leading down into a chamber lined with file cabinets, their drawers labeled in peeling paint, 1972, 1975, 1979. Each drawer gaped, files spilling like entrails. Daniel tore one free, his breath ragged. Reports, every disciplinary hearing, every removal order. Look! He thrust a folder into Maya's hands. She read aloud, her voice steady despite the horror. Student, Orlane Ross. Accusation, questioning authority, recommendation, removal, outcome, implemented, witness, Hartman, Evelyn. All heads snapped toward Evelyn. She froze, the blood draining from her face. I signed recommendations. I didn't know what they meant. I thought removal meant expulsion, transfer. Clara's voice cut like glass. You signed children into walls and didn't bother to ask what the word meant? Evelyn's lips trembled, but no words came. Ryan yanked another folder, tossing it onto the pile. Hannah Cole, Liza Harper, Thomas Vale, dozens of names, all removed, all signed by trustees and headmasters. Daniel scribbled, muttering, obedience through fear, silence through erasure. Ravenswood was a machine for obedience, fueled by children's lives. Olivia clutched her arms around herself, whispering, Orlane tried to tell me. She said the school wasn't a school, it was a trap. I didn't believe her, I didn't want to. Her tears fell onto the dusty floor. Then Clara found the hidden journal. It was bound in cracked leather, its spine flaking. She flipped it open, her eyes darting across the page. "It's not just reports," she whispered. "It's instructions. Project Raven wasn't an accident, it was policy. The headmasters wrote manuals on how to choose victims, which students to erase, how to stage their disappearances, how to make families believe the lie." Ryan's jaw tightened. Mechanics. That's how the locked rooms were built. Pivot walls, hidden latches, one-way locks. The headmasters turned the academy into a machine of illusions. Daniel scrawled furiously. "Locked room crimes explained by modern architecture plus obedience. Project Raven manual proves premeditation." Evelyn sank into a chair, her face ashen. "Dear God, we built a prison and called it a school." But before they could absorb the weight of it, a crash echoed through the east wing. The sound of a desk overturning, and a scream. Olivia's. They bolted toward the noise, lanterns swinging. The corridor stretched too long, the shadows too deep. When they reached the source, they found Olivia standing in the center of a ruined classroom, pointing with a trembling hand. On the wall, smeared in blood, was a new message. "Truth is poison." And below it, Clara Benson's notebook, pages torn, ink smeared, lying in a pool of fresh blood. The lantern light quivered across the bloody message. "Truth is poison." The words dripped, still wet, trailing downward toward the scattered notebook that had been Clara Benson's lifeline. Ryan knelt, lifting the book with careful hands. His jaw tightened. "The ink is fresh. She was writing when—" He didn't finish. Maya moved toward the corner where the blood pooled darkest. Clara lay crumpled against the wall, her throat cut in a single clean line. Her eyes stared glassily at the ceiling, her pen still clutched between stiffening fingers. Olivia screamed, collapsing against Anna. Evelyn covered her mouth, gagging. Daniel's pen slipped from his grip, clattering to the floor. Maya closed Clara's eyes with trembling fingers, whispering, "She wouldn't stop searching. She wouldn't stop writing, and they punished her for it." Ryan examined the wound, his soldier's pragmatism steady even in horror. "This wasn't frenzy, it was surgical, one stroke. They knew exactly where to cut. And then they wrote the message in her blood." Daniel dropped to his knees beside Clara's body, clutching at her stained notebook. She was the only one who believed me, who documented everything. Now it's only me." He began to scribble again, his writing wild, jagged. Clara silenced. Truth punished. Ravenswood protects its secrets. Truth. Poison. Maya pulled the pen from his hand, gently but firmly. "Not now. You'll drive yourself mad." Daniel's eyes burned with feverish light. "Don't you see? They want us mad. They want us broken. Clara was too strong, too clear. That's why she had to die." Evelyn's voice cut through, sharp but trembling. "Or maybe she was the killer. Maybe she slit her own throat to throw us into chaos." Ryan rounded on her, fury sparking. Don't you dare twist this. Clara didn't slit her own throat." Evelyn's lip curled. "You expect me to believe one of us did it? While the rest stood here? No, we've been chasing ghosts when the simplest answer is that she snapped." Maya's voice turned cold as ice. "Stop hiding behind denial. You signed removals. You helped build this nightmare. If you can justify that, you can justify anything." Evelyn's face blanched, but she had no reply. Anna, pale and trembling, whispered from the shadows, "The East Wing eats truth. That's what my father said. Anyone who tries to speak it aloud, anyone who tries to write it down, the wing swallows them. Her words sent a shudder through the group. Olivia sobbed harder. Then we're already dead. Because we've all read the files, we've all seen the names. Ryan forced the group to move, pushing them deeper into the wing. We can't stop here. Clara died for these files. We finish what she started. They broke open more drawers, lanterns flickering. Maya read from a brittle report aloud. Project Raven Phase 2. Results indicate fear increases compliance. Obedience requires sacrifice. Selected removals instill discipline in surviving population. Recommended continuation indefinitely. Daniel tore the paper from her hands, shaking. Sacrifice. They didn't even call them children, just sacrifices. Ryan yanked open another drawer, finding a blueprint curled inside. He spread it across a desk. Look, the passages, pivoting panels, trapdoors, counterweight systems. Every so-called locked room is here. The library, the study, the dormitory throat, they're all drawn, built as part of the design. Maya leaned in, which means the killer isn't supernatural. They're just using Ravenswood's design the way it was intended. Olivia's tears streaked her face. Intended for what? For obedience? Ryan's eyes hardened. For slaughter. Suddenly, the speakers hissed. The voice was softer now, almost intimate. Clara Benson sought truth. She wrote when she should have obeyed. Ravenswood has no use for truth. Truth is poison. Truth spreads rot. And so truth is silenced. Daniel trembled, pressing his hands over his ears. Stop! Stop it! The voice ignored him. 8 doors open. 12 remain. The East Wing has spoken. Static. Silence. The group stood frozen, Clara's blood still wet on the floor. Maya whispered, "When every time we learn more, every time we dig deeper, someone pays the price. If we keep going, none of us will make it out alive." Ryan coiled the rope again, his jaw a hard line. "Then we drag the truth out even if it kills us. Ravenswood doesn't get the last word." Olivia hugged Anna tightly, both of them trembling. Evelyn stood rigid, her pearl-stringed hands trembling for the first time. Daniel picked up Clara's ruined notebook and cradled it to his chest like a relic. "Then I'll write for both of us, until the last page." And in the silence that followed, the East Wing seemed to hum with satisfaction, as though the walls themselves approved. They stood in the ruin Clara's blood had made, every heartbeat loud enough to count. For a long time, no one moved. Then Maya forced air into her lungs and said very quietly, "We finish this wing. We take everything that proves what Ravenswood is. Then we leave this corridor and we do not come back." Ryan nodded once. "Control first. If the voice can pipe lullabies anywhere, there's a hub." They followed the blueprint's spiderweb of lines, a service stair hidden behind a hinged bookcase, a crawl ledge running above a row of lockers, a narrow catwalk no wider than a boot. The East Wing gave up its secrets with grudging clicks and sighs, panels easing, bolts drawing back as if the building recognized hands that finally knew where to press. At the end of a low tunnel, they found a steel door with no handle. The blueprint showed a square here labeled only Theater. Ryan set his shoulder and pushed. Metal bowed, protested, then slipped. The door inhaled them into a room the size of a chapel, the ceiling filigreed with ducts and cables. Banks of old speakers lined one wall. On another, an array of glazed observation slits faced out into darkness, the backs of blackboards, the tops of wardrobes, the cornices above library shelves. It wasn't a room. It was a periscope into the school. control, Daniel breathed. His hand shook as he raised his lantern. This is where the voice lives. On a central table lay a map of Ravenswood, hand-drawn, vellum, annotated in a neat, obsessive hand. Brass plates labeled zones with tiny toggle switches beneath. Library, chapel, dormitory, throat, study, east wing, basement. A coil of black wire fed a modern digital recorder patched into the antique speaker matrix with an adapter someone had soldered by hand. Ryan ran 2 fingers along the solder beads. Fresh. He lifted the recorder, thumb hovering. The battery icon glowed 3 bars. Charged. There's a generator somewhere or battery swaps. He set it down as if it might bite. Someone has been in and out of this room. Last night, maybe minutes ago. Maya checked each slit. Through one she saw the library's black windows. Through another the dormitory ward of identical beds. Through a third the very corridor where Clara had died, now empty, the words, "Truth is poison," drying to a brown sheen. "Sight lines into the murders," she said. "Whoever's orchestrating this watches the performance from here." On a pegboard hung an old key ring studded with different metals, brass, steel, nickel, and one key, iron black, longer than the rest. Its tag read Master. Anna made a small animal sound. "The black key," she whispered. Her face had gone the color of chalk. "My father's key, he said he'd lost it. He didn't. It's here." Evelyn's eyes flashed. "Your father was the custodian of this horror." Anna staggered back. Maya caught her. "Not now," Maya said without looking away from Evelyn. "We document, we move." Clara would have devoured the ledger first. Daniel took that mantle. A notebook lay open on the desk, its leather soft from handling, its pages filled with a clean, legible script. He read aloud, voice even, though tears kept threatening to break it. Custodian's log, sequence. Lesson 1, library, reminder of silence. Lesson 2, study, demonstrate vanishing. Lesson 3, dormitory throat, obedience rehearsed. Lesson 4, east wing, silence the scribe. Lesson 5. He stopped, his throat worked. It names them as lessons. Maya's jaw tightened. "Turn the page." He did. The next lines were dated this week. Lesson 5, board's guilt, necklace's noose. Lesson 6, trustee, remind the obedient that obedience is death. Lesson 7, records, truth is poison. Daniel glanced at Clara's blood on his sleeve. It was written before she died. Ryan flipped more pages, hunting for a signature. The last leaf carried only a flourish and 3 letters, stamped with a brass die rather than written. CV. "Initials," Olivia whispered. "Whose?" Evelyn found her voice quickly. "Conveniently anonymous, it could be anyone. Cross, Voss, Victor, Vaughn, you are all chasing shadows." "Or you," Ryan said, not bothering to hide the accusation. "Hartman, your middle name?" Evelyn's chin lifted. "Elaine." "Then stop talking and help us find who does match," he snapped. Maya slid open a shallow drawer beneath the table. Inside lay photographs, class composites, staff dinners, a grainy shot of a Halloween dance. In one, a line of prefects smiled in stiff blazers. Olivia, as a girl, stood near the end, hand clasped with another student, dark-haired, eyes laughing. Someone had circled the other girl's face in red pencil and written at the margin. OR beneath, another circle around a tall boy by the door, CV. The pencil line had pressed hard enough to tear the paper. "Orlane," Olivia breathed, touching the circled face with a fingertip that hovered but did not land. She looked to the second circle, brows knitting. "I don't remember him." Ryan sorted more photos with quick, careful hands. If CV is our custodian now, he would have known these passages as a student or as staff. He lifted a staff photo from a later year. "Here, a maintenance trainee, Same initials on the clipboard tag, C. Vargo. The card at his chest reads Vargo, custodial apprentice. Anna flinched as if struck. Mr. Vargo, he came by when I was little. My father said to stay upstairs when Vargo worked. He said Mr. Vargo liked the old ways too much. Alive now? Maya asked. Anna shook her head slowly. I don't know. Daniel wrote the name hard enough to tear. Vargo, Psalm CV. Then softer, as if the air might punish certainty. Or a mask. Ryan turned to the wall of brass toggles, jaw flexing. If we kill the speakers, we cut the voice. Or we spring a trap, Maya said. She pointed to a stenciled warning above the bank. Sequenced circuit, order required. If we pull the wrong order, we might lock ourselves in every room at once. They left the toggles alone, but Ryan traced their wiring anyway, mapping the sequence with his eyes. Library to chapel, to dormitory, to study, to east wing, to basement, he murmured. A cycle, a ritual. On the far table under a dust cloth, Olivia found a box of personal things arranged with careful malice. 3 marbles, a cracked watch, a teacher's stamp pad, a tin soldier missing a leg. At the bottom lay a pressed flower and a small ribboned card. Merit. Obedience. Relics, she whispered. Tithes to a god that never deserved worship. Evelyn's mask finally cracked. Stop calling it worship. This was a system. Broken men built it, not a god. Maya looked at her. And you fed it. She didn't say, and so did I out loud, but the thought crossed her face like a cloud. Before Evelyn could spit back something poisonous, the speakers crackled inside the control room itself. They all froze. The recorder's playlight had not moved. The sound was coming from an overhead cone, a different circuit. The voice arrived close enough to feel. You find the theater. Good. Most audiences never make it backstage. Did the ledger please you, Daniel? Did the initials soothe you, Ryan? Did the photographs comfort you, Olivia? You like names. Names are the smallest cages. Ryan's hand hovered over the toggles. Maya caught his wrist. Don't! The voice sounded almost amused. You want a true name? Try this. Successor. The headmaster's trained one. When an old custodian failed, the next opened the doors, and so on. Tradition, heritage, family. All eyes slid to Anna. Her candle trembled. No, she whispered. No, my father, he kept me away. He wouldn't. He made you learn the map, the voice said gently. He taught you where not to walk. He held the black key. He kept the theater clean. He raised you in the wings. Anna shook her head so hard her hair came loose. He was afraid. He tried to protect me. By teaching you everything, the voice said, still gentle. Because he knew Ravenswood would call for a new custodian when he died. Stop, Maya said, the word like a thrown blade. You do not get to choose her life with a story. Story? Now the voice warmed with approval. Yes, you finally understand. This is a story built of rooms that should not open and a school that should not exist. A story where truth is poison and obedience is salvation. A story with 19 falls and 1 rise. And we are almost at the chapter where the writer shows you how the trick is done. Daniel stepped forward, face wet, voice shaking with something that was not fear anymore. Then show me, right now. Show me how you strangled Eleanor from outside a locked room. Show me how Harold was in the library twice. Show me Marcus. Silence. Then like a tap turned half open, the smallest of sounds spilled from a nearby observation slit. A low, human breath. Maya moved to the glass and peered through. Her lantern haloed the inside of the dormitory throat above, the edge of a landing, the negative space where a body could stand and remain unseen. The trick, she said not to the voice but to the building, is that there was never one room. There are always two, and a wall that is not a wall. Ryan scanned the periscope slits with new eyes. And a desk that is not a desk, and a wardrobe that is not a wardrobe. He set the black key's cold weight in his palm. If we have this, we stop the tricks. Try, the voice invited. Ryan slid the key toward the main lock beside the toggles. The iron bit met the ward and stuck, then eased as if the door recognized an old friend. A quiet series of clicks cascaded through the room. Relays, dampers, vents. Somewhere distant, a bolt fell like a stone into a well. Careful, Maya said softly. Too late, Evelyn hissed. He started something. From the observation slit that looked into the study, the room where Marcus had vanished, a panel eased open of its own accord. Dust swirled, a shadow crossed and was gone. Olivia clutched the edge of the table. Marcus? No answer, only that shadow imprinted on the eye like a negative moving deeper into the walls. Back to the hall, Maya ordered, the command cutting through panic. We regroup. We take the ledger, the key, the photos. We lock the east wing from the outside if we can. Ryan pocketed the black key and the ledger. Daniel slid Clara's ruined notebook beneath his jacket as if tucking a heart back under bone. Olivia took the photograph of Orlane and folded it so the crease did not cross the girl's face. Anna paused at the door and with shaking hands flipped all the observation slits closed one by one. The theater went blind. They retraced the hidden path. The east wing tried to lengthen itself around them, corridors seeming too long, stairs adding steps, but rope and chalk and anger defied the tricks. When at last they reached the main corridor, the air felt warmer by a degree, as if they had left a freezer and entered weather. In the hall, candles guttered in welcome. 2 bodies lay under sheets. 2 absences weighed the room like lead. Maya set the ledger on the table and laid her hand on its battered cover. We have the plan. We have the key. We know there was a successor. Next, we flush them. Evelyn looked at Anna with eyes like pins. And if the successor is already in this room? Anna flinched but did not drop her gaze. Then face me when you say it. The speakers clicked once, twice, like a tongue testing teeth. The voice came muffled, as if speaking through a hand. 9 doors opened. 11 remain. The theater is closed. Next, the stage. What stage? Ryan demanded. Silence. Daniel wrote 3 words, careful and clear, as if clarity itself could be a weapon. The final mechanism. Olivia traced Orlane's name with a thumb and whispered, "Hold me to the end." Maya blew out the nearest candle. We will. But first, we learn how to break a story. The east wing settled behind them with a tiny, satisfied sigh, like a book closing on a chapter it had been meaning to end. The candles in the grand hall burned low, casting the survivors in trembling circles of light. The ledger from the east wing sat open on the table, its pages heavy with fresh bloodstains from Clara's hands. The black key gleamed beside it, darker than the shadows. Maya Levin stood with her palms pressed against the ledger as if pinning it down. The voice said, "Next, the stage. That means they want us somewhere specific. A performance." Ryan Torres nodded grimly. We've been the audience up to now, watching tricks, locked rooms, vanishing acts, staged executions, but a stage means something else. It means they want to be seen. Olivia Reed trembled, her arms tight around herself. The auditorium, she whispered. The theater where we had assemblies. The headmasters gave speeches there. Orlane used to say it felt like a church of lies. Anna's candle flickered in her hand. My father said the stage was never for students. It was for judgment. And the survivors gathered their rope, lanterns, and weapons. Evelyn Hartman's lips were pale, but her voice remained sharp. Then we prepare. We go in as one. No wandering. If anyone slips into the wings, we pull them back, even if we have to break bones. Maya shot her a look but did not disagree. They moved through Ravenswood's halls, the storm above reduced to a distant growl. Every step felt orchestrated, as if the academy itself ushered them toward the East Auditorium. The double doors loomed high and swollen with damp, their handles tarnished brass. Ryan forced them open with a grunt. The auditorium exhaled a must of rot and dust. Rows of broken seats stretched toward a massive stage, curtains sagging, moth-eaten and torn. Lantern beams swept across the boards, catching faded paint that once depicted a pastoral scene but was now cracked and peeling. The silence pressed heavy. Then from overhead the speakers hummed. "Welcome to the stage," the voice purred. "Every story requires its climax, every audience its revelation." Lanterns flickered, the curtains twitched, and then they rose, not smoothly but in jerks and shudders, revealing what lay behind. A tableau. On the stage stood mannequins dressed in Ravenswood uniforms, their faces painted white, mouths twisted into cruel smiles. Each wore a sign strung around its neck with names painted in black ink. Harold, Eleanor, Clara, Marcus. At their feet lay objects from the trophy room, shoes, books, pearls, arranged like offerings. Olivia gasped, covering her mouth. "It's them. It's all of them." Maya's eyes narrowed. "No, it's a performance, a reminder." Daniel Cross scribbled furiously. "Stage. Ritual. Victims displayed as actors. Audience forced to watch." Ryan stalked closer to the stage. "Where's Marcus? If he's alive, this is where he'd be." The curtains jolted again. Behind the mannequins, another figure was revealed, bound to a chair, gagged, head slumped. When the lantern light hit his face, Olivia screamed, "Marcus!" He was alive, barely. His face swollen from blows, his hands tied behind the chair, rope wound around his chest, his eyes fluttered open, bloodshot, straining against the gag. Ryan surged forward, but the speaker snapped like a whip. "Careful. He is the finale's bait. Every stage needs a sacrifice. Every sacrifice needs an audience." The mannequin's painted grins seemed to widen in the flickering light. Maya gripped Ryan's arm before he could mount the steps. "Stop. This is a trap." Ryan shook her off, fury burning. "Then we spring it and kill the one pulling the strings." Anna's voice broke the tension, trembling but sharp. "The stage has wings, passages behind the curtains. That's where the custodian moves. If we go up blind, we'll join Marcus as puppets." Evelyn sneered, though sweat glistened on her temple. "And how convenient that you know this. Always ready with warnings, never solutions." Anna's tears shimmered, but she didn't flinch. "I know because I grew up in Ravenswood, not because I built it." The group splintered in whispers and suspicion, but the voice drowned them out. "Choose. Rescue your friend and lose yourselves, or leave him and he joins the walls. Either way, Ravenswood remembers." Marcus groaned through the gag, thrashing weakly. Olivia sobbed, clutching at Maya. "We can't leave him. We can't." Ryan's jaw clenched. "We're not leaving anyone." He pointed to the wings. "We split. One team takes the passages, cuts off the custodian, the other frees Marcus." Maya shook her head. "That's exactly what they want. Divide and bleed us." Daniel's pen hovered. "It's a test, to see if we fracture. That's the story they're writing, whether we trust or betray." The lantern sputtered. The mannequins seemed to lean forward, their shadows stretching. And then, with a groan, the ropes binding Marcus tightened. He screamed behind the gag, his body arching as the chair lifted from the floor, hoisted by unseen pulleys. The stage creaked like a gallows. Marcus dangled above the stage, gagged screams muffled into wet sobs. The ropes creaked, pulling him higher, the chair twisting like a marionette. Ryan Torres lunged for the steps, but the boards groaned, shifting beneath his boots. He froze, scanning the warped planks. "Trap!" Maya hissed, grabbing his arm. "Pressure triggers." The whole stage could drop. Above them, the speakers purred. "Welcome to the performance. You play your roles so well, heroes, scribes, traitors, but every stage has a curtain drop. Will you fall with it?" The mannequins loomed, their painted grins grotesque in lantern light. Olivia's sobs echoed through the empty auditorium. "We can't just watch," she screamed. "He'll die." Anna's hand shook as she pointed. "The wings. There's a passage. That's where the ropes feed through." Ryan's jaw clenched. "Then that's our route." They split despite Maya's warnings. Ryan, Maya, and Olivia darted toward the right wing, lanterns swinging. Evelyn, Daniel, and Anna edged left, keeping to the shadows. The wings stank of mildew and dust. Curtains sagged like corpses. Behind them, narrow staircases spiraled upward. Ropes snaking into pulleys. Lantern light caught seams in the walls, hidden doors, just wide enough for a body to slip through. Ryan sprinted up the right stair, muscles straining. He followed the ropes to a loft where rusted machinery groaned. The chair suspended, Marcus dangled below, swaying. Ryan braced himself and hacked at the first rope with a shard of glass. Fibers snapped, but the machinery jerked, tightening the others. "Careful!" Maya shouted. Ryan growled, sawing faster. Below, Olivia screamed encouragement, her voice shrill. "Hold on, Marcus!" Meanwhile, Evelyn's team reached the left loft. Anna hesitated at the panel seams, terror plain in her eyes. "My father said the wings bite. Don't open the doors." Evelyn sneered, sweat dripping down her temple. "Then why are you here, girl? Show us how your family kept this stage running." She shoved Anna toward the ropes. Anna stumbled, nearly falling into a gap. Daniel caught her, pulling her back. "Stop it!" he shouted at Evelyn. "She's terrified, just like the rest of us." But Evelyn's glare hardened. Terrified, or pretending. Her words hung like a blade. Back in the hall, Marcus writhed, the ropes digging into his chest. His muffled cries cut through the vast emptiness. Then, with a snap, Ryan severed one rope. The chair lurched sideways. Marcus dangled, spinning wildly. "Almost there," Ryan grunted, sweat pouring. He slashed at another rope. It snapped with a twang. The chair fell several feet before jerking to a halt. Marcus slammed into the stage, gasping through the gag. Olivia rushed forward, ignoring Maya's scream of warning. She darted onto the stage, skidding across dust and splinters. "Olivia, stop!" Maya cried. "The floor!" But it was too late. The boards beneath Olivia groaned, then split. She screamed as she plunged into darkness. "Olivia!" Anna shrieked from the loft, voice breaking. Ryan dropped the final rope and leapt down, ripping the gag from Marcus's mouth. The man choked, coughing blood, but alive. "Trap, floor, it opened under her." Maya shone her lantern at the jagged hole yawning center stage. Dust rose in choking clouds. From far below, Olivia's voice echoed, faint but alive. "I'm down here. It's dark. Oh God, it's full of bones." Her scream tore the air. The speakers crackled. The voice, cold as stone, intoned. 10 doors opened. 10 remain. Silence fell over the survivors. Marcus slumped in Ryan's arms, barely conscious. Anna sobbed into Daniel's chest. Evelyn's lips pressed thin, though her eyes betrayed terror. Maya stared into the hole, her lantern beam catching pale shapes shifting far below. She fell into the ossuary, she whispered. The bone pit. Ryan tightened his grip on Marcus. Then we go down and bring her back. Alive. The voice chuckled softly. Every descent has its price. Every rescue opens another door. Will you pay? The lanterns flickered. The mannequins seemed to lean closer, their painted eyes glistening as though wet. And from the pit, Olivia screamed again, this time not in fear, but in pain. Ryan tied Marcus to the safety line with a quick hitch, then eased him onto the boards where they wouldn't flex. Breathe slow, he said. Short breaths. Stay off the seams. Marcus coughed, spit dark, and croaked through a ruined throat. He likes the smell of oil, glue, old rope, left hand. Ties everything left-handed, clove hitches reversed. Maya filed it without comment, eyes already searching for a descent. The trap's mouth gaped center stage, its jagged rim bristling splinters. Far below, Olivia's voice came ragged, echoing off hollow things. I'm here. I'm not hurt bad, but they're bones. Oh God, there are so many. Hold on, Maya called. We're coming to you. Anna pointed with the trembling lantern. There. Proscenium service hatch. A brass grill lay half hidden by a torn swag of velvet at stage right. Ryan levered it open. A ladder fell loose with a metallic sigh, its rungs slick with damp. Daniel, you keep Marcus breathing, Maya said. Evelyn with them, Anna on rope. If this frame shifts, scream. She met Ryan's eyes. We go fast, we go careful. They went. The ladder scraped stone. Cold air breathed up from below, tinged with iron and old varnish. The lantern's cone found walls ribbed by niches, first empty, then crowded by anonymous femurs and skulls heaped behind chicken wire. Someone had arranged the bones with an archivist's patience. The ossuary was not a pit. It was a room with rules. Olivia! Ryan's voice flattened in the space, swallowed at the edges. Here, came the reply, close. The lantern swung around a rib of masonry and found her in a spill of bones, shin-cut, dress gray with dust, but eyes blazing. She dragged herself onto a ledge, arms wrapped tight as if to keep the dead from climbing. She laughed once, too brightly. They don't bite. They just wait. Maya passed her the rope. Ryan hauled while Maya braced the ladder with a shoulder. Up close, the ossuary showed its seams and secrets, low vents cut into stone, brass pipes that disappeared into darkness, a rusted wheel labeled damper, a hatch with a slot that would take an iron key longer than any ordinary ward. The black key. Air control, Maya murmured. Sound channels too, that's how the lullabies travel. And how the rooms speak to each other, Ryan said. The school is a throat. We've been listening to one big body. Olivia reached the ladder's third rung and froze, eyes on a shape tucked under the ledge. A tool roll slept there, oily canvas neatly tied. Ryan tugged it free with 2 fingers and opened it on his knee. Awl, bone saw, grease pencil, a pocket soldering iron, a theater rigger's hook knife honed to a moon. The handle wore a burnished scar where a left thumb would live. A small brass tag lay folded inside the roll. He turned it in the lantern light and read the stamp. Vargo, custodial. Olivia's breath hitched. He's real. Maya looked past Ryan at the dampers, the vents, the wheel. He is, she said, but the mechanism is bigger than the man. Rung by rung, they brought Olivia up, then 3 together climbed for the hatch. Above, the stage creaked, impatient. Anna's voice trembled. Hurry! They came through into lamplight and stale velvet. Daniel had Marcus propped against a fly rail, counting his breaths aloud like a metronome. Evelyn hovered, eyes flicking from the rope to the mannequins as if expecting them to step down and deliver a verdict. Ryan set the tool roll on the table of props with quiet care. He's got a kit down there. Rigger knives, left-hand polish on the grip, and a tag. Vargo, Daniel read, the name like grit. So the initials weren't misdirection. Or they're a costume, Maya said. The theater has closets full of those. Marcus rasped. Didn't see his face. Felt his hands, cold, quick. How he moved, he knew the angles, knew where I'd reach. The chair. He tied it to the pulleys before I was awake. Maya's gaze rose to the grid, taking in ropes braided and ropes cut, sandbags half filled to adjust weight. Counterweights and kill switches, pressure lines under the boards. He can drop half this stage if he wants. Evelyn hugged herself, pearls clicking. Then we get out of this room. No, Ryan said, smoothing the tool roll shut. We make it ours. He pulled the black key from his pocket, its iron length drinking the light. We have his key. We found his vents, his dampers, his ladders. If we can choke the channels, we choke the tricks. The final mechanism, Daniel whispered, not quite daring hope. If there's a way to end the story, it's in the way the story moves. Anna swallowed. My father said never touch the wheel under the stage. He said the building has a breath. If you stop it, the doors lock where they are. Olivia's fingers tightened on Maya's sleeve. Lock where they are? With us inside? Or with him, Ryan said, if we pick the moment. The speakers hissed. You make plans, the voice said, amused. You love plans. Wheels and keys, cardinal sins. Do you know what this place is without air? A tomb. All your doors become walls. Maya smiled without warmth. You've been threatening to make us a lesson since we arrived. You won't resist if I turn your lesson around. A pause, then a soft chuckle. Try. Not yet, Ryan said under his breath. Not until we set the trap. He moved along the wings, cutting slack ropes and tying new lines, replacing knots he recognized as left-handed with his own right-hand mirror. Maya and Olivia labeled seams in chalk. Daniel sketched the grid like a battlefield. Anna found the secondary hatch at stage left and looped it to the main line. Evelyn, at first rigid with disdain, eventually took a lantern and tested floorboards with the end of a curtain pole, marking bad squares with a quick cross. Working gave them back a kind of breathing. They were still working when the mannequins turned. Not much, just a collective tilt of painted heads as if something had caught their attention at the back of the hall. Olivia saw it first and pointed mute. One by one, the survivors followed her gaze toward the auditorium doors. They were open, not wide, just a thumb's width darkness lying in the seam like a secret. From the crack, a ribbon of cold air slid in, bearing a smell of wet stone and something medicinal. Footsteps sounded in the rows, soft, felt more than heard, a pressure that moved seat to seat without displacing dust. Lanterns down, Maya whispered. No silhouettes. They obeyed, light dimming to a hush. The stage became a shallow bowl of shadow, the mannequins pale islands. In the hush, the footsteps came on, then stopped entirely. Circle, Ryan said softly. They drew together without looking, a habit learned in fear. Backs out, faces in, rope around waists. The voice returned, not from above now, but from the open doors, intimate as breath on the cheek. Every play ends with revelation. A figure stepped into the aisle, lantern hooded low. Not tall, not small. A maintenance smock, sleeves rolled. A gloved left hand held the light. The right hand rested on a hook knife, dull with use. The face above the collar was masked by a filter canister strapped mouth and jaw, the old kind caretakers once used for dust. Anna made a broken sound that was not a word. Welcome back to the stage, Successor, the voice said from the mask, and hearing it in the room made it suddenly horribly human. Ryan didn't lunge. He counted. 1. The knife lived in the right hand. but the glove on the left was worn smooth in the palm where rope had run. 2. The smock's breast carried an old oval stitch shadow, custodial, though the name had been unpicked. 3. The figure's left shoulder hiked a fraction, old habit of a rigger hauling a line. Vargo? Daniel breathed. The mask tilted. Vargo was a door. I am the one who walked through. Names are cages, Olivia whispered, remembering. He said that. Let him talk, Maya murmured. Every trickster shows the mechanism when you flatter him. The lantern lifted a hair. The left glove curled, almost a shrug. Mechanism? The mechanism is simple: fear, isolation, architecture, an audience that cannot look away. The mask turned toward the trap's mouth. And a stage with a throat. Ryan's finger found the black key in his pocket. The dampers below waited. The vents waited. The whole building seemed to lean a fraction, listening for the cue. Maya said quietly, "Then here's mine." She tossed a pearl. It struck a marked board, one they'd identified as a trigger, and the stage answered with the creak they had learned to hate. But this time the line Ryan had rigged caught first, transferring weight to a sandbag he'd hung in the wings. The trap yawned harmlessly 1 foot and stopped, arrested mid-bite. The figure in the aisle flinched. Ryan turned the black key in the service lock buried in the proscenium pillar. Below, metal answered with a heavy sigh. Dampers began to close. Air thinned, the room's breath shortening. The speakers coughed and died mid-static. "No more voice," Maya said, "just you." The mask's lenses reflected 2 tiny lanterns. The left glove flexed, then stilled. When he spoke again, the voice was lower and closer, the amplifier gone. "Closer, then," he said. "You wanted the stage." He stepped forward. Ryan felt the building bruise around them, the dampers half shut, the vents choking, the weight lines rewired to their favor. He did not smile. He did not look away from the knife. "Now," he said without raising his voice, "we finish this act. Then we open the final mechanism." From somewhere deep in Ravenswood, a relay thunked, something large taking a position it had not held in years. The auditorium doors eased inward on a breath they did not give, closing themselves to a hairline seam. A new number climbed the air like frost. 11 doors opened, 9 remain. They stood in the hush that followed, the successor on the aisle, the survivors in their circle, the stage rigged in their hands. Somewhere below, bones settled like spilled grain. Maya's voice was almost tender. "Curtain," she said, and the moth-eaten velvet began to fall. The moth-eaten curtain sagged to the floor, shutting out the auditorium's seats. The survivors and the masked figure stood together on the stage, bound inside the same shallow pool of lantern light. The air was thin now. The dampers Ryan had sealed choked the vents. Every breath felt like pulling through cloth. Dust shimmered in the lantern glow, and the whole room hummed faintly as though Ravenswood strained under its own breath. The figure tilted his masked head, lenses reflecting 2 pale moons. "You closed the voice," he said, his words bare, amplified only by the mask's hollow chambers. "Clever. But you've also closed yourselves inside. No sound goes out, no air comes in. The tomb welcomes all equally." Ryan Torres stepped forward, the black key heavy in his palm. "Then it's you and us. No more tricks, no more voices in the walls." The mask turned slightly as if amused. "You still don't understand. I am not a man in a mask. I am the door. The mask simply helps you believe that a person could hold so much." Maya Levin's voice was hard. "Doors don't strangle people with their own pearls. Doors don't hang men in sealed rooms. You did." A pause, then a soft chuckle. "And yet you needed the architecture explained before you could even name the trick. You're not fighting me. You're fighting Ravenswood itself. Daniel Cross scribbled frantically in Clara's ruined notebook, his knuckles white. Final mechanism. Not one murder, but the whole building as design. The custodian's head turned toward him. Ah, the scribe survives. Clara thought she could write truth too. She was wrong. Daniel's breath hitched, but he kept writing. You killed her because truth spreads. Because truth weakens obedience, the custodian corrected. Obedience is salvation. Do you know why Ravenswood endured? Because children feared it more than death. Fear teaches faster than love. Fear binds tighter than loyalty. That is Project Raven. Evelyn Hartman's face drained of blood. We didn't know. We thought removal meant expulsion. The mask snapped toward her. You signed the orders, you endorsed the lies, you fattened your pockets while children screamed in the walls. You knew enough. Evelyn trembled, pearls rattling under her hand. I didn't. Liar! The custodian spat, the word vibrating through the vents. You were obedience's best preacher. You taught others to sign without looking. That makes you the purest of all. Ryan shifted his weight, testing the ropes he'd rewired in the loft. He had laid the trap before the figure stepped inside, lines threaded through sandbags, counterweights angled. One pull could shift the stage's balance. He gave Maya the smallest nod. She understood. Maya spoke, voice calm, almost coaxing. You said you're not a man. You're the door. Then show us. Show us how the library locked itself. Show us how Marcus vanished. Show us how Harold swung in a sealed room. You want obedience? Give us the lesson. The custodian stilled, then slowly he raised the hook knife. He pointed first toward the observation slit high on the wall. The library was no mystery. 2 rooms side by side, their walls pivoting on a shared beam. Harold drank poison in one. We removed him through the other. When you entered, you saw only the room the story allowed. A play with one act visible. He stepped closer, the mask's filter hissing. Marcus vanished because the study has a twin. A panel behind the bookcase led to a crawl space. We pulled him out while you gaped at an empty chair. Another play, another act. His gaze lingered on Ryan, and Harold swung in a sealed room because walls lie. The window was never a window. It was a panel cut for my hands. One slide, one hook, and a man dances. He leaned close enough that Ryan smelled the mask's rubber and oil. The walls always obey. Nana's small voice cracked the silence. My father. He helped you, didn't he? The mask turned slowly, tilting toward her. He oiled the hinges. He carried bricks. He locked doors when told. He was obedience. Her tears streaked down her cheeks. He hated it. He feared it, the custodian corrected. That is not the same. Olivia Reed shuddered. And Orlane, what did you do to her? For the first time, the mask tilted back as if savoring memory. Orlane was fire. She questioned, she refused, she scratched truth into desks, whispered it into ears, wrote it in chalk. She was chosen as an example. When the walls took her, the whole dormitory obeyed for a decade. Her removal was the greatest success. Olivia sobbed, falling to her knees. You murdered her. You murdered all of them. The custodian spread his arms, the hook knife glinting. Murder? No. Lessons. Ravenswood does not kill. It teaches. Ryan's jaw clenched. His right hand brushed the sandbag rope. Maya gave the faintest nod. Ryan yanked. The ropes groaned overhead. A counterweight dropped. The floor beneath the custodian shifted with a thunderous crack. He stumbled as the stage tilted, nearly pitching him into the trap. The survivors surged, lanterns flashing. But the custodian caught himself with shocking agility, knife biting into the wood. He dragged his body upright, lenses glaring. "You think you can outrig the rigger?" The stage creaked. Somewhere above, another weight shifted, one not tied by Ryan. "Get back!" he shouted. A sandbag the size of a child slammed into the boards between them, exploding dust. The custodian had his own ropes rigged, his own counterweights waiting. "This is my theater," he snarled. "You are only actors." The sandbag burst open, coughing dust into the air. The survivors staggered back, coughing, lanterns swaying. Through the haze, the custodian advanced, hook knife low. His left glove brushing the ropes like a pianist caressing keys. "This is choreography," he hissed. "Every rope a line of dialogue, every pulley a climax, and you are all still reading the wrong script." Ryan slashed at a line with his glass shard. The counterweight snapped, crashing to the floor between them. The custodian didn't flinch. He simply shifted, tugging another rope, and a section of the backdrop collapsed, sending rotten beams crashing across the stage. "Scatter!" Maya barked. The group broke apart. Daniel dragged Marcus toward the wings. Anna scrambled behind the curtains, clutching her lantern. Evelyn, pearls rattling, stumbled across the boards, fury warring with terror. "You won't scare me!" she screamed at the masked figure. "I signed papers, yes, but I never killed anyone. You're just a bitter custodian with a grudge." The custodian's head tilted. "You taught obedience." He pulled a line. The floor beneath Evelyn groaned, then split. She shrieked, arms flailing as she dropped waist-deep into the sudden trap. Her pearls snapped, spilling like teeth across the stage. Ryan lunged, catching her hand. "Hold on!" Her nails dug into his arm, desperate. "Don't let me fall! Don't!" The custodian slashed another rope. The counterweight yanked, and the trap widened with a crack. Evelyn's scream echoed through the theater as her grip slipped. Her body fell into the darkness below, swallowed by the same ossuary that had taken Olivia hours before. The last thing Ryan saw was her pearls tumbling after her like a broken rosary. The voice from the mask whispered, almost reverent, 12 doors opened, 8 remain." The survivors froze. Another body, another tally. Olivia wailed, clutching her head. Anna sobbed openly, Daniel's pen scrawled blindly in Clara's book. Pearls. Lesson turns obedience punished again. Ryan's face was stone. "No more!" He lunged. The two men collided at the stage's center. Ryan's shard clanged against the custodian's hook knife, sparks leaping. The mask loomed close, lenses glaring, breath rasping through the filter. "You can't fight the building," the custodian growled. "Then I'll kill the man inside it," Ryan spat. They struggled, boots scraping the tilted boards. The custodian's left hand seized a rope, tugged, and another sandbag swung down like a pendulum. Ryan shoved him aside at the last second, the bag smashing a mannequin's painted head into dust. Maya darted forward, seizing a fallen prop spear. She jabbed it toward the custodian's ribs. He twisted, the blade scraping his smock but drawing no blood. The mask turned toward her. "Clever. Brave. You would have made a fine headmistress." "Never!" She spat and thrust again. The knife slashed sparks, deflecting the spear. Anna screamed from the wings. "The dampers! The wheel under the stage! Turn it fully and the doors lock!" The custodian snapped his head toward her, fury radiating from the mask. "Quiet, Successor." Anna froze, eyes wide. "I'm not—" He tugged a rope. The curtain collapsed above her, burying her in moth-eaten fabric. "Anna!" Olivia shrieked, rushing to pull her free. The custodian advanced toward the tangle. "You were trained for this. You were raised in the wings. You will open the final mechanism for me." "No!" Anna screamed, thrashing against the heavy fabric. "I won't!" Ryan tackled the custodian from behind, dragging him away from the girls. They crashed against the fly rail, ropes rattling like snakes. The mask twisted toward him. For the first time, Ryan saw the strap slip. The filter canister jostled, and beneath it, a glimpse of a mouth, scarred, twisted, teeth broken. A man. Flesh. "You're no ghost," Ryan snarled. The custodian slammed his head back, lenses cracking Ryan's brow. "I am Ravenswood," he hissed. Lanterns rocked wildly, shadows stretching like broken actors across the walls. The stage was chaos, ropes snapping, mannequins toppling, sandbags swinging like executioners. Maya grabbed the ledger from the table, holding it aloft. "This is the script you wanted, isn't it? All the lessons, all the names. If you're Ravenswood, then this is your Bible." The custodian froze, mask tilting toward her. Maya's hands trembled, but her voice didn't. "Then watch me burn it." She pulled a candle to the page. The flame caught, licking at the dry leather. The custodian roared, "No!" The flame curled across the ledger's edge, paper blackening, ink blistering. The words of Project Raven's lessons, the careful script of obedience and punishment began to twist into ash. The custodian lunged, knife flashing. "Stop!" Ryan intercepted him, slamming shoulder to chest. They crashed onto the boards, grappling. The hook knife carved splinters an inch from Ryan's throat. Ryan twisted, the blade biting into the stage instead, wedging deep. Maya held the burning ledger high, the fire spreading. Her face was pale but set like iron. "If Ravenswood is a story, then I end the story here." The custodian wrenched free of Ryan's grip, reaching for her. His glove brushed the ledger's spine, but Daniel surged forward, slamming the weight of Clara's ruined notebook against the mask. The lenses cracked, one shattering. A single dark eye glared through the break, human and furious. "You!" Daniel gasped, clutching the book like a weapon. "You're just a man." The custodian reeled back, the voice warping without its filter, ragged and raw. "I am Ravenswood. Without me it collapses. Without me, you are nothing but frightened children in the dark." Maya shoved the ledger into the flame. The book whooshed, fire racing down its spine. The custodian howled. Two above, the ropes bucked as if the theater itself convulsed. Counterweights slammed into walls. The backdrop tore loose, showering dust. The stage tilted another degree, groaning like a wounded beast. Anna, still half buried in the collapsed curtain, screamed, "The wheel! Turn the damper wheel or it will all come down." Ryan crawled toward the trap, where the ossuary waited below. The wheel gleamed in the lantern's low light, rusted teeth gnashing. He seized it, muscles straining. The custodian saw, roared, and lunged, but Olivia, trembling, stepped in his path. She held Orlane's circled photograph in both hands, tears streaming. "You remember her, don't you?" she whispered. "Orlane, the one who defied you. She's not erased. She lives here." She slammed her palm over her heart. "And here." She thrust the photo toward his cracked lens. "And you'll never silence her." The custodian froze, chest heaving. For a heartbeat, he didn't strike. His knife trembled. And in that heartbeat, Ryan heaved the wheel. It screamed. Metal screeched against stone. The dampers slammed shut with finality. The vents sealed. The air thinned to nothing. The theater shuddered. Every rope snapped taut. Mannequins toppled. Sandbags crashed. The custodian staggered, choking behind the mask. His free hand clawed at the straps, tearing them loose. The mask tumbled to the stage, clattering into shadow. A scarred face glared at them, cheek split by an old burn, jaw twisted, one eye blind, the other blazing with hate. Anna gasped. "It's true, it's Vargo." He bared his teeth feral. "Vargo died in the walls. I am what remained. I am the successor." Maya's fire consumed the ledger. Pages curled, black snow drifting across the stage. Daniel dropped to his knees, scribbling even as the smoke burned his throat. Final mechanism. Story destroyed, custodian revealed. Vargo staggered toward him, knife raised. Ryan hurled himself forward. The two collided again. The knife slashed, too close. But this time Maya was there. She rammed the charred ledger's metal spine into Vargo's wrist. The knife clattered across the stage. Anna scrambled free of the curtain, snatching the knife before it slid into the trap. She held it aloft, hands shaking. "No more," she whispered. "No more lessons." Vargo's eye fixed on her, wild. "Daughter of the custodian, it was always going to be you. Finish the story, open the last doors, be the successor." Anna trembled, knife poised. "I am not you." She hurled the blade into the fire. The hook knife hissed, metal glowing. The theater groaned. Boards split. The trap yawned wide, bones shifting below. The survivors clung to each other as the stage pitched like a ship. Ryan still had the black key. He jammed it into the pillar lock, twisting hard. Something deep in Ravenswood answered. A relay, a counterweight, a final click. The stage froze mid-collapse. Vargo sprawled on his knees, chest heaving, the fire's glow licking his face. His voice cracked to a whisper. "If you silence the story, nor do you silence yourselves." Maya knelt, lantern light steady on his ruined features. "No, we tell it our way now." And the fire roared higher. Ash and smoke rose like a curtain. The survivors pulled Marcus, half-conscious, toward the wings. Anna clung to Olivia. Daniel staggered with Clara's book pressed to his chest. Ryan shoved them all toward the exit. Behind them, Vargo howled, voice cracking. 19 fall, 1 rise! You haven't finished the tally!" The flames swallowed him, his scream echoing as the stage itself cracked, crashing into the ossuary below. The voice died with him. Ashes of the stage. The survivors staggered into the grand hall, choking on smoke, their lanterns guttered, but the fire's glow from the auditorium behind them lit Ravenswood's stained glass in flickering reds. They collapsed around the long table, gasping for breath. For the first time since entering the academy, the voice did not follow them. No rhyme, no tally, only silence. Ryan slammed the black key onto the table. "It's done. The mechanism's locked. He's gone." But Maya shook her head, eyes still sharp. "Not yet. A story like this doesn't end with fire, not until we know why it was written." Daniel hunched over Clara's ruined notebook, scribbled even as tears streaked his face. "Truth must be recorded, or it will rot again." Anna, pale and trembling, whispered, "He said I was the successor, that I was meant to inherit it." "Why me?" Maya turned to her gently. "Because you grew up here. Because your father carried keys, they thought bloodline meant loyalty." Anna shuddered. Then they were wrong. But they spread the evidence across the table. The charred remnants of the ledger, the files from the East Wing, Clara's blood-stained notes. Each scrap was a puzzle piece. Together they painted the picture. Project Raven. The academy was not just a school, it was an experiment. Disobedient students were not expelled, they were removed, hidden in chambers behind false walls. Their belongings were preserved in trophy rooms as warnings. Board members signed the orders blindly, believing removal meant discipline, not burial. Custodians like Vargo were trained to maintain the machinery, to perform the lessons. When one died, another was chosen. Ryan's voice was grim. So every murder we saw, the poison, the vanishings, the hangings, they weren't ghosts. They were just reenactments. Lessons staged again for us. Maya nodded. And Vargo kept the tradition alive. He wasn't the first. He was just the latest to wear the mask. Daniel scrawled, "Not supernatural, systematic, not accident. Deliberate cruelty disguised as obedience." Olivia's voice cracked. "And Orlane." Anna lowered her eyes. "She was real. She was taken because she questioned too much." Olivia clutched the photograph, sobbing. "Then she was the first warning, and I was too afraid to believe her." Maya touched her shoulder. "You remember her. That means she won. They failed to erase her completely." Evelyn's pearls still lay scattered across the boards where she had fallen. Anna gathered them silently, laying them in a bowl. Even she was just another lesson. Ryan muttered, "A lesson in greed, obedience." Maya corrected softly, "A lesson in guilt. Ravenswood punished everyone, victim or accomplice." The hall seemed to listen, the walls leaning close. For the first time, the survivors spoke not in panic, but in clarity. One by one, they recited the mysteries and answered them. The impossible locked room murders, hidden panels, twin chambers, one-way locks. The rhyme, not prophecy, but a script. Each door a victim or a secret uncovered. The custodian's mask, a symbol. Any man could wear it. Vargo was only the latest. The tally, a countdown of lessons meant to end with total obedience. The final mechanism, the Academy's breath itself, dampers, vents, ropes. A body made of stone and wood. Daniel's pen scrawled across the page, "Mystery resolved, mechanism revealed, story finished." But Maya's eyes stayed hard. "Not finished. We still have to decide what survives. Ravenswood has always chosen its successor. Tonight we choose whether it gets one." Anna shivered, staring at the black key. From deep in the walls came a creak. Not the voice, just wood, settling. But it carried weight. The building was listening. Maya whispered, "It wants Anna." Ryan slammed his fist. "Then we end it. We burn the rest." But Anna's voice rose, small but steady. "If we burn everything, the truth dies too. And it starts again somewhere else. Don't you see? That's why the custodian hated truth. Because it's the only thing stronger than fear." Olivia wiped her tears, nodding. "She's right. Orlane said the same. Write it down. Speak it out. Make sure everyone knows." Daniel's hand trembled as he wrote, "Final lesson. Truth survives." And the survivors had their answer, but Ravenswood was not finished with them. The candles guttered, the air pressed heavy, and from the locked east wing a distant boom echoed, like a final door shutting itself. The walls whispered not in words, but in the shift of air. "Choose." Maya looked at the others. "The final mechanism is waiting. We decide whether Ravenswood closes forever or opens again." Ryan clenched the black key. Anna's eyes filled with tears. Daniel raised Clara's book. Olivia clutched Orlane's photo, and together they walked back toward the firelit stage, ready to finish it. The auditorium burned like a furnace behind them, but the grand hall was colder than ever, as if Ravenswood resisted its own ending. The survivors gathered in the circle of their lanterns, ash drifting down from cracks in the ceiling. The black key lay on the table, heavy, waiting. Maya's voice was low, steady. "That key locks every mechanism. Vargo used it to open doors, to stage murders, to breathe life into Ravenswood. Now it's ours. One turn could seal this place shut forever." Ryan clenched his fists. "Then we turn it. We bury this house the way it buried all those kids." Anna's eyes were wet, fixed on the iron key. "And if we do, the truth stays buried with it. All those names, all those voices lost again." Daniel scribbled in Clara's notebook, his hand frantic. If truth is sealed, Ravenswood wins. If truth survives, Ravenswood dies in daylight. Olivia's whisper trembled. Orlane told me once, stories are doors. If you tell them, they open. If you hide them, they close. She wanted me to tell her story, not bury it. Your groan shivered through the walls, dust raining from the rafters. The voice was gone, but the house seemed to speak for it. Doors rattled, chains creaked, a low vibration filled the floorboards, demanding, choose. Maya leaned forward, her eyes cutting through the smoke. Listen to me. Ravenswood doesn't want to be destroyed, it wants a successor. Anna, that's why Vargo looked at you. If you take the key, if you accept it, the story continues. But if we use it together, maybe we can close it without heirs. Anna's lips trembled. But what if closing it means it swallows us too? Ryan said firmly. Then at least no one else dies in these walls. Better us than the next generation. Survivors argued in low, desperate voices, their words clashing like sparks. Ryan, end it, burn it, seal it. Daniel, write it, spread it, don't let it vanish again. Olivia, Orlane's story matters. She died so we'd speak her name. Anna, if I destroy it, I betray them. If I inherit it, I betray us. Maya, then we find a third path. We kill the machine and keep the truth. Silence fell. Maya's eyes went to the ossuary trap, still yawning black on the stage. The bones below, they're proof. If the world sees them, Ravenswood can never hide again. Daniel's pen stilled. Expose it, Ryan frowned. Drag skeletons out for newspapers, that's desecration. No, Maya said softly. It's justice. The ground shook, subtle but insistent. The Academy knew their intent. It rattled shutters, slammed unseen panels. The chandeliers above swayed dangerously. Anna clasped her hands, tears spilling. My father told me never to open the final mechanism. He said if it's turned the wrong way, the whole school locks from the inside. Whoever holds the key is trapped with it. Ryan picked up the black key, its weight burning his palm. Then I'll be the one trapped. No, Maya said firmly. Not just you. All of us together. We end it side by side. The survivors dragged what remained of the evidence to the ossuary mouth. Clara's notebook, pages intact despite blood. The photographs of Orlane, circled in red. The East Wing files, charred but legible. The broken pearls of Evelyn, the last sign of obedience. They laid them atop the bones like an altar. Daniel wrote the final line in Clara's book. We name the dead. We show their bones. We burn the machine. The truth remains. He set the notebook down gently. Olivia whispered Orlane's name over and over until her voice steadied. Anna touched the black key. Are we ready? Ryan clasped his hand over hers. Maya, Daniel, Olivia joined, 5 hands on iron. They turned. The lock screamed as if alive. Metal shrieked through the walls. The vents slammed shut, chains cracked like whips. The stage above gave one final groan before collapsing into the ossuary. Fire roared down with it, rushing into the pit of bones. Ravenswood exhaled. A sound like a sigh rose through every hall, every chamber, every hidden panel. And then, silence. The black key snapped in half. The house was dead. As the survivors stumbled back, coughing in the smoke. But amid the collapse, one thing was clear. The truth lay in the open now, carved into bones, inked into pages, carried in memory. For the first time, Ravenswood's story belonged to them. They didn't run at first. They listened, really listened, to the silence. Ravenswood had been a throat since the night they arrived, breathing orders, gulping secrets. Now, with the black key snapped and the dampers locked, the breath was gone. The quiet wasn't a pause between words, it was the end of a sentence. "Move," Maya said at last. "Slow and together." They crossed the hall in a single knot, Ryan carrying Marcus, Daniel clutching Clara's blood-dark notebook, Olivia holding the creased photograph of Vorlane, Anna with the broken half of the black key wrapped in her fist. They passed the chained study, the library doors, the chapel corridor, each a chapter title that no longer rose to meet them. When a panel sighed in the wall, it didn't open. When a latch clicked in the distance, nothing followed. Outside, the storm had burned itself out. Dawn broke gray over the cliff, the sea ironed flat as if the ocean, too, had spent its fury. They stepped into the air like survivors surfacing from underwater, each breath a sting. Ryan lowered Marcus onto the steps, checked his pulse and nodded once. "He'll live." Maya turned them toward the gate, then stopped. "We don't leave empty-handed." They went back, not into the throat of the dormitories or the theater's ash, but to the chapel's trap. Together they pried it open and climbed. The vault's candles had guttered to smoke. The ledgers, the files, the black journals waited. Evidence, names. The bones beneath the brick niches were beyond their hands, but the paper was not. "Take enough to bury them in truth," Maya said. Ryan filled a sack with ledgers. Daniel tucked journals into his coat until he could barely button it. Olivia chose files at random, then paused, replacing them with ones that held the names she'd whispered for years. Hannah Cole, Liza Harper, Thomas Vale. Anna found an envelope in the custodian's neat hand, Project Raven sequence, and didn't open it. She simply took it as someone might take a weapon from the floor. They climbed out. The chapel doors thudded shut behind them like lids on sarcophagi. On the gravel, Maya dialed with shaking fingers. "Emergency," she told the operator, voice steady by force. "Abandoned academy on the cliffs, multiple deaths. A mass grave under the auditorium. Bring everyone." Sirens came like a second dawn. Uniforms flooded the grounds, faces paled at the smell of smoke and wet stone. They took statements first because that's what procedure understands. Who, when, how. But this story didn't fit a form. It spilled, irregular and sharp-edged. Poisoned brandy and pivot walls, a study with a twin, a dormitory that swallowed rope, a theater wired to a dead man's breath. "Show us," the detective said at last, voice subdued. They did. The ossuary's mouth drew a silence so profound the radios seemed to kneel. A forensics lead whispered, "God help us," then got to work, steady and professional because that's what justice looks like when it wears gloves. Photographs flared, drones hummed. The chapel vault surrendered its ledgers one by one, and when a tech cracked the East Wing theater, the control wall, with its toggles labeled library, chapel, dormitory, throat, study, East Wing, basement, turned a room full of officers into witnesses. By noon, the grounds crawled with tents and tape. Reporters hovered at the fence like gulls, but were kept back for the moment. Maya asked to call the families in the ledgers. The detective didn't say yes. He said, "We'll do this right," which was, for once, close enough. The debriefs lasted days. Marcus told them about the left-handed knots, the reversed clove hitches, the glue and oil smell, the cold efficiency of hands that knew the angles. Daniel testified with precision, reading from Clara's notebook where his own memory shook. The rhyme, the tally, the lessons written before the deaths occurred. Ryan sketched the rigging and the dampers until the case agents could point to every counterweight with their eyes closed. Anna drew the map her father had made her memorize and wept when the detective thanked her instead of blaming her. Olivia, halting raw, spoke Orlane's name into an official record and watched it go from whispered myth to documented fact. The impossible crimes were not impossible anymore. Harold Poison Library locked room. 2 adjacent chambers on a shared pivot. The corpse lifted through the unseen door while they battered a visible lock. Marcus, vanishing study. A latch behind the bookcase into a crawl tunnel, extracted while the bolt held from within. Eleanor, Pearls, sealed classroom. A thin maintenance slot behind the blackboard. The killer slipped an arm through to slide the inside bolt, entered via a panel seam, strangled her with her own necklace, relocked from the inside through the same slot, and vanished back to the passage. No window needed. Harold hanged in dormitory annex, killed earlier and staged. The help me voice piped from a speaker to draw them to the chamber, and the message, the walls obey. Ropes cut at the wardrobe. Rigger's hook knife from the ossuary tool roll. The latch tripped from the far side while the line was sawing. Clean sever. Left-handed polish on the grip. The voice, a recorder in the theater patched into antique speakers, observation slits to watch their reactions, toggles to throw doors at the worst possible second. The rhyme, tally, not prophecy but a schedule. Each door, a body or a revelation shepherding them toward final obedience. 19 fall, 1 rise. Who was supposed to rise? An investigator asked softly. Me, Anna said, voice small and steady. And I didn't. They wrote that down. The board's old minutes surfaced under subpoena. Budgets that spoke in euphemism. Disciplinary committees that never asked where removals went. Evelyn's signature appeared beside others, men and women who would now answer for the sin of not looking. Some had died years ago, some hadn't. The detective didn't talk about vengeance. He used the word charges. I signed, Anna whispered that night, staring at the pearl bowl she'd carried out for evidence. I was a child, but I signed room logs, work orders. I helped. Maya took her hand. You told the truth, she said. That's how you end a story like this. They held a memorial in the chapel yard before the exhumations began. No clergy, just names. Daniel read them from Clara's notebook, his voice breaking but unbroken. When he reached Orlane Ross, Olivia stepped forward, placed the locket they'd found months ago on the stone, and said very clearly, You were right, I hear you. Wind moved through ivy. It sounded for once like leaves, not whispers. When the papers finally ran the story, they argued about the headline but settled on the only one that mattered. Project Raven exposed. A school of fear. The internet did what the internet does, but among the noise, funds appeared from strangers for a memorial scholarship. Olivia took the call the morning it crossed 6 figures and laughed through tears. For Orlane, she said. For all of them. The scholarship's charter spelled it out like a spell. Truth as antidote to fear. Ryan stayed long enough to help engineers make the building safe to enter. Then he left the cliff for a job that didn't taste like dust. Daniel finished Clara's book, kept her name on the cover, and donated the proceeds to the dig. Maya testified again and again as the case widened, her calm turning razor when defense attorneys flirted with tradition. Marcus learned to sleep in a bed that didn't move. Anna moved into a small apartment with thin walls and never again locked a door from the inside. As for the black key, the lab returned it in a bag, 2 iron halves pitted and inert. We'll keep them, the detective said. Some stories need relics so we remember they're real. The tally never reached 19. It stopped with a broken mechanism and a dead man who insisted he was a building. That is how you break a rhyme, not by matching its beat, but by refusing its last line. Months later, on a clear morning, they walked the cliff path together. The academy stood behind fencing and scaffolds, windows braced, doors tagged for evidence. No voice followed them. No latch clicked. The sea threw light like coins. "I keep waiting to hear it breathe," Olivia admitted. "It does," Maya said. "But it's not the house, it's the story, still moving out there." She lifted her chin toward the town, the road, the world. In daylight, they stopped at the place where the gravel path forked. Ryan laughed under his breath. "We should have turned back the first night." Maya shook her head. "We should have come sooner." Anna opened her hand. Inside lay a single pearl. She'd kept one, not as a trophy, but as a weight. "I thought I'd throw it over the cliff," she said. "But I think I'll put it in a museum case next to a page from the ledger and a copy of Clara's book. A seed, not a threat." Daniel smiled, tired and true. "Titles?" he asked. "For the exhibit?" Olivia didn't hesitate. "The walls remember, now we do too." They stood there a while, letting the wind take the last of Ravenswood's smoke from their clothes. When they finally turned toward town, no one looked back. Because the walls would be there in records and bones and ink, and in the mouths of anyone who told this story until fear no longer worked. And that was the ending the house never planned for. The walls remembered, but now the world does too. And that is how you end a story built on silence. The walls of Ravenswood are silent now, but darkness always finds a way to return. Do you have a story of crime, suspense, or a personal trauma that still haunts you? Share it with us, and maybe your story will become our next Dark Pulse mystery. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more gripping crime suspense tales that reveal every secret and leave no mystery unsolved.